the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, I was going to say, just see there's that muscle memory. I was going to say 866, but it's 629 We Be Big. We'll explain if you missed that yesterday. We have a new number because the 12 working days of Christmas shut the other one down. So 629 We Be Big. 629-932-3244 as we start another day together. And we thank you for being with us. Bubba is here, ready to go. Rick Adler join us shortly. And then we're off and running. Dan Moultrie will be here. We'll talk the great outdoors and how the Moultrie feeders and all the accessories that come with them is a great Christmas gift for you and yours. And we'll explain more. Derek Duke, Director of Engineering, will be with him, and we will match Moultrie, yes. And day 4 of the 12 working days of Christmas. All right, over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, now.
What happening?
Boys.
What is happening?
Wow.
Everybody good?
Good, but late night.
He's a partier.
I don't have these too often.
I got to go out and make an appearance and speak to the crowd.
We
Hobnob just a little bit.
Yep.
I saw 11:05 last night.
Ouch.
Yeah,
It's a tough one.
Something about sticks. It gets me.
Yeah.
If I see that,
that's a good point.
And it was probably that's when I got out of my car and walked in the house. It was 11:05.
Oh, that ain't bad.
So it was probably about 11:30 by the time I settled in and went to sleep. But
Got all silly.
We had a I want to thank Anniston Country Club. They hosted the women's tennis team over for a little get together, and it was fun. And so,
Did you have on your dinner jacket?
no, it wasn't that, Greg. It was more.
Did you have on your nice hoodie?
It was more tennis related outdoors.
You're really nice.
Yeah, you're really nice hoodie.
I do want to thank
silver.
Igor Santos and the folks at Anniston Country. It was a lot of fun. It was late, but it was a lot of fun. And so, and too, I want to. The face of tennis sits in his office in there now. I mean, I'm telling you, he's still a force in that world.
They got it.
And the reason I say that is because
He paved the way,
the people that I was around last night didn't talk about the show. They just knew me from head coach that grew up in Gadsden, okay? And the one mention was somebody, hey, where's the face of tennis?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't get him out here?
That's right.
And I thought, see, he's still influential in that world.
Even
He
though
doesn't
he's
even
not
realize
even
it.
trying.
Doesn't even have anything to do with it, but he's still influential
Still pushing them.
in that world. Had 2 people ask me about what's he doing to influence tennis these days.
Oh, boy.
Getting after it.
He just rides by the courts. Looks
So-
over at them. You know what I'd love to do is surprise somebody, because we've all been at events where you know that the other staff members aren't there, but somebody's just having fun. Hey, where's so-and-so? And I one day I want to go, he's right there.
There he
and
is.
I just want to see their face. Like, what if Bubba was really with you? Knowing he
Bubba turned around and
wasn't?
said, what?
And that person knew he probably wasn't. He was having fun.
Yeah.
Like, hey, where's Bubba?
Where's the
Oh,
face at?
he's actually right there.
There he is over there.
He might pass out.
I had several people ask me about Greg and had some Alabama Power ties back in the
You
day.
in my part of the world.
Yeah.
Watch
And
out.
so, but it was fun. It was a fun night, but it was late. I knew I was in trouble when I got on the interstate. I stopped at, I realized that through the madness of this social that we had, I guess that's what you call it, a mixer, social, whatever. I realized that when I got off I had to get gas on the way home. And I stopped at our gas station that we talk about.
There it is.
And
Get you a sandwich.
Huh?
You can get you a sandwich.
Well, I'd had to, because I was sitting there pumping gas. I'm like, man, I'm hungry. I hadn't had anything to eat. And I was like, I was telling myself that. And I thought, you haven't had anything to eat. Like, you went to eat, you had something to eat at
give a little hors d'oeuvre or something?
11:30. I was just so caught up.
Yeah.
I never grabbed any food or anything. There was plenty of food there.
Let's throw some food out.
Just caught up in it.
And gosh, it was
Must have been.
it was at the time it was like 10:15. And I was pumping gas at that. That's
hungry.
I was like, man, I'm hungry. So I went in there, got me a sandwich.
Did you get a whiff of something that made you hungry? Like,
no,
sometimes I'll do that.
Sandwich or king size Butterfinger.
I finally settled in, like just settled down for a minute. And I was standing by my truck and I was pumping gas. And
Getting
I
a little
thought,
queasy.
I was like,
Damn, it's
I've
late.
had 2 thoughts, or 3 thoughts. Then I thought that. Oh, dang, it's late. Then I thought, man, it's cold out here. We've been out in this
That
mess
wind
all
blowing.
night.
Yeah, it's cold.
And then the third thing was, wow, so you're hungry. And it was, do I get something or do
Did you
I?
go with curly fries or regular?
I went curly.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, sure
All right.
did, Greg.
That's it.
I know
Sure
Rick
did.
doesn't like curly, but I
We
love
wish the
curly.
bathroom's cleaner, but that's fine.
It's here's what amazes me about the place. It's not the cleanliness I'm good with. It's that there's so much traffic there.
A lot of truck drivers in and out, and
It's not big enough.
it is not. You're right. When you see
Yeah.
that building, you go, "I bet that got a big, nice bathroom." They
Yeah.
do not.
It's just a couple.
It's a 2-stall and a 2 urinal.
Yeah, that's it. And there's
And it's crowded.
There's
Yeah.
25 18-wheelers at one point all the
18
time.
what?
Yeah.
18-wheelers.
18 wheelers.
And
Look,
it's-
and if you got a problem using a urinal with somebody beside you, you're in trouble.
Because they're
I know.
close.
Just
They're
get in
stacked
there.
in
Yeah.
there.
Settle in.
They-
I like seeing them add on.
I would. I wonder why they skimped on that part.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, they got some good stuff in that place.
You know, they built it as one.
You talk
brand.
to me, you know I've stopped there.
I watched them build it on my way home.
Yeah.
Speedy probably watched a little, but anyway.
No,
but it was a
I-
different
yeah.
brand, and then
Oh, really?
Pilot bought them out
Yeah.
I'm
they
talking
changed
about-
it over.
within.
What was the brand?
I want to say
Speed. It was the Speedy
it-
Cafe.
yeah,
they had
yeah.
that inside.
Hey, let me tell you
It
something.
was a
Had it like
deli.
they liked it, and then they came in and bought
forget
that
the
out
brand name.
quick. I mean,
C, it started with a C.
I got
anyway,
to enjoy it for about a year.
It's something that I've. It's not a very popular. I mean, you don't see a lot of them around here. I can't remember what was it? Anyway,
Speed? No, it wasn't a Speed.
I know
It
the
was a
Speedy
Speed.
Cafe was in it
Uh
because I thought it was your cafe.
huh. Yeah, because you made fun of that.
Well,
But I'd like to see them have a bigger bathroom.
Yeah.
that's the only problem. But
Yeah.
it's and they got a self checkout too in case you don't want to deal with anybody.
Yeah.
They push it too.
They
They
do,
want you
yeah.
to use self.
They do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they scream at you, come in, tell you hello, which I
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. I always
Yeah,
like the greeting.
yeah. Hey, how you doing?
And I wish the guy last night I had a wrap. I got a wrap, but I did get curly fries, and they had to special make the wrap. So I saw him over there making it, but the curly fries were ready, and I was wanting to go.
I love a good.
And what's the chances I can go ahead and get my curly fries?
Can I
Yeah.
go ahead and grab one?
Can I
At least
please?
one.
Can I have a couple of those?
I'm
Yeah.
starving. Band-Aid since 11.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was.
Well, I'm glad you had a good day.
It was. And then you know what?
Speaking at the
it
country
rolls over real quick.
Yeah.
An alarm goes off, and you're like, "Wow, I just got in here."
Just close
Oh,
your
yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
Speedy decided to hit his alarm 50 times a day.
I'm telling you.
Barely
Well,
made
at
it
least
in.
you weren't like me. I spent all day on my knees. I had to lay side in the backyard.
Oh, okay.
When's the last time you did that?
Why are you laying
I'll
side?
explain.
I thought you were asking for forgiveness for something. I didn't know.
Well, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? Burglars love taking advantage of people traveling for the holidays. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering up to 50% off on any new system this holiday season. Protect your home with Simply Safe for a limited time. You can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com or look under rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so I know that. Well, I'm sorry. It normally is. Golly, I got to train myself. It's 629-WE-BE-BIG. I keep forgetting that.
What are we doing in 629?
I don't think we had a choice.
That's just what we got to stay with We Be Big, and we did. So 629.
That doesn't matter,
buddy. It's 629 We Be Big. 629-932.
Don't ask this one.
44.
He's laying side in the middle of the winter.
I know.
I think I understand how this went.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Yeah.
I got a prediction. I'm gonna see if I'm right.
Okay.
Please tell me why were you laying side at your house yesterday?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I'm just getting I feel like I'm watching tennis.
I was
looking
not
left and right.
expecting you to tell me when we went to commercial break. You said you left it with I was on my knees all day.
Yeah, lay inside.
And I
finish
let
the
that go.
sentence.
Well, but that's how you.
I'll let that go.
Right.
But,
I didn't. I laughed in my mind.
I'm not into turf management, but I didn't realize this is. I mean, I may be 100% wrong.
No, it's not ideal, but there's a cough button right there by your left hand.
And we got a hard freeze coming Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the 30s right now.
Well, I mean, there's places that sell it and it stays alive.
No, I'm
it's
sure.
fine.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, first of all,
but basically somebody had some extra and gave it to you.
No,
that's exactly what
no, it's not. All right, so whenever y'all ready, I'll let you know. Because I want you. Y'all like a dog. I'm letting y'all finish. Huh?
That's probably the best.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so for how we talked about, and you've talked about Mr. Buddy. He pees on everything and it kills it.
Kills all my bushes. Boxwoods kills it.
And I've tried, and please save your emails. I've tried. You give treats and help them and all
dilute their
and
urine.
Hey, you got this grass green. Treats
probably
and all this,
off.
and we've tried it all. Matter of fact, they still are on one. But the backyard, right when you step out of our back porch breezeway, there's just dead grass all over the place. It looks awful. I mean, there's just pockets of just yes, and it's just dirt, and I mean, it just looks terrible. And
Smells like urine.
Well, and so I'm like, you know what? I have been really thinking about just going and getting some squares of sod and replacing it. And we just have Bermuda grass or whatever. So you're just thinking about, man, I probably need about 8 squares, fix it up, and just fix it so it looks better. So I've been thinking about it. So I stopped at a nursery yesterday that sells sod, and I went up to the person running it, and I said, look, I noticed y'all got some sod out here. They had a sprinkler deal set up. And I'm like, do y'all sell Bermuda sod? They said yes. I said, well, is it, because that was my first, is it too late to plant?
I don't know.
Is it too late for me to lay this down? We just have a couple of and they're like, no, it's not. I mean, we sell it every day.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay. And and
we sell it to suckers like you every day.
Yeah.
All this
I said,
old
it'll have
stuff.
to be back in the spring.
I said, I know it's not.
About to throw it away.
Yeah, I said, I know it's not ideal, but it's not like I'm planting an entire field of grass.
It's patchwork.
It's just some patchwork.
Yeah.
And they said, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, let's start with 10 little squares and let's see if that does it. And, well, of course, how many squares do you think I was short? Like 1 or 2.
Yeah, you needed 13.
But I went ahead and we've talked about these projects that when you step off in it, you get to a point you go, okay, well, I'm in it now.
I know.
And when I was filling up, buckets of dirt and old sod and then hauling them off, I was like, well, I'm in it now. And you got to level it out,
committed.
and you got to measure it so it's all level and it's not all different. You know what I mean? It's just you got to make it look decent.
Yeah, make it look
So yesterday afternoon, it was nice where we live. I know after dark, Helmsy, it got a little chilly.
No, it was in the late, or I guess 50s, late 50s.
Yeah, man, it felt great. It felt great.
Talking like age, late 50s. Upper is what I needed to say. Upper, lower, lower 60s. It felt good.
Yeah. So
I told you I've been up since 4 hours.
Your brain's not working.
Little
it's
punchy,
not.
yeah,
it's like your mouth has its own.
Sure. I was talking age for a minute.
Yeah. And so I go and I get them and I talk to the guy and he's like, yeah, I promise you this or whatever, and they might not. I have no idea, but but I see houses being built all the time and people lay inside. I mean, so I would assume it probably does.
I don't know.
Now, if I left it up out of the ground and everything, I mean, but I put it in and packed it and did the whole 9 yards. So I finished right at dark. And it's one of those things where if you're not used to certain movements, it's like, and you mentioned it the other day, doing stuff that you don't normally do. You wake up the next morning and it's almost like I need some WD-40 or something in my joints because I'm a little squeaky. Just bending down, getting up, just bending down, getting up, working the shovel, wheelbarrow, stuff like that. You're just not normally used to for hours.
You need a dose of collagen.
Yeah, that's what I need.
It's good for joints.
And then you go, all right, well, what areas need it? And so it took a minute, and I think it ended up being 12 little squares.
All right, so I have to ask this question because we run into stuff like this at the house, and we put Band-Aids on things when we need surgical procedures
we all
done.
do that.
And so is this gonna?
Yes,
Are they going to not pee here anymore?
Huh?
Are
That's
they?
a good
Are the
point.
dogs not? Are they? Have they? Were you just going to run into this again eventually, or
I see where it's right off
are
the
you
porch.
keeping them off of it for now? How's that going to work?
You know, Helmsy, I
They're
wish
just going to pee on it again, then
Yeah.
what?
Oh, yeah. But this was over time. This is like a couple of years worth of.
So this will give a restart.
Yeah,
before it gets bad.
and you know, I don't know. I went a little further than that, but that was up to that point.
Did you ever
what
think
if you-
about taking and doing like extending?
I did.
Some
I
like
did.
concrete or
I
pebble
did.
rock or.
I did think about that. I thought about
That looks. You did really good though. It's hard to really even tell it's new the way you blended it.
Well, you know, to be honest with you,
Really
Helmsy,
good.
I thought about extending it with those like little I don't know,
Pavers?
the flat. I don't know. Are they pavers?
But they
I don't know
just
what
peed
they
off
are.
the edge of that.
Well, yeah, and I think now they kind of
You're
go
right.
off into different areas. This has
Okay.
been damage. This was done, and
they didn't even like it.
with hosting Christmas, and we're going to spend a lot of time back there. Whatever. It was just an ugly eyesore. Now for guests, they might have hadn't noticed it, but I know Terry and I had talked about it for quite some time. And I don't know why yesterday was the day, but I'd gone by to the place, to the people that know, and they said, yeah, it's totally fine. If you get it and put it in the ground and all that, you're fine right now.
Yeah.
So I went for it, and
It looks
see.
good.
We'll
You
see.
blended it in really well.
We'll see. I don't know. But, yeah, so that was my day yesterday. Up and down.
Little
up and
yard
down,
work.
Up and down. Up. Flat shovel. Get it flat. Oh, it's not.
I'm going to have to hire you out at the house.
And then you know, then once it's there, then you go and just try to pound it in a little bit more, and then finally it's to a point. I added I added a couple of more pieces from that last picture I showed y'all, but it's done.
You ready?
It's
I
done.
I don't want this to be a habit, but I want the security camera to catch one of them tinkling on it this morning.
Yeah,
later
right
on.
on the new one.
Or Leo will dig in it. so
Yeah.
we'll have-
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering a holiday deal of up to 50% off on any new system, so you can stay safe all season. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your home. Simply Safe's Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera are powerful ways to deter package thieves. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, about half the cost of traditional home security. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. This holiday season, we highly recommend protecting your home and family with Simply Safe. And for a limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling in, back. Look at Dan. Here, Dan, take this, buddy. Dan is playing Santa, and we love Dan. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it, buddy. Merry Christmas to you.
Right here.
Dan talks great outdoors next hour, and it's Match Moultrie. You never know what's going on. Derek Duke will be with him. He is the Director of Engineering for Moultrie. Going to talk about all the great products that they cover and the bundles and the deals that Moultrie and them are offering now through the end of the year.
Time.
And for you and your loved ones, Moultrie is a great stopping point for you to get a gift. And so we'll talk about that. And we thank Dan for being here today. Whenever Patty realized that Edgar's Bakery provides breakfast for us.
Yeah, who messed that up?
I would
eat both.
Right. And we have for years. Yeah. Then she went ahead and pulled back a little bit on
You may
fixing.
be honest, though. I've always felt bad that Patty had to get up and do that.
Yeah.
And I appreciated it.
How long did you
food
feel
was
bad?
excellent.
Until that first bite?
Well, then,
Yeah,
about up
yeah.
to that. Then I go, I'm glad Patty got
Yeah.
it. She probably was up anyway. I would
Right.
lie to myself and say that.
Right.
But I get it.
It was good.
I would
Yeah.
just eat both of them.
Those were the days.
Right. We want to thank Edgar's Bakery every day. When I tell people our setup with Edgar's, they look at me like a dog trying to figure out something, and they just kind of turn their head a little bit. Because I tell them that they actually deliver breakfast and put it at our door, and all we have to do is open the door and get it. And they're like, what?
First of all, a lot of people don't know they do breakfast.
That's my point.
That's right.
You don't know how
They
many
do
people
really good
I told
breakfast.
that. I've said, y'all don't understand.
Yeah. Right.
Edgar's does really good breakfast.
They're also the official birthday cake provider of the Rick and Bubba
Yeah.
Show, and now you can order your birthday cake from anywhere in the country and can have it delivered. And you can go to edgarsbakery.com.
I got an uncomfortable question about that.
And
Birthday cakes.
What?
let me just say this since you're on the subject. thumbnail cookies.
They're good.
I tore them up.
You did the other night.
Hey, and hey, do you ready for this?
I was shocked you knew what they were called. Number one,
I had to
Is
have.
that not it?
I think that's it. Greg.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I was shocked you knew that's
yeah.
actually what it was called.
They're
thumbnail.
real good. I want some right now.
Because Betty was like, "Oh, you like those cookies?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I love those thumbnails." And I'm like, "Greg, that made me uncomfortable. You saying thumbnail cookie?"
You thought it was like a derogatory
So,
term.
I just thought it was a woman thing.
I had to have a client meeting around the corner here at Edgar's. We have a location like literally across
I'm a
the
mover
street.
and a shaker.
No, but when I walked in there, you were talking about their menu, and they do breakfast or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it. My wife, I don't know about y'all, but my wife is a huge chicken salad fan.
Oh, they got a good chicken salad.
Okay, I mean,
I am too.
she loves it. And Terry,
They got chicken salad?
she makes homemade
it's
stuff.
a good one too.
They have a little section where they have like sandwiches and chicken salad already pre-made and in like packaged and everything. All you gotta do is grab it and go.
So I can just run by on my way
And I
home.
thought to myself,
You could.
I need to bring some of this home every now and then.
Yeah,
I bought some that day. I know you think I probably asked for it, but I didn't.
They gave it to me.
I actually bought that, and anyway, Terry loved it, and so I just thought about that.
I like good chicken salad.
Yeah. What was your uncomfortable question?
Sorry, forgot. Oh no, I hadn't. It is uncomfortable.
Hey, buddy.
And so I don't know if I should ask it.
Well, yeah,
what's wrong?
It's more uncomfortable the better.
Well,
Talk to me.
it's that whole thing where Speedy gets the birthday cakes, but tomorrow's his birthday.
Is it?
Hey,
And,
buddy.
Yeah.
You're just now thinking about that?
Huh?
You're just.
I had no idea it was your birthday.
And so it's that thing where
I didn't.
You say that every year.
I don't know. I don't
called
know.
a
At least I
calendar.
knew.
Lisa's the only one that keeps me up on birthday. I need to put you on her calendar. She'll keep me up.
Well, I would forget y'all's if I didn't
you
put it on the
serious?
calendar.
And so my
You
question
have a
is,
calendar.
No, I don't. It's not.
we never. I don't. I mean, do I? Have you already called Edgar's? Do
I gotta tell you something.
Do
This-
I do this?
This
do
owns
I need
me
to-
Dang it.
because every year y'all
I
act
know.
confused and like you don't know what to do.
I promise I did. I had no idea tomorrow.
Yeah,
was
but
your birthday.
I did. I just like it's just very awkward. I was talking to Brent,
No, it's not.
and I'm like, it's very awkward.
I told you
Brent.
it was an uncomfortable question.
No,
but I'm just going to order the cake and make fun of myself with the theme, and
See,
so
I'd
I've
like
done
to-
that.
the only reason I want to do it is to give the theme.
Yeah. The themes are always fun. We always have a good time, with something topical that's going on or whatever. But yeah, I reached out to him because of a couple of reasons.
terrible friends.
Adler will celebrate his on Friday, and because his
Good
birthday's
night.
Friday, and
Didn't
so
know that either.
I'm working with them on his cake as well, and so I went ahead and knocked mine out. But
In
just so
my
there's not that
defense-
uncomfortable, weird deal that we have every year where y'all forget and then act like you don't know what to do.
Well, listen.
which
Your
is kinda
birthday
fun.
hasn't happened yet. I'm a day ahead. I'm a day ahead.
At least you did. I honestly see. I don't have.
I just
don't
love the
have
look on your
company
face
calendar.
because I love the look on your
Of course,
face.
I wouldn't have looked, but
Huh?
I don't have the company calendar, but I wouldn't have looked. But I,
Yeah,
but
no.
I don't. I
in
don't
all
have
in all
honesty.
honesty, I didn't mind at all. Brent and I was actually laughing about it.
Well,
that's who I work with
who?
through Edgar's.
Well,
Edgar's
here's the deal,
Oh.
Speedy. It isn't like you
the
ordered
contract
yourself.
I sent y'all.
It's
last
not like
year.
you ordered yourself a cake. It's an automatic thing
Yeah.
to the show.
And-
who's up next? They're already ordered.
There you go.
You know?
And not only that, but I went with flavors I knew y'all like because I probably won't eat it.
You can't eat a piece of
I
not one
might.
piece.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
not.
eat one.
I don't need a
I'll
little
eat
birthday
one.
cake.
I'll
I'll
eat
yeah.
piece.
And how about River? My grandson, his birthday was the
That's
second,
right.
and so
Big
with
three.
schedules and everybody's so busy. Friday night we're gonna get together and I'll have fun and have like a joint little celebration. Little River turned 3.
3 years
I
old.
cannot believe he's 3.
That video, and I watched it. It's so funny. Like we was talking about when he got to going down that hill and was about to get out of control,
Hey.
running down there dancing.
Yes, dancing the whole way.
The whole way.
How about the run down the hill?
That was hilarious.
Anybody that run, think of Dabo running down the hill with his
That's what it
team.
looked like, yeah.
That was River running down a hill at
The music got a hold of it.
at Landon Green's and Gracie's birthday party. Birthday party, wedding. Good night. And so he's up there, and I'm chasing him. I'm running around.
Yeah, and he hits
I'm
high
thinking
gear.
birthday cake, so I said birthday.
You go down the hill, your feet get going too fast.
Yeah, and he started that wobbly run down the hill, and I thought for a second he was going to go into the tables. It's one of those. No, okay.
And he saved it right then.
Hey, well done, bud. Yeah, so we'll have a good time.
I'm fixing to have the run of grandkid birthdays. They start in January and go all the way
Right.
through May.
Right.
So Yeah, everybody's a year older.
I mean, it's hard to believe. You know, we were discussing that about kids getting older, which means we are, and grandkids getting older, which means we are.
Yeah.
Boy, your kids are getting older. Yep. How you feeling? Well, older.
Older. My children are over 30.
Yeah.
You know, we do this.
Chandler's not. Tyler is.
Yesterday, I was in. Some of the girls before we left were in Pete Matthews, and I kind of looked and I was like, what are they doing? And they were the lights were kind of off in the gym, and they were trying to touch the net, and they were trying to see how high they could jump.
Okay.
And I heard one of them go, Coach, can you touch the net? And I said, yeah, I can touch the net. I said, but I don't know that I can get the backboard or rim anymore.
You're right.
And they said, well, try. Come down here and try.
Oh, boy.
Now, I haven't stretched. I haven't run all day.
I wish you'd fail.
And I thought, don't go down. Number one, yes, you can get the net, mainly because you're just 6 foot tall and you can just easily jump up and get the net.
Right.
That the math works out in my favor there. I said, but no way I can get the rim anymore, and I don't think I can even touch the backboard. Like that's just, I think that's maybe get the pad that's right. You know, I probably can't hit glass, but I can probably hit the pad. But don't try that. That's silly. Don't do that. Don't jump into that world.
Right.
And I told them too. I said, listen. I said, y'all on the tennis court look real coordinated. Right now, what's going on? I wouldn't recruit a soul.
So it's y'all out of
like y'all are trying to time and jump when to jump and get the net. These were D1 out, and I was like, what in the world is going on? I wish I wouldn't have seen this, that kind of thing.
Different skill.
So I went down there and we're kind of talking, and they start with the whole, see if you can get it. I don't think you can touch the net, Coach. And I'm like, I can get the net.
Did you do that when you grab the net and pull yourself up?
No, I didn't want cameras and stuff to see me in there doing that. But I just jumped up and touched the net. And so, of course, what's the next thing they ask is, well, try to get the rim. I said, there's no way I can get the rim. No way. I said, I might can touch the backboard. Well, try the backboard.
I wish I could have seen them begging him to do all this.
So I just, to y'all's point on getting older, I took a couple of steps and did a vertical leap. And I touched the backboard, okay? But I felt like somebody took a 270 and took a bullet right through my arm. Oh. I don't know what I pulled.
Stretching on
and it was because I hadn't stretched and I hadn't done, and my whole body from belly button to the top of my fingertips felt like somebody had just stabbed me. So much so that I had to walk off.
Like a nerve.
They were all got the backboard. All I could think about is I'm hurt and we're about to leave.
Like a lightning strike away from your body.
And so
that's tough.
it was like 10 minutes before it wore off. And I'm like, what just happened?
What if you'd had to
like
go to emergency
so
room?
you're and my thought was, so you're at this age where a little simple vertical leap has caused this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And again, it went away. I don't have any kind of issues.
You can't do stuff like
but
that
what
as you
was
get older.
why did it happen for 5 minutes and I feel that?
Right.
It was a weird deal.
I don't know, but you will, once you, as you get older and you join us old guys over here, you will start to look at things and go, no, I don't feel like hurting myself.
Yeah.
I mean, you really have to contemplate, I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah.
And you don't do it.
Pull a hammy.
Or you sit over there and go, give me a few minutes and stretch.
And my thought was, so this pain that I have right now, obviously it's going to be with me for a few minutes. Is this something, have I done something that, like, this is going to be weeks
right.
that I'm going to have to recover from? And again, it went away. And
it's tough.
Yeah, you mashed a little nerve somewhere.
I guess I did. Because it was,
That's exactly it.
It was for 5 minutes, it was a rough ride. and that was just for one vertical leap to try to get the backboard.
Look,
got caught up.
That's all it was. I didn't do anything special.
We take it for granted now.
Yeah. It really is. It's like, boy, do I. It's kind of like with Thanksgiving. The boys were getting rough. They're grown men now in the backyard. I'm like, do I get in the middle of that? Is it worth it? Right now, everything feels so good. You know what I mean?
No, you get hurt.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Make Philo your ho-ho home for the holidays. Give yourself the gift of 70-plus channels, tons of festive shows and movies, and unlimited DVR for $25 a month.
Now that's a holly jolly good deal. Philo's got all the channels you love and everything you need to make the season merry and bright. Food Network is cooking up tasty competitions, AMC is delivering Christmas classics, and Hallmark is bringing you all new holiday originals.
So cozy up to Philo today. Visit Philo.tv to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.TV.
The holiday season is right around the corner, so give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Stihl. With powerful trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws to place under the tree, the Stihl Holiday Gift Guide has something for everyone. Save $40 on the HSA 45 battery-powered hedge trimmer. Visit your local Stihl dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide. Real Stihl. Find yours. Now $99.99 was $139.99 MSRP. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and sucking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, we're back 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. We're rolling back. The number is 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. That is different than 866. That number was shut down.
629
literally
We Be Big.
shut down with the 12 working days of Christmas. The response was so high that it shut the system down. They had to give us our own dedicated number that we don't share with anybody in the company because company-wide the phone systems were shut down, and the phone providers that even service the local 911 was shut down. So anyway, 629 We Be Big, 629-932-3244. That's the number.
Several questions on that yesterday from people just out and about, and they couldn't believe that we had that the show had impacted the 911.
Yeah, how about that?
I said, yeah, pretty important. I said a couple things at play. One, we don't need to be doing that, and two, we really ought to think about how well we're doing the show with that many people calling in.
It's quite the.
That's true. You gotta wake up. Hey, people listening. Might want to do a little better job.
Yeah, it's something else. Right at 90,000 that just
choked
all hit it at once, and so thank y'all. It's very humbling to know that you're out there. We'll take it.
And if you're the winner, you got to say, "Hey, boy, you talk about I got lucky to slip in there."
Yes. Many people don't know this about the show, but we actually have two Heisman voters in here with Greg and Speedy, and so I want to know if y'all got your votes in.
Well, it's down to two.
Yeah.
Down to two.
Let me guess: Penix and Marvin Harrison.
Well, you close.
Oh, you're going Jaden Daniels.
I'm considering Jaden Daniels.
So the
Y'all
top
need to...
four have been released as a finalist. Jaden Daniels, quarterback for LSU. Bo Nix, quarterback for Oregon. Michael Penix Jr., quarterback for Washington. And Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver for Ohio State, named as finalists. And,
it's a tough decision this year. Usually, I don't know. Usually one guy, me, stands
Marvin
out.
Harrison Jr.,
he would probably be my front runner, and then Penix probably second.
I think Bo had a great year, but
they too. I think the last game hurt him.
Jaden Daniels, if LSU, and this is just the way it is. I don't know why, because we ought to really be going for the best player, the most valuable
That's why
player
I'm picking
for his team.
Marvin Harrison.
Jaden Daniels for LSU. Without him, I mean, I guess what the problem is that they've kind of been forgotten about, even though they're 13.
You're right, they have it.
I mean, they haven't been in the run for the SEC.
If they'd have played a little defense, they would.
Yeah. I mean, if they were in the SEC championship game and were still relevant, and his name was being mentioned a lot,
it would.
Then he probably would win it because he's something else, man. He can extend plays, use his leg. He's legs. He's fearless. But, Penix Jr., I mean.
Turner put an end to it in the Alabama game.
Yeah, he did. Michael Penix Jr., every time I write them off, he completes like something on a dime.
Yeah, he does. He makes some ridiculous.
Very Tua-like. And so, it's going to be tough.
All four of them, wow, great years for all of them.
So, I mean, let's think about it. So, Bo Nix makes a decision, and it had to be a tough one. I'm leaving Auburn, somebody I've wanted to play for my whole life.
Yeah.
That special ESPN did was really well done a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw it. It was.
So I leave, and I go way out to Oregon.
That was what's surprising, how far away.
Yeah. And then.
But his ties to the coach now.
Yeah. And then by the time my college career is over, I'm going to be sitting in New York on the front row as a finalist.
I look
for the
at him and go, I
Heisman.
think you made the right choice.
Even if he doesn't get it, he's sitting on the front row.
He was 4
And has
points.
had a great year.
4 points away from possibly headed to a playoff.
Right. Yeah.
And he's headed to New York for the Heisman.
Yeah. So let me ask y'all
So
this.
we will say he made the right decision.
He did.
Everybody is upset. Politics shouldn't enter sports. It has, unfortunately, when it came to the pandemic and BLM and all that stuff. But good morning, everybody. How are y'all? The folks with Pradco and Moultrie are here. But everybody's mad at and upset. I saw politicians, senators, and everything else wanting a hearing, and they want to grill the committee and all that.
But you know what that's about. They just want their constituents. Oh, look at what he did for us. Let's vote for him.
It's a joke.
And
like with everything else they do.
They know it ain't gonna make
right. No. And it was a mess for 24 hours trying to figure out what was going to happen. Less than 24 hours, but what would have happened if it was even a bigger mess and Oregon had beat Washington? So then, I mean, don't y'all think Florida State's still out? Does Oregon get in?
Well, here's where the committee, in my opinion, here's where the committee messed up. Because I believe they feel the way I'm going here. I don't think they felt like Florida State was the 5th ranked team. I think they just put them there because it made sense. Better than Georgia? That's exactly right. So what the committee should have done in the unveiling Sunday was have them about 7 or 8, and that would have been, they would have been telling the truth at that point. Yeah, and because I think Georgia's better than them, I think Oregon's better than them, Ohio State's better than them. We have an 8-team playoff; they barely get in.
Yeah.
They're the 8th team.
Yeah.
And I know people don't want to hear that. They got their Seminole chant going, and I get that, okay? I know we're biased on things, but I'm sorry. I hate what's happened to the kids, and they're not getting to play. But if you're getting the best teams in there, then you're not one of them. You're
By
just
the criteria,
not.
I believe if the roles, let's say that quarterback, the same one, got hurt during the season, but it wasn't season ending.
Mm-hmm.
And he missed a game, and they got beat. But he came back and looked like his old self, and they won out. I think they would give him a pass on him being
Probably
not
so.
there.
Probably
you know what I'm saying? This situation, they obviously they used it as a reason to not put him in because he's not there.
Yeah.
I believe in that situation they would have gave him a pass and said, yeah, but they didn't have him.
Right.
You know, so it can work both on that criteria about that. It can because they said we'll look at injuries, and help decide.
Yeah,
yeah.
But to your point in the interview with the committee representative, it's almost like we all thought it was close, but they didn't.
Yeah,
it's like I think Alabama was in, and we were thinking, it might not. No, the way he was talking, it wasn't close.
No,
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Go and we will do the tribute, and you will hear and see. National anthem that starts the big show, meaning the part when the whole team's together. That started as as something we started doing after the attack. So. We've been doing that for 18 years, but that's what it originally was tied to. And Bubba, I remember that day pretty vividly.
Yeah, we and I know Speedy was talking about it earlier. We were in a different studio at the time. Technology wasn't near what it is today.
Right,
we had a little bitty TV over in the corner, and I don't even know if we had it on that morning to begin with. But I know after we had Prater on and we were talking about the weather. He said, hey, have y'all seen what's going on in New York City? A plane or something has hit one of the World Trade Centers. And that's when we either cut it on or started paying attention to it, one or the other.
But thinking nothing about we thought about it, but we thought it was a personal craft or something like
tourist, helicopter or something. We really didn't know what it was. And while we were talking to him, the other one hit. And we saw it live on the air, and then we knew, man, we got something going on here. And immediately you think, who is doing this? And of course, you'll hear in the great little bit that Speedy edited together different things, and there's different theories being kicked about. But at that moment, I'm thinking, how many planes are out there? And then reports started coming in of other planes being hijacked, and the administration at that time did several things I thought was very smart. They grounded everything, and they also got money into all the banks. So if people started trying to withdraw money, there was plenty of money, and it didn't create a run on the banking system. And so there were some things that were done that you would like to see be done better that day, but there also was some things done that were very smart that day. I think that the big thing, because in the era we were in then, the thought was that if you're on a plane that's hijacked, just give them what they want, give them the money, they'll let everybody go, and then law enforcement can track them down later. Well, that all changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anyone had any idea that someone would hijack a plane and use it as a weapon. I mean, that wasn't even on the radar, so to speak.
No, they never heard of, didn't know it. I remember that. You'll hear that, some of that coming together in the beginning. But you'll hear, because we don't know what's going on. And I remember when it finally sunk in. The thing I remember the most was when it finally sunk in that we are under attack.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Because,
the day changed.
The day changed. Because I remember, I've seen stuff from World War II and what it was like for people to be in Europe, and the Germans started bombing them. And I mean, it's one thing, and it's sad, it's horrible what happened at Pearl Harbor, but that was a military, attack. When you think about these people in World War II, that you're in the street where you live or go to work, bombs are coming down.
Yeah.
And see, we've never experienced that here in the lower 48. I mean, it just never happened.
Right.
And I hope it never happens again. But when you realize, oh, wait a minute, we have some people attacking us here, and to Bubba's point a minute ago, and you got no idea how many planes are about to start crashing into everything, and there really, we'll never know how many would have. We certainly know that Flight 93. That we know that one was headed for trouble, and there's speculation it was somewhere in Washington, whether it was the White House or the Capitol, and we know that as a fact. And those people saved no telling how many lives while losing their own. But there's also you don't know how many just when they set them down, the terrorists just got off the plane and said, okay, we
said I'm just gonna
we never got it.
I'm gonna save it for another day.
Yeah. So it changed. Think about how many things that your whole experience at the airport was changed by today.
Everything.
18 years ago, and it was a very eerie feeling, and there was certainly a lot of uncertainty. I remember getting on the phone with my wife and talking to her about it, and people praying, and it was a very, very scary day.
And then to either have kids that were so young they don't remember or that weren't born, they don't know life without that. I mean, they're post 9/11. They don't understand what life was like prior to then, and just the way things have changed. But you're right. The struggle we had was, now we've got all these TVs in here and multiple networks, and we got all these sources that we can go to. And back then, as Bubba said, we had a little bitty TV in the corner, and we're trying to figure it out. And I think that's what we hear about a lot is that, the listeners at the time were trying to figure it out too. And we were just playing this out live because we didn't have the luxury of, stopping the show, researching. And it was just like so many developments were happening just so quickly. And we were trying to, as Bubba said, the first time you see it, you're like, well, man, that's a terrible accident. That airliner accidentally hit a building. You never thought it was flown into the building on purpose, and it was an attack on our country.
Well, I remember never knowing the size of the airplane until the second one hit.
Yeah.
And then when you saw that, you'll hear us talking about, hey, that was like a big plane.
Yeah.
Because the whole time the fire's in the top of the first building, I'm thinking that a small aircraft crashed in there, and it's bad, and it's a bad fire.
And even some of the witnesses had said it was a small plane or a helicopter.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour starting on a brand new day of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour behind us. We now join the boys and all go forward. Here's the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, our number 629-WE-BE-BIG. And that is the new number for the 12 working days of Christmas since it was the lines were destroyed on Friday. Gift number 4 today can happen at any time, and it might as well go to you. Another opportunity for a gift comes from Dan Moultrie. It is a match Moultrie day today and tomorrow on the Rick and Bubba Show, so make a little note of that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray. He's got the YouTube experience for you, live and archived. Don't forget, you got all kinds of options to catch the show live every day, but you also have 2 options to catch the archives of the show, audio only on our podcast channel. And Helmsy gives you a best of hour there. And then you can watch it live on our YouTube channel. And then also have an archive there, plus a best of hour that is part of a Blaze TV subscription. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get 1 hour of Rick and Bubba from the big show every day as well on your own time. So the table is set, and we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Hey! Hey! We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas
and a Happy New Year. Okay. Let's try that again.
Wow, that was a train wreck.
The volume on my phone wasn't up. Here we go. Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors?
Meet. When we come. Toby Mac, little drummer boy today. Bob Seger yesterday. Toby Mac today. What if I did a?
That's my favorite version, though, I believe. Other than the original. I mean, that one always stands on its own.
Well, the original.
I like Toby Mac's version. That one, I mean, that's just awesome.
The original takes us back to little boys on AM radio riding in the vehicle with our parents.
Seeing that little claymation lamb getting run over. You know?
Oh, I hated that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, just tear you up.
So
that was one of the, I think as a kid, that's one of the low moments.
It is.
You know, that and Old Yellow.
Yep.
When it gets
Yep.
shot.
Yep.
That destroyed me.
Because you think they're going to pull it out somehow here.
See, because we had an old yellow dog that looked
Yeah.
just like him, and
Yeah.
every time I seen him, it just
And then the
broke my
scariest was Wizard of Oz with the flying monkeys. I remember being horrified of that.
Well, and I hate to say this, do not, and I know we don't talk about it a lot. It may be so troubling we don't. We've brought it up a few times on the program. If you're a child, claymation little drummer boy, check. Old Yeller, check. Wizard of Oz, a horror film. But, do you remember the Child Snatcher from Bed Knobs and Broomsticks?
Oh, Rick, I forgot about Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That seemed like we saw it at the drive-in. You remember that?
Yeah, it was. I was really little. I don't
Do
even
you remember
know
the
if I
Child
remember.
Snatcher grabbing kids and putting them in cages?
Now that you bring
You
it
don't
up,
remember
I
the
do.
Child
I
Snatcher?
do now.
I didn't
I
until you
forgot
said
it.
that, yeah.
Good night. So, or was that Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? It was Chitty Chitty
No,
Bang Bang.
was it?
Yeah, the Child Snatcher was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, right? I can't remember. Those are the same movie to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Chitty
but
Chitty Bang Bang.
there he is. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Was it Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Probably, I think. Adler says it's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I think it's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Well, whatever. Watch
Chitty
out.
Bang Bang,
Easy.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Easy.
Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Am I the same? Because, see, those were the Disney films before, Disney started promoting all the bizarre things they do.
Right.
But But they would sometimes throw you a curve, with Bambi's mom and the child snatcher.
Oh yeah.
And you'd be like, wait a minute.
But then I love the classics that had old Dean Jones and all of them. The Goose with the Golden Egg, and the Kurt Russell. He showed up in a bunch.
Flubber, all the Flubber series. Yeah.
World's Greatest Athlete.
Yeah, all that.
Yep, Gus.
So
Gus.
Yeah, so that was back when it's a little different now. But
I wish I had my Gus hat.
Greg, they've actually re-released it. But this time, Gus, the field goal kicking mule, is actually transgender.
You're unlocking trauma for me right now. Forgot about the child snatcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I should have never brought him up. I think we'd all buried him. I think we had buried him in our subconscious.
We didn't like him.
Big fake nose.
Now the flying monkeys and the witch on the Wizard of Oz. And I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna behave, but Munchkin scared me too.
Yeah,
that's too many.
Well,
right, that's a big number.
That's big. Can't have that many.
Well, then
too many of anything that gets on you.
That's right.
Well, then they've done the behind the scenes on the actual actors, and they weren't good people.
They were partiers. They let crank it up during the filming.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. You thought that's just the way they walked. They were staggering.
And those little singing voices, Rick. What about those little singing voices? You have that many of them.
Oh no!
Scared me to death.
I know the whole thing. I hate the
Sound
Wizard
like
of
it
Oz.
was coming through plastic.
Yeah.
Hated it. I hate the Wizard of Oz.
Greg, how'd it go?
And it's just multiples.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, that movie.
There was nothing good about that movie. Nothing.
I remember I'd watch the only 3 networks we had plus public broadcasting, and I remember sitting there going, "Why are y'all promoting this? Like y'all are proud to have this movie on?
No.
I don't want to see this.
It's as scary as Dracula."
Yeah,
I like The Wiz better with Michael Jackson in it.
Well, true.
Y'all, I
never saw that.
It wasn't as scary.
I never saw that.
Oh, The Wiz. Yeah,
he was the scarecrow.
Classic. I had
I thought
nightmares.
you had to go to Disney to see that.
I had nightmares for about a year from. Do y'all remember on Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Christopher Lloyd's the villain. His eyes turn red at the end. He's like really bad.
But I never watched it. I was grown when that came out.
Okay, well I wasn't, and I had nightmares for like a year from that.
So here's the thing: you can't do flashbacks. You can't do flashbacks because everybody in the room's so much older than you. Were going, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, it was scary when I was a kid.
We were stinking by then.
Yeah, we didn't know nothing about that. Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh, I was stinking, but I was scared.
Yeah, I think I may have had children.
Yeah.
So anyway, when we come back, we'll jump in. We do have Match Moultrie today, which always brings a little bit of anxiety, and we have him. We have him here today and tomorrow, and.
Holiday special.
Yeah, so
right.
that
Double header.
But just another way. This time of year, we try to throw as many gift ideas as we can at you. So we'll do that, and then somebody will win a gift today. I told you we got gift number 4 in the 12 working days of Christmas. That's coming up today at some point on the program. And when we come back, I'll tell you some good news for some of you. We had a sold-out item that is now back in the store.
She's back. Oh, yeah. Cats are back.
So I'll tell you.
Rick, we got some really big stories to cover today, too.
Yep.
A lot going on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then some of those said, no, it was a big plane. You remember that on the street? Said, no, this was big.
Right. Yeah, and then when you saw the second one, then of course you realized, okay, both of them were probably big planes, and we've got to. And then you get into the whole thing about you don't even start thinking about that the towers are going to come down.
Right.
You just
never really thought about it.
You just think they've got a terrible fire to put out, and and a lot of people are dead, and certainly those people are in trouble. But you don't think about that the whole thing's going to come down.
We learned a lot that day, didn't we?
Yeah. Well,
we sure did.
Sadly, we haven't applied much some of it, but that part is unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's a marker.
You would think 9/11 alone would have this border issue that everybody would be on the same page. I mean, 9/11 alone, you would think just that attack.
It's almost like we went back the other way after 4 or 5 years,
Yeah. You would think we'd get our act together on visas, overstaying those.
Still got that going on.
You would have thought that we would have taken everything. I mean, this is just the way I think. Maybe I'm an idiot. I mean, I certainly can be one. But you would think that everything that failed, that kept those people in the country and got them on those planes, and that successful attack, you would just go back and say, we're changing everything that caused that. And we changed some, but we haven't done anything about people being in our country that aren't supposed to be here. Yeah. We haven't done much on that at all. And I know we're trying to now, but I mean that if we had just followed through on the visas are outdated and what are y'all doing here? And you think about how many things that they were being told that they didn't complete. And
people going to flight school, not worried about learning to land.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, but at that time, you didn't really think anything. It didn't ring any bells with you because you just didn't conceive somebody would do that.
Yeah.
Every heart that is
ground personnel that the plane has been hijacked. So they're thinking, that they're in for some long ordeal, not knowing that the way we treat hijacking, as Bubba said earlier, is about to change forever. And you just kind of follow through that timeline as things were happening. So we were live on the air, and you'll hear all of us talking about that coming up in the next segment. Greg, how did you find out about it? Because you guys didn't work here. I was going to ask you and Helms and Adler.
I was actually in a bucket truck leaving Anniston heading towards Heflin. We were working up there. And I was in the truck by myself. Somebody must have been off that day. But anyway, I was just listening on the radio, and like y'all, I thought a small plane. They had reported a plane had hit the Trade Center, North Tower, I think. And I thought, well, that's probably just a small plane. But by the time I got there, the other one had been hit, and they were reporting that the Pentagon was on fire. So I remember then there was an old store up here in Fruithurst, Alabama, and they had old television in there, and we went in there and watched on TV. But, yeah, I remember it was a real pretty day, real sunny when we were out.
It was.
Nice fall day.
Helms, how'd you find out?
I was actually at the house in Gadsden. I was 4 months from getting married.
Wow.
So that kind of give you the timeline of where I was at in my life.
Wow. Very
immature, very disconnected on world and politics. And even when it happened at first, it was more like, wow, okay. That because I was just immature, didn't really know. But I remember Dad, I'll never forget this. I was I was living in Jacksonville, but I was at home for some reason and going through a transition of getting a job in Birmingham and, of course, waiting for the wedding. But I'll never forget Dad coming upstairs and knocking on the door and said, hey, you need to get up. There's something really bad going on. And I thought, what's he talking about? He's like, and I said that. I said, what are you talking about? I didn't know if he was talking about our family or whatever.
Yeah.
And he said, just turn the TV on. And he went back downstairs, and I turned the TV on, and that's when it unfolded for me. And, wow, I'll never there's the markers we talk about.
Sure.
I'll never forget that. So Dad and I sat there and watched it for hours and hours and trying to figure out what's going on, just like you guys. And I told Speedy and Greg in the kickoff hour, not being here, not even really knowing you guys at that time, and I don't want to take anything away from this day, but the way y'all handled that was beautifully. The way you and we'll play it next and the editing, but the way y'all handled that day as we go back and listen to it, man, you guys did a good job.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and Merry Christmas from all of us here. We hope you and your family have a great season. Sing it, Bubba. As we make our way back, thinking about gift ideas, soft, silky, a best-selling Christmas gift for her today. How about to get a free $75 nightie with your naturally smooth pajamas from Pajamagram, or they tell us to say it Pajamagram. Didn't they correct us last year? We said pajama, and they said we were supposed to say pajama.
Yeah, I had to cut one when you were
Was
gone.
that right?
And I like to never got through it. I would say pajamas 3 times and then say pajama.
But Greg, is it pajama or pajama? Do you remember that?
We've heard both.
We're supposed to say pajama, aren't we? Yeah. I kind of think people know what.
That ain't how my mama said it.
Yeah. Are you sure about that? I heard a commercial. I think it sounded like Yeah, I'm like Bubba. Sometimes they say we're saying it wrong, then they tell us how to say it, and it sounds like the same word.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Pajama.
I think y'all know what I mean. There's a $75 gift if you get the Naturally Smooth pajamas from Pajamagram or pajamas from Pajamagram.
There you go.
I'm going to step out here. I bet everybody in the audience knows what I'm talking about.
That's it.
No matter how you say it. So anyway, but now we move from the ladies, unless you hunt, and a lot of women do.
Oh, yeah.
And y'all look cute in your camo. We've discussed that. Here comes Moultrie. This match Moultrie. Here we go. Yeah. So some opportunities for you this wonderful Christmas season as here come the holidays and the new year and all that's going on. But it is a gift-giving time. And some great gifts are available now. If you go to show notes at rickandbubba.com, and you'll see we've got some holiday packages and some special pricing for the entire season. Dan, welcome back. How are you, buddy?
Everything's good, Rick. How about y'all this morning?
That's good. Camo and Santa colors, it doesn't really, I mean, do y'all have some kind of a camo pattern? Like a black or red?
Red and green, the colors of the season.
The red, you throw some red in there on the green.
Yeah. Hey, everybody's in a quandary on what to give folks. People, we just want to ease that for somebody. We got that covered.
Yeah. The Moultrie family, y'all love Christmas?
Everything's ready to go.
Do you just love it?
Hey, we're like Greg, all those new grandbabies. We happy about all that. Yeah. They'll probably get spoiled a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the things, Bubba, I don't know if you've ever been into Moultrie's house at Christmas. It's unique. There is a tree there, but there's a tree stand in it.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people don't know. But I will say it's easier to put the star on top. Scamper right up.
It really is.
You hook on. Right. Go up with your slip knot and put it on.
So, and Derek, look at old Duke.
Look at Derek.
The Duke is back.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Former Alabama football player. I guess you're kind of enjoying things, right?
Derek and I never doubted from the very beginning of the season.
Me and Dan haven't spoken about the game, but it's just understood.
Listen,
the part that I liked, I mean, that was a great game. It was a fantastic thing to watch, but it took the entire media talking about what happened afterwards until y'all beat Georgia. You don't hear about poor little Auburn anymore. Y'all quit talking about Auburn.
The New Mexico State hangover is still there.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, we've said for years, to be a champion, you have to be good and lucky. And they qualify.
That's qualify.
They qualify.
Auburn's had plenty of luck over the years.
Oh, no, come
on. Absolutely. Strange things.
I tell you, all that luck will get you about 6 wins.
Yeah, that's it.
If you're downwind.
So Duke, you come in here, you tote an Iron Bowl victory, you're toting a college playoff, SEC championship. You got it all. A rotate. But people right now can't buy those things, but they can go to moultriefeeders.com/holidays2023 or just use the link at rickandbubba.com. Tell us some things you put together.
So we got some great bundles for you if you're looking for a present for the hunter in your life. We've got some replacement universal digital timers that are on sale down to $29.99. We've got the packable hoist and gambrel system, which comes with a 4x4 pulley to where you can fold it up, put it in your pack, and when you harvest an animal in the field, you have a way to hang it up and take care of your meat. But also you can use this to hang our hanging feeders that you can find on our website. So those pesky barrels where you try to hang them up in the tree, there's not a good way to get them up, get them down, fill them. This kind of solves that for you. Then we have a bundle with the Micro 42 kit and Feed Station 2. So this will give you the opportunity to put feed out on a tree, put a camera on it, check your SD card, see what's coming in there. That's marked down to $99.99. And then the big one is our new Ranch Series 300 gravity feeder. We have bundled that with our feeder feet pack, and that's marked down to $399.99, and that's normally well over $500. So that's a very good holiday bundle for our customers to check out.
So when you think about all the things we've been
bundle's a big word.
Yeah, everybody loves a bundle. I mean, because you're like, well, that. I can go pull the trigger on that instead of me trying to pick item after item after item. Y'all have already bundled them all together. And Bubba, is there anything more wonderful if you are someone who's an outdoor and hunting enthusiast for you to look under the tree and there's not just one item, there's a bundle.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
and I know sometimes dads are hard to buy for.
They are.
If they're an outdoorsman, you cannot go wrong with these. Doesn't matter how many they have or have had.
Right.
This beats a pair of socks and underwear every time.
Yes. And Bubba, I see some high tech stuff in there. I mean, the universal digital timer. I mean, is it you like that?
Oh, I do.
Well, you always need one or two extra just when the other ones go down.
You pull up, one goes down.
Yeah.
You got one sitting in your truck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to just do a quick pop and replace and move forward and then work on the other one later.
Mm-hmm. Boy, pop and replace. That's got me written all over it. and I sat here and acted like I appreciate the fact y'all got a hoist and gambrel, in the bundle, but you throw something like that at somebody like me, and you've just brought confusion into my life. That's all you've done. And I wouldn't know how to operate that thing. My life depended on it. Have y'all simplified it for people like me?
The whole process of everything seems to be simplifying. Thanks to Hannah.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Hannah.
I got some of the Gravity Ranch series feeders and have been working on them.
Yeah.
And getting them out, and it's just so simple. The time deal trains the deer, but it's simple to just fill them up.
Yeah.
And let it, but with the different heads on that, you can go all three different heads. If you want to change, you can change.
Yeah.
But it sure seems like a lot of hunters are doing the gravity feed free choice now.
All right, so Speedy's trying to show me how to operate it there. See, I love the thought of that. I'm just trying to picture me setting it up. And
or if you need to change the block out in a small Jeep or something.
Well, I was about to say
that too.
I worked on my lawnmower with it last time.
Or just take your baby brother and lift him up on it, see if he can get him up.
Yeah.
I actually held an auger up so I could get it on the tractor by myself.
What do you think? Gary would find some use for that.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Here we go.
I mean, I've been talking to Moultrie if he needed somebody like to be the spokesperson for the hoist and gambrel. I mean, and I take one of my little grandkids and hoist him up, let him hang here a minute.
All right.
It'd be fun and functional.
Fun and functional.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about what's going on in the world of Moultrie, help you do some shopping. I mean, a lot of you out there, if you've got folks that love to hunt and they got land, we're deer hunting, we got a club or something, this is perfect stuff.
Yeah.
And also, we'll match Moultrie before we're done today. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I told Speedy and Greg in the kickoff hour, not being here, not even really knowing you guys at that time, and I don't want to take anything away from this day, but the way y'all handled that was beautifully. The way you and we'll play it next and the editing, but the way y'all handled that day as we go back and listen to it, man, you guys did a good job. I mean, you really did.
Well, we didn't have any idea what was going on.
No, you didn't, and that's what makes it. I think it was a real raw emotion that you were getting from you guys. Excuse me, and it changed my mindset on a lot of the things that I took for granted. My dad being a fireman, for one.
Right, there you go.
So
yeah, I can't tell you the number of people that told me they found out about it because they were going through their normal routine of listening to this show, and it unfolded here. Adler, how did you find it? Now 18 years ago, you were 22. What?
No, I was
20.
I was a sophomore.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
That's right. You're 33 now, aren't you?
Yeah. I was a sophomore in high school, and a lot of the classrooms put on the TV after the first plane hit, just because, like we said, nobody knew what was going on. And I was not in one of the classrooms where a live TV was on, in which, students were watching, and the second plane hit the towers. So a lot of my peers, a lot of my friends, that was their experience. That was not my experience for that one, which I think was helpful, That was tough for a lot of my friends, just to kind of like all together witness that horrific thing in a big moment like that. And that's, like you guys said, that's when
that's when you knew something's really going on wrong.
The flip got switched. So this was the first time in my life I went home and just watched the news, by myself at that point. So that was kind of a weird moment of kind of growing up a little bit, just being like, wow, so I really care about what's going on in the world right now, because it really impacts.
Yeah, because you're a sophomore in high school. You were talking about Helms. You're a young guy, early 20s. And in your mindset then, I remember it vividly. I didn't have any idea what was going on in the world, nor did I really care at those two ages. But as far as outside of my
the little world you lived in. So I guess for a lot of you guys that were young, this was a kind of a grow up moment.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Erin, my wife, is a teacher, and she teaches 9th grade now, 11th grade. But it was a interesting moment for her to have a brand new class of freshmen come in, and none of them were alive when 9/11 happened.
Right.
And she's like just like Speedy was saying, it's like this might as well be Pearl Harbor to them. Like it's just something that happened in the past. Yeah.
You
gotta
have
tell
a
'em.
generation that had that. You had a generation that had the Kennedy assassination, and then the attack on Pearl Harbor. Those were kind of those moments you always remember.
I remember us making that connection pretty quick that this will be the things you just mentioned, Bubba. This will be ours.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
This will be ours.
But in the beginning, I mean, we went way off because nothing entered our mind where someone has hijacked a plane and flown it into buildings. We were like, we're trying to come up with other reasons. It's like, oh, okay, well, this happened, well, that happened, because we just didn't think that way.
I remember one of the emailers said, well, they had been books written about it, but it just wasn't. That wasn't the common knowledge. That wasn't the common thing that you saw done. It was hijackers give them what they want, they let the people go, then authorities track them down. That was kind of the standard operating.
I think in what we're going to play back, you'll actually hear Mickey Dean. He's even got a theory that it's drug cartel.
Colombian drug lords.
Colombian drug lords.
I think that's what he said.
There was something going on that would have made that a credible theory.
I mean, we had a war on drugs going on, and there was a lot of things going on in Central America.
There have been threats made.
Right.
But some voices you're going to hear in it. Roxanne was in the news department, and we were talking to Prater, bringing him on weather like we do with Span now. Just another segment, you know, and then it just unfolds.
So when we come back, you'll hear Mark Prater. He was the meteorologist for us at the time. You'll hear Roxanne, who was the news person. You'll hear Jim Dunaway.
Yes, he calls in.
Jim Dunaway calls in. You'll hear Mickey Dean, and then it should just be Speedy, Bubba, and me. I don't know who. Don Juan, maybe.
Don Juan was there, but there was only 3 mics in the studio at the time.
Right.
So that's where a lot of times we're kind of standing around, and you hear a lot of off mic reaction because we're watching it develop on the TV and then trying to report about it. You know.
So when we come back, what we'll play that, and those of you that are watching on YouTube, you'll get some visuals to go with it, and they'll be difficult, but it's good to go back and remember that. And
$35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. Gift number 4 coming up on the 12 working days of Christmas. Also, it was sold out, but now it is back, and we did find a way to restock in time for you to get them for Christmas. If you missed and did not order, we have a tea glass collectible series for the 30th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show. And since the first one has a Christmas theme with all of us cartoons of the show on it, we want to go ahead and get it out even before the year ended for this Christmas, and it sold out quickly. But we have restocked, and you can order those still at rickandbubba.com if you haven't already, or you missed it and you thought it was sold out and thought you could have something, and then you thought you couldn't. Now you can again. So there it is if you're watching on YouTube. If not, you can see it in the store. It is available. There'll be 4 of those over the 30th anniversary celebration, and that one is number 1, and it has been restocked. So if you didn't get the 16-ounce tea glass, we call it a sweet tea glass, but you can put anything in it you want. And it is a collectible, and it has the show and the cartoon, and Bubba and I are Santa-type figures. The rest of the guys are elves. And you can add that to fun for the family. Also, Relief Factor, a lot of you are looking at, we were just talking to Derek Duke here remotely about aches and pains. A lot of times this stuff comes with aging or the body just being beat up a little bit, and you have the over-the-counter stuff. They certainly serve a purpose, but they're not designed to be, like a multivitamin every day, because they have side effects if they're overused, and then you get into the opioids for pain control, and you have all the addiction problems there. Here's something that is all natural. It's 4 botanicals, and we got a great email from Rod, who listens in Mississippi. Rod says, for the past 8 years, I've experienced increasing discomfort and debilitating pain in my back and right shoulder due to years of strenuous physical labor and overuse. Started taking Relief Factor after hearing you guys talk about it. I started back in July, and after a few weeks, I began to experience a significant change in the intensity of the pain. I continue to take the product, and the pain and the discomfort are pretty much completely gone. I also can sleep so much better because of this, and even doing a little bit better and exercising is a lot easier and more comfortable, and I'm not worried about the dangerous chemical pharmaceutical side effects for overuse there to try to stop pain. It is all natural. It's not addictive, and there's no side effects. So you can get it now at ReliefFactor.com. Get your 3-week pack for $19.95. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working or not. I take it every day. I love the product. I hope you will, too. The majority of the people who use it see significant pain reduction naturally. So get yours now at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Derek Duke and Moultrie are here. We are going to do a match Moultrie coming up.
Oh, boy.
So we've talked about the holiday bundles that are there at MoultrieFeeders.com/holidays 2023. We've got the hoist in Gambrel on sale. We've got the Universal Digital Timer on sale. This is the latest, by the way. This is the latest edition. The Micro 42 with the feed station on sale for $99.99, and then the bigger one, the Ranch Series Gravity Feeder, and the feeder on sale for $399.99. All that, and you can bundle them, put things together. But Derek, what are some other items out there? Obviously, the cameras have been crazy popular, but what are some other things if I'm looking for that hunting enthusiast on my Christmas list, aside from these bundles we've talked about?
So we've got a good line of accessories on our website as well. So if you have a hunter that has a bunch of trail cameras, we have camera stakes and batteries and SD cards and packs to load your cameras in. We've got one product that I really do like is our leveling feeder leg.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have your feeder on a little slope and it's a little bit off of level, this feeder leg will replace one of your legs on your feeder, and it has 1 inch increments to where you can make it longer or shorter to make sure you get it leveled up on that.
Not have to look for a rock to put it under.
One of the best uses of that too, Rick, is people want to put a regular feeder around their pond, and every pond slopes in. You got to have a leg that'll adjust,
exactly,
and that immediately takes care of that problem.
Yeah,
because if you don't, you ain't got a leg.
And
That's
exactly. I knew you take my line, Bill Buster.
Well, the other thing too, if you're like most of our situations in Alabama and many other places, or if you have a drought that is so severe where it was sitting now it's just throwing feet on dirt, you need to move it down closer to the water, and so
if you have water,
right? Yeah, I got a little bit of water. The good news is I found a lot of fishing rods the kids lost over the years. So one of the things too, you were talking about you can actually get accessories like one of these different leg for the feeder, and I'm not saying this happened to me. I don't know who it was, but it might have happened. Sometimes you'll move feeders and you take the legs off and to move them, and you put the legs in a vehicle that you're driving, and they're kind of you got them kind of sticking out. And you may one may get caught under the vehicle and broken.
Yeah,
and now you've got
or just disappear on the side of the road.
Now you've got a feeder that doesn't have a leg, and you'd love to have an extra.
Yeah, if that happens, we got 6-pack and 3-pack replacements on multifeeders.com accessories.
It's funny because
electric tape will hold for a little while, but I mean,
yeah. I actually have one of the 325s, and we needed some. I got the 6-pack of legs extensions.
Got to have them
to make it taller.
Yeah.
At one point, now it comes with it now already.
Yeah.
Somehow I knew
years
you
past.
had that.
Well, I bought it, but and another thing, I did.
Hey, look, you know what you've done now. Now you've added a lot.
I know, but there ain't nobody lying.
Don't get on the naughty list.
You had us all in the story.
There's nobody lying. You can ask Ashley.
Let me tell you what I'd use a multimodal camera from if I could document a picture of you buying something.
That's what we did.
Look, I got no camera.
We're taking it to extremes here.
The credit card statement was doing.
But one thing I don't think is pushed enough is y'all's apparel. Like y'all's trucker hat that you're wearing now.
Yeah.
I mean, those are very affordable. If you're just looking for something fun,
You must be going by today.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, like if you're looking for
those that are
something for the
adjustable, like
hunter.
small bald heads, that fit real good. the apparel is cool stuff. I wear a little Moultrie apparel down at the farm when I'm walking around when I mean business.
Yeah, like if you don't want to spend big ticket item money, but you want to get something for maybe somebody in the family or whatever, the Moultrie hats or T-shirts or stuff like that are really cool.
In our Dirty Santa this weekend at the Rick and Bubba party, Moultrie goods showed up.
Do you know you made an appearance? Adler, you want to tell Dan about that?
Yeah, make fun of him.
Yeah. So the most sought after Dirty Santa gift was was a Moultrie tumbler cup.
Yep.
Got from MoultrieFeeders.org or something.
No, you got it when Dan brought it by here and set it on your desk.
Hey, that's a high quality cup.
Dan, I want
back him up.
I want you to know too, because I just go
lip balm.
I just go a little more straightforward than everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm extra large now, not double.
Okay, that's good. I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
I just want to make you know,
Hey,
get sizes right.
Santa will be coming in here tomorrow. I hear.
Well, I mean, hey, he came by today.
Yeah, but he's really going to come in
So
tomorrow.
tell me about one of the things that you had us look at today. This is the smaller version of the cameras. Is that a design for, like, you want it to be a little more discreet, places that are harder to put one? You brought that by today.
Not one. Well, that's the reason I make chocolate and vanilla when you go to the ice cream shop.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Everything doesn't fit the same person.
Right.
There may not be signals somewhere.
If you haven't seen these cameras, they're really small.
A little bitty.
Fit
very
right
discreet.
in the palm of your
Very
hand.
discreet.
If you look at the picture on our website, it looks like a little tiny little camera in my palm.
And what I would say, it'll fit in a stocking.
Easily.
Or better.
But it's easy to conceal, so a lot of people have problems with people stealing their cameras. So we
No
have
doubt.
So you have this camera taking a picture of you.
Camera on camera.
Well, we
That's
have
the
a
way you
security
stop
box that you can use lag bolts and put it into the tree, or use a Python cable and secure it. But the small form factor of this camera really makes it easier to conceal.
And does it have the card in it, or how do you
does
get the
have an
pictures out?
SD card inside, and it only uses 4 AA batteries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. I've got one in there on my desk right now.
Yeah.
I was hiding it so Speedy wouldn't see it. But
easy to conceal.
Easy to conceal. But
He didn't even notice it.
But no, you talk about something funny on that about people stealing your cameras. So Gary, we always laugh about, Gary. He actually thinks the farm is his. You know what I mean? So and so he thinks he thinks I should check in with him about everything.
Yeah.
And so anyway, and every now and then, I'll get out the taxes and stuff. I get the invoices and I'll show him that I actually pay for it and all that.
Right.
And so, but anyway, hey, I'm down here filling up these feeders. So hey, these doggone Chilton County rednecks, they done stole every camera you got. I said, Gary, I moved all the cameras to different locations. Oh, well, you should have told me. I was down here cussing Blue Streak. He said, I was looking where them cameras you are now, all gone. I said, they just moved to different places. They're gone. So that was it. All right, we come back. Match Moultrie.
It's a dandy.
Oh, boy.
It's a dandy.
We're going to match Moultrie. Speaking of the feeder kits, we're going to give one away. The Micro 42 kit in Feed Station 2. It's one of our holiday bundles that we just mentioned that you can give as a great gift. If you want to shop Moultrie, the links at rickandbubba.com under show notes, or go to MoultrieFeeders.com. We'll be right back to Match Moultrie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Who's going to save us now? Need to Breathe. Maybe they're on to us from The Reckoning. I've always thought The Reckoning, baby. That's a cool name for an album. Isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a number of things that we need to cover. Bubba was telling me I was a little shocked by this out of the political world, and I thought he was messing with me. That Elizabeth Warren has now tied Joe Biden.
That's what this poll says. 26%.
Pocahontas is closing in.
Of all people,
Yeah.
I did not expect
Right,
her to be the one that would close in.
I really didn't either, but I mean, I guess, does this say less about Elizabeth Warren and more about Joe Biden?
I think.
He's just really, guys. I just don't.
I'll be honest with you. I don't trust these polls. I don't believe these polls, not for a minute. Just like we have just an avalanche of fake news nowadays.
Oh, unbelievable!
I think we got fake polls.
Well,
and the reason I say that, go back to the presidential election. Hillary was up by 8 points on election day, by all the major polls thereabouts.
Yeah.
Now, give or take a point or two. Didn't happen. I hear these polls. I know I get the phone calls that probably a lot of you get too from pollsters. I never answer them. I get the messages, or if I pick up and they tell me, they hang up.
Unless they can get my cell phone now, they never get me.
Well, but even then, I hang up on a lot of them. I don't participate in a lot of that. And I feel like a lot of other people who are, kind of like us are doing that too. If you're out busy, you're working, got kids, all that kind of stuff, you don't want to be a part of all that. And I think that people of our mindset are undersurveyed in a lot of these things.
Probably so.
But in general.
But I think, though, the more you watch, Handsy Joe, you start – this is what you sense when you watch him. It's almost like you.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this off.
I just don't think he can do it. And I think they're starting to realize, like you're talking about, they may be manipulating the poll.
But Elizabeth Warren is the one that you want to put on a stage to go head-to-head with Donald Trump and compare what you're going to do to what he's done.
All right.
Well,
I think it says more about the people that are behind Elizabeth Warren than it does anything else. I mean, who else?
Right.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, think about who are you going to put up there?
Kamala.
And you would pick
Kamala.
And you would pick, I think, Biden out of that group. But I mean, he's just fumbling around like he just can't. Joe Biden is a perfect example of he's from an era, and they're trying to teach him how to live in the current era, and he just can't do it.
You can't. Right. Well, if and I play this game,
and I'm having a hard time living in it myself, so I certainly understand.
I play this game. I act like when I watch the debates, I act like I'm a Democrat, and I got to pick one of them.
Yeah,
it's Joe Biden every time. It's not even close.
Don't we have that again tonight?
And I'll be honest. Elizabeth Warren would probably be second. Think about that a minute.
I know,
because it's not Mayor Pete.
No.
Kamala may be. I don't know.
I think Kamala would be.
You got to get in the. You got in order to watch. In order to watch it and tolerate it, Rick,
she's got some
you got to go places that you don't think you'll ever go.
I know.
Okay,
yeah.
That's the way you got to look at it, though. That's the Democrats.
I
don't know if I can get in that mindset.
It's
I'm
hard.
trying.
It's very hard.
I know. Look, I can watch a movie and pretend like I'm a cowboy. I guess I can do that. So
I think horizontal Harris. I mean Kamala Harris. Would be, much better.
Wow,
pick.
Bubba at.
Oh, Bubba.
So
I don't assign nicknames here.
Right.
I just report them.
Guys,
go online.
You look at that lineup. I mean, we're not one person's mentioned Bernie yet.
Well, no.
They ain't feeling the burn like they. He may come roaring in.
But
there.
Elizabeth Warren's as nutty as he is.
Yes.
Plus, her crazy Indian stuff. So
right.
You think?
Y'all,
it's like have fun with her.
Y'all, really, it's. I kind of feel sorry for whoever goes up.
Well, the problem they're having right now is behind the scenes. To Helmsley's point, they're saying, "Look, guys, we cannot send this circus. We got to have Biden." And then somebody says, "Look, in a minute, if we keep putting Biden up there, he's just going to say lamp out of nowhere." I mean, this is just. I mean, he's getting to the I love lamp. This guy, he can't do it.
The only hope they have is someone younger who acts like they got their act together, and they're somewhat middle America.
Yeah, no, you're all over this.
And would be extremely moderate for the Democrats right now.
I tell you who they should have put up, and I'm glad they didn't. Michelle Obama.
And here we go. Gift number 4, 12 working days of Christmas coming your way. Don't forget, if you're going to participate in Match Moultrie, we do have a new toll-free number now. 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. And it's time to match Moultrie now. We're looking, all you have to do is get the answer that Moultrie is looking for. Now, that's crucial. It is the answer that Moultrie is looking for. I don't know if
so Google doesn't necessarily go in play here.
Yeah. I was thankful. We serve a gracious God. Dan did come into my office today before we started and he said, now I started to do a Bible trivia question today, but I decided not. I said, that's a good call.
We discussed it. Rick knew the answer, but not many people would.
That was what you were hoping for.
We're supposed to be enjoying the Bible this time of year, not frustrated with it. All right, so of course, let's go with the Micro 42 kit plus Feed Station 2 holiday bundle.
Camera and feeder.
So you get the camera and you get the feeder.
Let's go. Adam.
Wow. So that's a big prize, and so here we go. Bubba, here's what we're looking for. We're looking for, of course,
hit me
3 answers, of course.
Oh, I don't know the answers on purpose.
We'll do a bit of a Christmas theme here. In what European country might you find money under the tablecloth when you sit down to eat the traditional Christmas Eve supper? But first, before you can sit down to dinner, you have to do 2 things. So here's the question. What European country are we talking about? And then what are the 2 things that must happen before you sit down for traditional Christmas Eve supper?
Google that.
There's money?
Google that.
So there might, it says what country, if you sit down, there might be money under the tablecloth when you sit down for Christmas Eve.
I'm in.
What currency?
And then there's two things you got to do to be able to even eat on Christmas Eve.
All right.
And what country, and then what are those 2 things?
What do you got to do?
Yeah, and then he's got some bonus thing down here about something about hay, but I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah, the hay's good.
All right, so well, guys, let's see what happens. Shane, do you have the answer to match Moultrie today to pick up this big prize? Shane, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Probably at Walmart in the snack bar aisle.
No, that is incorrect. I've been in Walmart before and thought I was in a different country, so I'll give you that. Yeah, look, I'm going all the way to Big Year Ender. Jesse, welcome to the show. Have you got the answers that Moultrie's looking for?
Poland.
All right, that's correct. All right, so you got the country right, Poland. Everybody else make a note in case he drops the ball. So the country is Poland. Now, what 2 things must happen before you sit down to dinner?
Share a wafer and tell everyone Happy Christmas.
That's incorrect.
Share a wafer.
All right, so we've established the country, so there's one of the 3 answers.
Okay.
So no need to get the country wrong now.
That's right.
Okay, all right, so let's move on.
He's so happy he did get it right.
Jason, welcome to the show. Do you have all the answers Moultrie needs?
I've got one.
Well, that makes you a lot like the last caller, Jason.
Let's go with Poland.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Play a song and drink a beer.
Play a song? No, that's in Greg's house. Caleb in Georgia. Caleb, can you give us more than just the country?
I'll give you Poland.
Okay, well,
Good night.
That makes 3 of you now. So
staying on hold.
So it's Poland. We got that. But what 2 things must you do before you can actually sit down and eat by their tradition? John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey there. I'm just as lost as everybody. I thought the first guy was right.
No.
Well, Poland is right, but what he said to do is not right. No. Angela in Alabama.
So what do the polls do?
Yeah. Angela, go ahead.
I think they need to exchange wafers.
You may be finding that, but that is not what Moultrie's looking for. I'll tell you that.
Because we're matching Moultrie.
We're matching Moultrie. So we've got 3.
Can I try to get the second?
Well, you haven't got any of it. So
if one of them put that money in the pocket that you found under the tablecloth.
There you go. All right. So do this. First of all, you've established what is the country.
Yep.
Angela.
Poland.
All right, Poland. And then what 2 things must you do before you can sit down for Christmas Eve supper?
Exchange good wishes.
No. No.
They may do that, too.
They may do that, but that's not what Moultrie's looking for. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I say, is the tradition one that you would find here in the U.S. too?
No.
No. Never heard of it in my life.
No. Daryl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I'm just...
No, that was a good question. Huh?
It's Poland, and the dishes should be cooked, and the housework should be done.
No.
Yes, good guess.
That was a great guess. As a matter of fact, if you made that up on your own, that's really good.
I'd almost give him a camera on that.
I can't even find that one from the wafer people.
Yeah.
Scott in Alabama.
What's
Scott,
this mysterious wafer?
I don't know. Scott, go ahead.
Poland and say grace and kick a dog out of the house.
No. That's with my relatives. Brandon, what do you think?
Poland and waiting for the first star in the sky.
There's one. All right, you got one more to go, and you got it.
And leaving one empty seat at the table.
Golly, you were so close.
So now we got two.
Yeah, all right, so now we've established two.
Now that is one of their traditions. It's just not the one Moultrie's looking for, because I was reading some of theirs.
Yeah,
too.
he's looking for another one.
That's kind of cool, though.
So one of them he's looking for is spotting the first star in the sky, which we'll talk about that in a minute. And it is Poland. So we're missing one more thing, and then you win.
Again, establish that they got to do this before they look for the money under the tablecloth.
Okay, all right. Caleb in Union City. Yeah, this is
about that.
Yeah, all right. Caleb, what do you think? There's one more thing that's missing.
Oh, it's Poland, the first star, and they have to go to the neighbors and tell them Christmas before they can eat.
No.
Oh my
But
goodness.
nice idea.
You couldn't be happier. Right?
Yeah, that's
He's grinning from ear to ear.
Scott in Alabama. Scott, we're one answer away from matching Moultrie.
Poland, first star, first snowflake.
No. That's
So
that's
if it
incorrect.
wasn't, if the forecast wasn't for snow, you'd never get to eat.
Right.
Is that right?
He's pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Close to that.
That's actually a tradition at the hunting camp, and the snowflake is actually a person. Derek, go ahead.
Poland and the first star. Say grace.
Okay, thank you, baby. Allison, what do you think?
Okay, Poland, the first star, and is it hay is spread beneath the tablecloth?
Ooh, Moultrie. Moultrie.
Moultrie, not there. Buddy, we got a minute. No.
Karen, that's so close. I'm sorry, Allison. Karen, now you go. Karen, what do you think?
Hello.
Hey, Karen.
Hello.
Hey there.
Good morning.
Well, I was going to actually say the laying of the hay because it symbolizes where Jesus was born.
Yep. That is true. That one's not wrong. It's just not what Moultrie's looking for.
That's the bonus.
Yeah, that's a bonus. Yeah, but there's one more. Yeah, the one he's looking for, and it's. You may be overthinking it a little bit. Brad in Alabama. Brad, go ahead.
Bray the donkey.
It's Poland, the first star, and you have to remove the hay from under the tablecloth.
Oh gosh. Mark in Birmingham.
Somebody just put it under there. You got to clean it up.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, is it Poland, the first star, and the meal's got to be vegetarian?
No.
Dan, I'm so mad at you right now.
I'm sorry.
This is a simple trivia question. It's so simple.
Dan Moultrie.
It's so
Dan
simple.
Moultrie.
I mean, it's easy.
All right, so Poland we got. Spotting the first star we got. There is something you can do. They do that about the hay, but there were two things you got to do before you ever eat. Yeah. And that's different. And there's something you had to do. And we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
She walks away with it if you put her up there.
Yeah. I don't think she wants to food.
No, she doesn't. Obviously not. But I'm talking about
years of that.
I'm talking about if I was just somebody came down and said I will give you whatever candidate you want, and I'm a Democrat. I said, well, could you please make Michelle Obama run?
Yeah,
because she would win.
She would.
No, I'll tell you.
They're all over that.
I'll tell you who would win. I think right now would be who was the guy that he was messing around on his wife that had cancer from North Carolina. What was his name?
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
Golly.
What's his name? Help me, somebody.
I'm not even.
You'll know.
He was a senator.
No, I remember the.
Golly.
What's his name?
Yes.
John Edwards.
John Edwards.
Rick
We'll be
and
back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the things that happened, though, is this is a time for a lot of folks of grieving and remembering and memorializing. And the Speedy was telling us that there was one of the family members, because the times we're living in now, where you just kind of shake your head back to the, I don't want to answer it as frankly as probably I could with zero reservation. Did we learn what we needed to learn from the attack on 9/11 as a country? From a spiritual standpoint and even from a safety standpoint, it doesn't appear so. Just based on the way we're living, because that usually is an indicator on what we've really learned or haven't learned. But anyway, so one of the things is we have Omar, a Muslim, who has made comments about 9/11 that frankly are highly offensive
And Speedy says that one of the family members took that on during the remembering their loved one.
He did. He was actually wearing "Some People Did Something" shirt while he was at the mic, and
which is a reference to a comment
that she made about 9/11.
Yeah, and really, this is the 9/11 ceremony where they get up and they read their family member's name and others, and he took that opportunity, and here he is. Take a listen.
Some people did something, said a freshman congresswoman from Minnesota, to support and justify the creation of CARE. Today I am here to respond to you exactly who did what to whom. Madam, objectively speaking, we know who and what was done. There is no uncertainty about that. Why your confusion? On that day, 19 Islamic terrorists, members of al-Qaeda, killed over 3,000 people and caused billions of dollars of economic damage. Is that clear? But as to whom? I was attacked. Your relatives and friends were attacked. Our constitutional freedoms were attacked. And our nation's founding on Judeo-Christian principles were attacked. That's what some people did. Got that now? We are here today, Congresswoman, to tell you and the squad just who did what to whom. Show respect in honoring them, please. American patriotism in your position demand it. For God and country, amen.
So let me be clear about who did what. Let me clarify that and just said it to her as straight as you can say it.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, there was a time, there was a time you could not make the statement she made about something that was, there's a lot of gray areas. And what happened on 9/11 from an American point of view is not a gray area. And if you were going to serve the country that was attacked, you could not politically make a statement like that and see another day of any political hope.
Yeah, well, she can't say what really happened because it won't play with the home team.
Right. And I'd never thought I would see the day where the liberal media and those on the left are trying to change history. And if you notice, every year we get a little bit less I guess, specific on exactly what happened. Like, look at the New York Times, what they tweeted yesterday. They tweeted that planes flew into the building. No, terrorists flying the planes flew into the building, and they quickly deleted that. But if you'll notice, the narrative's changing just a little bit, and they're trying to downplay what happened, and I never thought as Americans we would ever do that.
Well, you have to remember, and it's right out of the playbook, and, remember from somebody who was a class clown, and what I did was lighthearted, but what they're doing is heinous, and you've seen it throughout history. One of the greatest strategies is to pretend that you are not the problem, and you're the problem, and you're reflecting everything away as if you're helping solve a problem that is really you.
Right.
And so you're helping find the person that ate the birthday cake in the home ec room.
Right.
When it was really you.
Right. You were the one eating.
So what they're doing now is they are pointing, saying, no, over there are the fascists, while being the fascist. That's exactly what fascists do. They revise history, and they do things like you were talking about, these little subtle propaganda moves. What you're talking about is propaganda, is what you're talking about. To try to get you in the mindset is they're trying to turn you into the direction they want to turn you, and you got to be savvy enough to catch that. But there's nothing that's more fascist about the current state of the left in this country. They are the fascists, but notice what they do. They point across the aisle and say, over there's the fascists.
Right. Well, they always do that.
While they are
You heard him refer to CARE, which is the Council on Arab Relations, which Omar had indicated in one of her speeches began after 9/11. But
7 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Live and archived on various platforms, including America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. There's a live option for you, the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Another live option, Eddie Van Adler heads that up and produces that for you. Also another live option, the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app 24/7. It's a free download. You get the live show every day. If you don't have an affiliate or can't watch us on YouTube, there's another option. Also, the archive options include the YouTube channel, a full video archive every day on your own time, including a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. Our podcast channel, full audio archive every day, and some of you sending your assessment of how many hours of the archives you've listened to on the podcast formats. Really cool, and we thank you so much for that. That's available to you, and there's a best of hour on the audio side as well. So if you want to find out more, just go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, I mentioned Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
We don't know what to do with Moultrie, still hanging around. He's like the uncomfortable family guest that come by, and you're like, okay, time for y'all to go now. So he's still here. Because no one has. I did have someone text me the right answer, but I told them I can't give gifts via text.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count. Here, let's reset it.
Do we want to give a hint, Rick?
No.
I've
hint.
got a great
I
hint.
think we're getting there right now. I think we're getting there right now.
You better give a hint.
Yeah. Well, one hint you could be. I'll tell you one person that's never going to eat Christmas dinner in Poland. That's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah,
but anyway.
That's kind of where I was going with it.
But anyway.
That's kind of
No, Bubba's not going to Poland. No. And if it's cloudy, he's going to find a star somewhere.
Hey, did y'all see that?
I saw it.
I mean, I'd carry a candle out back.
I saw it.
A tree.
Yeah.
There it is.
So in Poland, so you don't have to guess that. The country is Poland. There's two things that you must do before everybody can eat Christmas Eve supper. You have to meet a certain criteria. One of them is someone has to spot the first star in the sky, which we just talked about, and we don't have the other one. Yes, it's true they do something with hay. Yes, it's true there's sometimes they leave seats for the apostles and plates and
a plate for Jesus, 12 different dishes for the apostles.
Of course, and all that.
Hay on the floor, wafers passed around.
I got news for you. The second time Jesus comes back for dinner, we're not going to have time to eat.
Yeah.
But anyway, so but
it's a nice thought.
But it's a nice thought. But we are looking for that second thing you must have done in order to be able to enjoy Christmas Eve supper.
It's a big feast.
It is. Brandon in Tennessee, can you end this by giving us that second thing?
All right, so it's Poland, North Star, and breaking off a piece of Oplatech and let them do the same with yours.
A piece of what?
What? Breaking off a piece of what?
I don't know, but I honestly think the fact I couldn't understand it, I think might be best.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Whatever you said is incorrect.
Yeah.
Tommy in Alabama. Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah. So is it Poland? Look for the first star and sing carols at the Christmas table?
No.
Can I give a hint?
No, not yet.
Can I give a hint?
We already have, really. Saying that you
Do we need to say more than we've already said?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think people are thinking of Christmas more than the feast.
Mm-hmm. Okay. John in Nashville.
If you got a big feast coming up, what might you do to prepare for that?
Yeah, that's good. That is a good hint. John in Nashville, go ahead.
Well, everything that's kind of been said, and then the Oplatech, it's blessed by the parish priest, and then it's broken into pieces and shared by all, and then the meal begins.
Oh, I see.
There's no red meat that is served, but fish, and it's usually carp.
Do you realize that the
That's
time
the
you
carp in the
spent
bathtub.
the time you spent researching Poland and Christmas Day, you can never get back? You realize that? Yeah, but you know what? It's a good prize. What's the prize again, Derek?
It is a Feed Station 2 and a Micro 42 camera.
Hey, guess I get it.
Camera and feeder.
Yeah,
You got to work for that.
Dana, go right ahead. Dana, can you end Moultrie's reign of terror?
Hey, is it to keep buy the carp and put it in the bathtub and then kill it for the meal?
Y'all, I can't believe we're in carp now.
Yeah.
Now we got carp and bathtub.
Yeah, I'm going to give y'all a hint. Y'all get off carp.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to Poland.
Think about what you would do to prepare for a big meal, a feast.
Yeah.
What might you do in preparation for that?
Right. And remember we
Don't
said
overthink it.
And remember we said Bubba wouldn't do it.
Right. If it's Christmas, I'm getting out of Poland.
Colt, go ahead.
All right, number 3 is you've got to fast for 24 hours.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you. How about that?
Good gracious.
Good job.
Wow. Congratulations, buddy. You got it. So you have picked yourself up the Micro 42 camera. You got a feed station. So you got a feeder and a camera. That way to work.
Wow.
We'll get all your information. I'll put you on hold. You'll talk to the real Greg Burgess, and he will be sure that Moultrie sends you all these wonderful prizes as Santa Moultrie has given away something else. So you hit that.
So, Rick, if I say, like, I'm in Poland, they're telling me all the things that we're going to be doing, getting ready for Christmas, and they're like, yeah, we're doing 12 dishes for the apostles. I go, that's cool. We're going to leave a plate open, like for Jesus. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, we're going to get a carp and throw it in the bathtub and kill it and eat it. Okay, that's good. I'm good with that. And they said, boy, the feast is going to have all this stuff, and we're going to fast 24 hours before that. I go start getting my coat.
I know.
I get my coat on. I'm headed out.
You
When's
said
my
it.
flight leaving?
So you see, I wasn't exaggerating. I was about to say Bill Bubba Bussey has a better shot at eating some old nasty carp than fasting all day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The carp he would eat. You know it.
We had ketchup. We can make it happen.
So here's what you said. Poland, when you get down to eat supper on Christmas Eve, it is tradition that you have abstained from eating all day, and then someone has to spot the first star in the sky to sit down to eat.
You just got to have the tree decorated. You got to have it lit. All that. Kind of
there's
stuff.
other things.
There's a bunch of stuff.
But this is, and they do the hay. That is all true. All that's true. But that doesn't have anything to do with making it unable for you to eat. That's all happening after the other two have been done. And Moultrie,
they basically want you to save room.
Yeah, Moultrie has and plus, fasting from a spiritual side was something that we were called to do, to focus on Christ, to focus on God. So all that's there's a holiness to it as well. So, but Moultrie, you said and brought up the obvious point, and we've kind of tiptoed around it. This first star may be a bigger problem because it could be cloudy.
If it's cloudy that day, you got a problem.
Right. A fast could end, but what if I can't find a star?
I think an airplane will become a star
fast. So I saw it.
I saw it just for a minute.
Saw it
just for a second.
Right. I saw it. So congratulations, and Dan, thank you once again for turning the show upside down.
Thanks, isn't that a dandy?
That is
hey,
a dandy.
just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, and don't miss. Moultrie's coming back tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
it's a doubleheader.
Don't miss that.
Focusing on cameras tomorrow.
So all that coming up tomorrow. We'll be back. More to unpack on the show today, and we certainly will do it.
He'll think about his trivia question all day today.
Right. Yeah, he will.
Already got it.
All I can think of is, have we ever had him come in here and give us questions 2 days in a row? The last time that happened.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actually has been around since the 70s. And it is basically the PR group for, the Arab, Middle Eastern folks. And, they kicked into high gear after 9/11 to try to, make this not about them, but about bad people. And, that debate continues today. So,
but
that's what he was referring to when he said care.
Yeah. And we're trying to make clear, as he was there too, and we've tried to do this for years. If you are someone that is Muslim, and you're like, I don't buy into the mindset of these terrorists or any who support them. Okay, well, the way they're behaving is your problem, not ours. We have to deal with what actually happened and who did it and why they did it. If you would like to correct that within your own religion, that's on you. So if you don't like people looking at you, and you don't like people questioning you, and you don't like people pulling you out of lines, of course, we're going to get to the point we won't do that because you've done such a good job of making us feel bad about that. But all of that is on these people. It's not on us. We weren't doing anything. You know, as far as the people who died that day and the people who are now suspect of people who say things like Omar says and you know, that public relations issue that you guys have is not on us. It's on the behavior of those who wear the brand of your religion. So y'all got to work that out. The rest of us have got to do what we got to do.
What you're saying is if there's people who have hijacked your religion for evil purposes, you need to call those.
That's your problem. Yeah. That's not our problem because we don't know who's who. Y'all got to work that out and quit expecting us to work it out. We have a Trump update.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't always get.
Everybody sing. Everybody sing. All right, Bubba, what we got today?
I could have more of that.
Well, Trump. Is that good with you?
I like to bounce with it.
That's good. Is that enough? Or you want another spoonful?
All right, maybe another spoonful. So
we had no idea Little P was going to be so good.
Yeah, we just had no idea.
Hey, baby.
President Donald Trump, big win at the Supreme Court on Wednesday. Probably haven't heard as much headline on this as you have some of the other stories out there. But the Supreme Court ruled and upheld his new immigration policy of making people who want asylum in our country apply in the first safe haven country they come to, not the U.S. southern border. Now, keep in mind the left. The left has, and we'll kind of break this down how this happened. The left has been screaming, "You got people in fences. You're running concentration camps." Trump has said, "We're going to try," because they're just swamped down there. They're swamped. They're overloaded more than they can handle. So how do you stop that flow? Well, he said, and they set up new rules that said, look, you're not going to come to our doorstep and then mob our gates and apply for asylum. If you're in trouble somewhere, you come to the first country where you're safe, then you apply and you wait there, not at our doorstep, okay?
That's right.
So under that rule, the only people who could apply for asylum at the southern border would be Mexicans from Mexico, okay? If you're from Guatemala, you go into Mexico, then you file paperwork and stay there, not at the U.S. border. I think it was a very logical thing to do, okay, to try to curtail this mass of people who have piled up at our southern border. So the minute that was done, we have a circuit court judge in California declares you can't do that.
I was about to say, let me guess, in the Ninth Circuit? Sure.
It was a single district judge, and he ruled that his ruling was for the whole country.
Yeah, which was a very arrogant move.
So they came back, the Ninth Circuit, who is over their district, who is the most liberal, and has been struck down more at the Supreme Court than any other district. They even come back and said, you've overstepped your bounds on this. They threw out his ruling.
Wow.
Well, he dug up some more evidence. By the way, he's an Obama appointee. Came back in, ruled it unconstitutional again for the whole country.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 20 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us as we roll out another show today. Match Moultrie's behind us, and you know we're getting toward the end of the year, so we actually get double dose of Moultrie this week. That's happening tomorrow, Lord willing, so be paying attention to that. Gift number 4, haven't given that away yet. That'll happen before the show is done today, so be paying attention and listening for that. And all right, so a couple things to update this most wonderful time of year. Do you realize, Mr. Bussey, that we are, I think today we're getting down since today's day 4. You realize we're talking 8 shows, and this year is done. There are only 8 shows on the board.
I know.
Yeah. So so anyway, and then we get to the big year ender on the 15th. So a lot going on. All right. So, you know, we've talked about a couple of things on the program, and we've talked about this for years. We're actually living in the time of many adjustments. Bubba's run a lot of the things that have changed
in the 30 years technologically on the show, and it's really amazing how many things have happened just in these 30 years. Like you say all the time, we started this. There was no internet, and it was interesting yesterday because if any of y'all out there, if you think that children are expensive, just wait if your parents live long enough and you start getting into aging parents and having to do any kind of assisted living. And let me tell you, these insurance companies, they are designed to milk your parents and your family out of every dime they possibly can. Mm-hmm. And so I was going through some of that yesterday. And do you know that it threw me a curve? Do you know what one of the hang-ups was? Certain documents weren't being faxed. And I said, faxed? And they said, yeah, and listen to this. Oh, yeah.
That's the holdup?
Yeah. Well, we fax them, but it may not be there today. They may not get it till tomorrow. I said, a fax takes that long? First of all, why are y'all faxing? I was like, why are y'all faxing? Why don't you take the form and email it and email the form?
Yeah, scan it.
Scan
Here's
it.
an idea. Take your phone out, take a picture of it.
Right. I'm like, somebody just give me the form. I can get it to where it needs to go.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's
part of the fun. That's part of the game.
Yeah. But one of the things that we, on a much more fun note, is the way that we consume entertainment now has a lot to do with apps and streaming. Remember, that world did not exist when you and I started doing the show at all.
Not even close.
And so one of the things that we've talked about on the show is, and it's become a common phrase, what show are you binging now? That means that the show's already done. Mm-hmm. It's in the HIPAA.
Yeah.
You go in there and there's all the episodes and you watch as many as you can watch in one sitting or whatever and all that.
Over the weekend.
And there's a lot that goes with that. So I reluctantly, and I blame Greg.
Uh-oh.
And tell me if I'm wrong on this, baby brother, for bringing the show Virgin River to the show. Was that you? Wasn't that Greg?
I think it was.
Helms?
We were neck and neck.
I will mutually be okay with saying this was Greg and myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
this was both of us.
So I got pulled into
and
all
I'm
that.
playing catch up now on this show.
And we all know this in our lives as husbands.
Well, Greg set up now.
There is. You ready now? He can watch it. He can watch it.
Well, he
4K.
saw Jack and got excited.
But we know there's programming that really pretty much is just dude programming, and our wives have no interest in it.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's female programming that we have no interest in, and you can't pull us to it. Now they have more power to do it than we do.
Yeah.
But there's still some that we just I just can't do that.
Right.
And then there's that rare that you go, it's really more her, but I can deal with it. And then you find yourself into it more than you expected. Okay.
You do.
And so Virgin River's been over, and we've binged all that. And I've told y'all, my wife.
Last 2 holiday episodes.
Raise your hand if you feel a loyalty to your wife, which, by the way, they don't share, apparently. I know mine doesn't. A loyalty that if we're watching a show together and you're not available, they're not allowed to watch the new until you're back and we watch it together. If you fall asleep, she has to stop, and then we all get back together, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do your wives have any loyalty to that? I do, but mine doesn't.
No,
None.
not at all.
None.
Not at all.
So I'm sitting.
No, we watch it together. If she misses it, if she's watching, she watches whatever she wants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and I had a kind of an active weekend. Went to New York,
NYC,
got back. Was in charge of the Promise Keepers Conference. Didn't expect that.
Had a Christmas party.
Yeah, got back. Went to the Christmas party. Partied to 8:45 p.m. Got up, went to speak at a church in the Birmingham metro area next day. And even she had a little something she wanted to do, some little Christmas thing we went to together Sunday afternoon. So I'm sitting there and she and I had a long day yesterday, productive, which is fine, but long. And I'll admit I was done when I got home. I was done, and she picked up pretty quick that I was done. Mm-hmm. She said, "You're done, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah." She got to tell you what. Why don't you go in there and just get you a nice hot bath or shower, whatever, and then maybe just put on your lounging clothes and we'll just go sit down and watch something and just chill till you fall asleep. Sounds good. And I'd sit there and I say, "Hey, isn't there 2 new episodes of Virgin River and their Christmas theme? We can watch something Christmas, baby. It'll be Virgin River." And she just goes, and the look on her face. Oh. And I said, Did you watch it already? Oh. And then she just kind of sit there. She goes, "Well, I mean, Friday night you were gone."
There we go.
Well, I know. That's why you shouldn't watch it. The fact that I'm gone. She goes, "Well, 2 new
I'll be back Saturday."
She said 2 new episodes came out.
And it's Christmas. I said, that's what I just said. I just said that to you. Did you see how excited I was? I have a little something we can do. You can get out your little throw, that one I got before you get Dirty Santa, plug it in. And so all of a sudden, and this is the thing that they don't understand. Well, you know what? I got some things I probably need to do. Won't you just go watch it? And I said, no. I'll never watch those episodes. Never. Oh. And she goes, so you won't sit down and watch Virgin River by yourself? I said, no, I'm heterosexual. I said that's something that I would watch with you and you only. I don't sit down and watch that as just a guy sitting by himself.
Sorry, guys, y'all have to hear that. Sorry.
That hurt. That stings.
Unfortunately, that stings me a little bit, but that's fine.
But I haven't watched.
I'm not watching Virgin River by myself or with the guys.
Yeah, but I'd have to.
Yeah. So anyway, I
come that far, Rick. You got to know how.
So I just said, you know what? I'll just pick up whenever a third episode comes. I said, and you can just tell me what's going on. She goes, but then you'll miss the Christmas. I said, I guess I will, because somebody ruined Christmas. And so anyway, so she feels guilty. She comes downstairs. She thinks that I'm actually exaggerating. She comes downstairs and she goes, what's going on? And I said, well, I thought I was just coming here and watch something by myself now. Yeah, I'm a little bit mad. And she says, no, I don't want to be. I just don't want. I think I want to be down here with you. I said, well, let me tell you this. We're watching the Barry Sanders documentary, and
we're going to enjoy
it. She says, "Oh, I don't know if I said, oh no,
we're in this together."
No, I said you're gonna know everything about Barry Sanders, and I'm gonna ask you when it's over, who's the best running back, Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, or Jim Brown? That's where it's going to end. And I said, so you better get your notes out. And Sherry does agree that Barry Sanders is the greatest running back of all time. Well. By the way, she got into it more than she expected. Yeah. She was, well, she was like I said, baby, I'm just telling you, when they start his highlight reel, because she was a runner and all that, I said, you're going to be amazed by this man. Yeah. And she was sitting there and she looked at me. She goes, I don't know how a human being's body moves like that. She goes, that's unbelievable. And then and she goes, what's this reference to Jim Brown? And I said, well, his daddy liked Jim Brown and all this. She goes, well, I want to see some Jim Brown. And now I said, well, we were in a whole new world. I show her the Jim Brown highlights. She goes, oh, Barry Sanders is better than him. She goes, he don't move like Barry Sanders.
Look at Barry.
And you know what she noticed too? She said, I picture Barry Sanders running against those unathletic defensive players. And I was like, wow, Sherry, good note. And she does agree. Sherry and I agree with her. She said Barry Sanders is the greatest to ever play, in my opinion. And she said second is Walter Payton, because we watched his highlights as well. Yeah. And third is Jim Brown. Hey, Barry Sanders.
That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and don't forget he's going against the best there is too.
Yeah. And just if he had kept on playing,
I wonder how many
or been on a good team. Can you imagine his numbers if he played for the Cowboys in the '90s like Emmitt Smith?
Golly,
he was unbelievable. So Sherry had to watch it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, you heard me talking on the show about aging parents. It's not a lot of fun, is it? But I will tell you this. If hearing is a problem, and I know what you're thinking, just stay with me, because I know I've been there. I've been there with my own dad. You're thinking, Rick, do you know the price of hearing aids? I do, and a lot of these clinics, buddy, they will railroad you. But right now, MD Hearing, which is FDA registered, rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. MD Hearing's new Neo model cost over 90% less than the clinic hearing aids, and the Neo is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, fits inside your ear, and no one will even know it's there. Plus, I just mentioned, they're rechargeable with battery life that lasts up to 30 hours. Now, MD Hearing recently cut their price in half, if you can believe that. And here's what that means. That means you can get high-quality, rechargeable digital hearing aids. This is for a pair for only $297. Now, they're just as good as the premium ones out there that cost an arm and a leg. $297 for a pair of hearing aids this good is unheard of. And so MD Hearing was founded, and this is why, by an ENT surgeon. And you know what the surgeon saw? How many patients needed hearing aids but couldn't afford them. So you ever seen a problem, then finally you kind of feel like that maybe you're thinking, or if you have the belief system and believe what we believe, that God finally says, well, you keep talking about the problem, maybe you're the solution. Why don't you do something?
And so this surgeon did. And now MD Hearing has sold over 1.5 million hearing aids, and they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with a 100% money-back guarantee. So here's what you do. If you want MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, go to mdhearing.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get their new $297 for a pair offer. Go to mdhearing.com, $297 for a pair. mdhearing.com, use the promo code BUBBA.
Under new evidence I found, Ninth Circuit, most liberal district in the country, said, can't do that. You're overstepping your bounds. We're throwing it out again. Well, finally, the Supreme Court took it up, said, okay, enough of this.
Right.
Y'all are making a mockery out of this. They took it up, and they sided with the president.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby. Vote
Major victory.
Trump.
By the way,
now, of the nine,
you know you've overstepped your bounds when the fellow ninth district people say we're out of hand.
Yeah,
you've really done something if you get them turned on you.
Yeah,
so what should we do?
But there's something. There's something there we'll have to look at too. But now it doesn't say the ruling was 7-2, but it does say in the story among the 9 judges on the court there were 2 dissenters, and that was Sotomayor and Ruthie.
Ain't Bethany.
Now I don't know if Ruth Bader Ginsburg actually voted or somebody with a stick moved her hand up. I don't know how they
that is good.
officially vote.
Bubba, you can leave for
Was
that
it the
if you like.
puppeteer that did it?
I was about to say, Greg, you know who cast her vote, don't you? Frank Oz.
Rick, here it was.
That's it, Bubba. Have a good day, bud. See you.
Now they complained and said, well, you're overturning settled immigration law, so how can this be? But the majority said, look, we got a problem here. We got to have a solution. We can't just let people pile up at the southern border like they're doing. The services we have there, the abilities we have there are overrun. We got to thin this out. It seemed like a fair and good way to do it, and I don't know what their big problem is, but of course the left will complain about that, and they're also going to complain that you're putting people in cages. So, you can't make them happy on that. But that is a huge win for the Trump administration, and it should help things at the southern border. But you didn't hear a whole lot about it on the news. I did. It was kind of a mentioned in passing.
What, you think I'm going to hear about this on the news?
And the story you really won't hear on the news is the number of judges that Donald Trump has appointed to the Ninth Circuit. Okay, the 9th District. They're claiming that he has changed the makeup of that district court in San Francisco, that it is no longer left-wing liberal. It's moderate at best. And he's got a few more appointments still to go out there. So.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
What if that became a conservative court?
I'd laugh my head off.
Trump.
Okay, also in Trump news here today, there's a long list.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Our number 629-932-3244 or 629-WE-BE-BIG. Already got a winner today on Match Moultrie. It was not easy. Gift number 4 coming up before the show is over today. So be paying attention for that. All right, so Bubba, you were telling me in the break that you also had an update from the home of Bussy. Thank you guys for hosting the Christmas parties.
Man, it was
Saturday
our
night.
pleasure.
Y'all getting back on your feet after that?
Yeah, we had a good time. Everybody. I mean, some people hung out to almost 8:30.
I know.
my
I know. I couldn't believe it.
Party animals.
All night.
I think I was there at 8:40.
Yeah, I mean, by 9:30, I felt like it was 2 a.m.
Yeah.
It was
incredible.
Yeah.
Got the eyes, got the burning.
But we had something we have upgraded at our house recently that has been very eye-opening to me. It was a world, quite frankly, I was not familiar with.
Yeah.
And our shower in the main bedroom has two heads on it. It's like 2 independent showers right next to each other.
Cool.
Okay, so it's not one high, one low?
No, it's two different ones. And
like in the field house.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, I mean, you can shower with a friend.
Yes,
I know.
Are they on two different
Thumbs
sides of
up
the
to
shower?
that.
I've seen them on two different sides of the shower. Or are they just sitting up there side by side?
They're side by side, but
Yeah.
a little distance
Yeah,
in between.
I
But
got you.
when I get in there, I get both of them going. I mean, I can,
Yeah,
I can clean off. I don't even need soap. I got so much water coming.
Amen.
Oh, wow. So, but one of them had developed a
did for
little
a minute.
problem, and do what?
No, I pictured it for a minute.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Shake it off. Wow.
So Betty had been wanting one of these that is on the flexible tube so you can take it down.
Oh yeah.
And because she washes dogs and things, and she thought that would be better. And I'd never really had one of those before or used it. But I started using that thing now, and Rick, I'm gonna tell you, hey, that is a game.
This one here in the middle, that down at the bottom.
Well, ours, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it's not exactly that setup, but it's.
But is it
similar.
the same type of thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
on, and it's the handheld version.
Yeah.
So,
you like that?
got one of those.
Well, there's a lot of places that used to get wrenched by water running over it.
Get
or
what?
rinsed.
Get what?
Isn't that what I said?
You said
wrenched.
wrenched, but
Wrench, like use a wrench.
Rinse.
Yeah, if you're using a wrench in there, we need to talk.
But now with the new handheld, I mean, you can spray areas
Oh,
that
yeah.
normally. I mean, you can spray up on the undercarriage now. I mean, you can really get the water in there.
Get that mud out from under there.
That's a game changer.
You know how you
right
get
there,
up under
man.
a truck, knock
Oh,
that mud out.
yeah.
You dive in the fender well.
It
Pay a
ain't
little
just-
extra for that.
It ain't just raining anymore,
Right,
you know.
yeah.
How low can you go?
Man, I tell you, that was impressive.
Yeah.
That's a nice,
Bet it was.
nice add-on.
So if you've added it, you have now the two regulars and that?
No, we just have one high and then the one that's flexible.
Okay, but you still do have a regular one in there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, that's crucial because I've used those before, and they're great for the undercarriage. You're right about that.
Right.
But let me tell you what they're no good at is that they act as the main one too.
Right, yeah.
They're no good there. They don't fit in that holder right. They're always flopping over.
Well,
you can't get it lined up on you right. I don't like it.
I still use it, both of them together.
Right.
But the handheld is so high up now. It's like coming down at a whole different angle.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But
It hit me twice.
Man, when you get it and you get to using that thing, oh, there it is. Hey, that's good stuff.
How are you on water pressure where you are?
Oh, we got it.
Yeah,
I have to have it. I have to have a lot of water pressure.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I want it so it'll knock you down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fire 100%.
Yeah, I don't want it dripping out.
Yeah. No, I think you've hit the perfect setup. I do not like when one of those flexible ones is the only thing in the shower.
Right.
And has to act as two things. Let it do what it does.
It's only
and
average.
it certainly can be an accent to the other one that's already up
Right.
there.
And there are places you run into that,
I hate
at
that.
hotel rooms
I
and
hate
campers
that.
and things
I
like
hate
that.
that. That's one of the things every time I'm on the road. If you notice, could we not get the way showers operate a little more uniform across the board? I mean, every hotel seems like the getting theirs to work is some kind of different setup.
And the hot and cold.
Yeah, and there's no explanation.
especially when you have the ones that, it's only temperature. It's not, you can't slow the flow down.
Mm-hmm.
And like some of them are hot to the left, some of them are hot to the right, just when you just barely kick it on, and you have to, so it gets a little complicated.
Or you could be like us, like I told you, and remodel the bathroom, spend a fortune, and then whoever put the plumbing in, the cold is hot and the hot is cold.
Oh, Rick.
I'm like, what kind of Nimrod came in here on that? And I know somebody's
like
somebody's
having the
emailed
two.
me before saying you can get somebody to come back out to fix that, but
I do like having the two heads in there, though. That's nice.
Yeah, I definitely want that.
Easy, Tiger.
What in the world? What was that?
The
voice?
double.
Welcome home, sailor.
That's your van voice again.
Yeah.
Hey, if John Kerry can take private jets
Right.
to places all over the globe to tell me about global warming, I'll use two shower heads. Thank you.
Amen.
Yes.
Adler, speaking of you and the party Saturday night, Bubba said you were getting some feedback on the pictures that he has realtor eyes.
Yeah, okay, so Speedy told me when we were recapping the party yesterday, Speedy told me, hey, go to Bubba's Instagram and look at pictures. But I had some pictures ready, and then I forgot that. The segment started, so I just forgot. But Bubba's pictures are great until you get to one Oh, there's Ruby. That's cute. Okay, everybody's having fun. And
This
then
one.
you go to Betty opening a present,
Look in the background.
and then there's just some weirdo in the background.
Look at Adler's eyes.
I'm like, I look like I'm going to eat somebody's face off or something.
Listen, Rick. Listen. This is an email
is
we got
funny.
from Will Harding. He says, Bubba, just tell Betty to give that bottle to Adler. I'm worried for her safety. He's got those crazy realtor eyes.
Hey, you know what that look is? Like both my kids are taken care of. They're being I'm taking a minute
I'm
here.
hung
And
in
you
the
were
stair a
hung in a
little bit.
stairs. What you
Now,
were
can I
doing.
tell you what that look is?
That is hilarious.
You know what that look is? How could you not have queso?
Honestly, that's my okay.
There it is.
Exhausted with kids.
Bedtime. Yes, bedtime is approaching.
Okay.
They're both happy right now,
funny.
but at any moment this could go south.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I'm gonna smile on the outside, but on the inside I'm actually nervous.
You screaming.
So
That's what that
Well,
is.
you're going to have to hide that better. Your face is
I am
telling us about your stomach.
terrible at hiding my emotion.
I can't decide if he's hung in a stare or he's got one eye that's off just a little bit.
I've got a little bit of that too.
Do you
got
really?
rusty?
I got a little bit
Have
of
you
that.
got one that
think
wonders
so.
a little bit?
Well, for a long time as a kid, I was having trouble with my contact lenses at school. And so I would go like months at a time just wearing one.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that I was walking down the hall,
Greg?
and the one I didn't have in was cross-eyed. So I was like cross-eyed for a couple years of high school, and that's probably why I didn't have friends.
Well, now it looks like you've overcompensated back the other way.
I don't know
Well,
what's
I mean,
going on.
if one of them is at 180 degrees, I mean, the other one might be 170.
Right. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not far.
That's
off.
why we can't sneak up behind you.
It's
I was
not
wondering
far.
what that was.
It's handy.
It's not far off.
I mean, it's not enough to know you got an eye that's off. You just kind of tell something ain't right.
Yeah. Like something ain't right with that guy.
Right. Yeah. Just slightly.
Now Betty looks great. I look like a weirdo. I think
It's funny.
I mean, you're staring a hole in that gift. I'll tell you.
Y'all I'm so tired. I'm trying to smile, but I just can't.
Let me tell you what else it would be. It'd be almost like, everybody's having Christmas and there's a loved one that's no longer with us and his ghost is standing in the background. I feel Christmas presents.
Hey, do y'all see the kid in the curtain?
Yeah. That's almost what it looks like.
Yeah.
Wow. So my neighbor Dennis walked over yesterday to the
Dennis.
edge of the fence, looked over, he goes, "Hey, the Christmas party recap on me." He goes, "I don't get to listen the way he's retired now." He goes, "I'm not in the car like I used to be." But Betty Bussey leaving the queso in the microwave.
Waking up in the middle
He
of the night.
said that on me to the point, especially Terry almost heated something up, but she didn't.
Oh, gosh.
So we were so close to finding out.
Yeah.
And we spent the whole
I was
party and it
surprised
was
that
feet from us.
Well, how about this?
I don't know why I didn't smell it. You know what? I mean, I should have smelt that out.
He said that
I
guy.
smell queso.
It's here.
I was bothered by how much it bothered me to realize not that the place had forgot to send it, that we had it the whole time.
Yeah.
By the way, they emailed Betty yesterday and was having a good laugh about it, and they did give her a coupon for some queso.
Well, there you go.
That's
There
good.
you go.
Thank you very much.
That's good.
All right, we come back. Phone calls are next. Anything you want to talk about, fire them in here.
Yep.
866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines are available. The new number, I just gave you the wrong number, is 629-WE-BE-BIG. It's going to be hard for Speedy and I to take 866 out, but we're going to try. 629-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
President Trump announced late Wednesday, this was after he had his win to Supreme Court, that he will delay increased tariffs on China by 2 weeks next month. In a tweet, the president wrote, at the request of Vice Premier of China, and due to the fact that the People's Republic of China will be celebrating their 70th anniversary on October the 1st, we have agreed as a gesture of goodwill to move the increased tariffs on $250 billion worth of goods, that's 25 to 30%, on October the 1st to October the 15th. Now, there also was news coming out of Washington that some of the U.S. companies who have been involved in the negotiations with China have said that we have a deal in place that will be coming out in the very near future. Now, the reason they're saying that China has agreed to give President Trump a few points and back down on a few issues that he wanted They're wanting to hold on to one or two, and he has indicated he would be willing to delay action on those. So maybe we have a trade deal with China on the table. It just has not been announced
Vote
yet.
Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
In a somewhat odd way, you know where this inside information came from? Pillsbury.
Oh wow,
it makes me hungry.
They are involved
Was
in
it
these
from the
negotiations, and because their products are involved in this, at least what China is doing, and they have already issued Pillsbury basically a pass, so they will not be included in the current tariffs that China is charging on things coming into their country. So that it looks like some of that may be working out. Who knows? And it could totally change.
It could
tomorrow.
totally change. But if it does work out, it shows that sometimes you have to go through some discomfort and some pain to get a deal that's going to have more impact long term. If it all works out, now it may turn around and blow up in everybody's face, and then everybody can come back and say, okay, that was bad strategy. But it looks like that possibly tightening the screws on China a little bit may bring them to the table for a better deal.
Their quote on it was, and I'll have to paraphrase this, it said the framework is already in place, the draft is 150 pages, and there are still some details to work out, but it looks like both sides are warm to this working out.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
So there's your Trump update today.
Couple of big wins.
Yeah, a couple of.
I'm not tired of winning yet, are y'all?
Well,
Greg, are you tired of winning?
He said we would be, but I'm not there
I'm not
yet.
tired yet. Are you tired, Speedy?
I like winning.
Hams, you tired of winning?
No, not at all.
Okay.
He said at some point we're going to be
At
tired.
some point we're going to be just sick of it.
Nobody there yet?
Nope.
No, nobody there yet.
I'll tell you one thing.
I vote Johnson. We go phone trolling next. All 10 lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go, and lines are available for you. Chris is standing by. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. All right, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, I got two quick points. With California wanting to pay their players, at least as far as Division I football, if they're not eligible, who cares? They're not in the SEC. They're not in the ACC. They're not going to a championship game anyway. And second of all, go ahead and pay them so you'll have more problems like with all these other NFL players, because all they are is pretty much thugs. And I have give up on NFL and watch college football only. So
yeah, there's no thugs in college football.
Not
They're
at
very
all.
well behaved.
Yeah.
So anyway, undoubtedly he missed the Miami-Florida game. But anyway, so but I hear you. But it's but I think that's a pretty broad statement to say that USC, UCLA, Stanford, none of the California, they never have a chance to ever be in the playoff.
And Utah's not in there, but they're in the Pac-12, and will affect essentially what's going on in that conference.
Yeah, it'll help mess the whole
that's the whole
conference
thing
up.
that people don't understand about this.
And here's the thing too: can an NCAA school play a non-NCAA school?
Mm-hmm.
So you get into that.
I ain't got to play you now, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Yeah, it's gonna get. California's trying to throw a monkey wrench in it to force the NCAA to do something.
Right. Well, and Helmsy brought up a point earlier, and he brought it up again in the break. But, guys, we're talking about in the NFL, everybody gets paid, and then the people who are more high profile make more money than those that don't. Right. How in the world do you figure that out in college football?
Well,
I mean, Rick, there's only a few college football programs that actually make money.
That's it.
And that's the thing. What are you going to do? I mean, let's just say there's 15 of them that actually make money, and I don't remember the last stats, but it's something like that. What are you going to do with the other 115 programs?
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone troll. All 10 lines are available. 629. We Be Big is the number. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn on the phones right now. The phone troll is designed for comments and questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. All of this is designed for us to get a lot of people on the show, and here we go. We just roll in there one after another. The buzzer is our friend because boundaries are a blessing. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, the Raycon Everyday Earbuds has taken the Rick and Bubba audience by storm. And if you don't have any, you feel a little bit left out. The good news is they're about half the price of the others, and right now we're getting you 15% off on top of that because you're going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. The 15% is not just on the everyday earbuds. It now applies to anything on the site, including the new PowerTech and Raycon home products. Featuring the beloved. People are falling in love with the Magic 180 charging cable. It's a great idea for a gift, too. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, 50% off across the board, free shipping across the board. Buy now, pay later options across the board. All of that at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Philip out of Alabama gets us started. There's room for you, and those of you that keep calling like this is the 12 working days of Christmas, all you got to do is listen and realize that it's not. I couldn't have described what we're doing right now to you any clearer. There's no magic way to win that right now.
Now they're being silly.
Wait a minute, a fake off.
Yeah, this is you calling to actually participate in the show. At 629 We Be Big. Let's go to Philip in Alabama. Philip, 30 seconds on the program. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I got the answer for the Vulture question. It's Poland, find the first star, and then moon your neighbor.
Yeah, that was actually an incident at Yaw Acres number 1.
Yeah.
But thank you.
You didn't have to go to Poland for that one.
No, you didn't have to go to Poland for that one.
And there actually was a case in Homewood one time.
Yeah, the toughest thing with Moultrie.
It's called Moon over Homewood.
You're right, in matching Moultrie. The toughest one.
Such a sight to see.
Is when somebody gives an answer that really honestly is somewhat right. And he won't take it.
I know.
And he won't take it. I mean, he's very specific about what he's looking for, and he really puts us in a bind sometimes. And,
on the question about the wise men he was going to go to.
Yes.
I think everybody that goes to Sunday school knows that one.
I do too.
I think that one would have been an easy one.
Yeah. Should have went. Let's go to Monty in Louisiana. Monty, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey buddy.
I've thought about this before, but this morning it reminded me when y'all were talking about the shower situation. How many of y'all's discussions relate to Seinfeld episodes? I think Greg will agree that there's also one, y'all talked about Virgin River earlier, and with Virgin River there was a Seinfeld episode, I can't remember the name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seinfeld, Virgin River.
Well, I will tell you.
I want to hear how he was going to marry them two.
Yeah, especially since there was no streaming then. But I understand a larger point. I guess it was a chick show or something. But Seinfeld and this show do track because Jerry's comedy is that observational stuff and the things that we all deal with. And a lot of people were worried though when he first started the show that the humor was too New York.
Yeah.
But most of it applied to so many things that we all deal with in awkward social situations and stuff. So the only difference is where there was a show about nothing we talk about all the time. This is a show about anything. Ashley, Fort Walton Beach. Welcome to the program. Go ahead, Ashley.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Ashley.
I'm a sad Seminole, and I need some Rick and Bubba therapy.
Yeah, well, look,
it was a raw deal for you guys.
It was a raw deal. It was a raw deal.
So when you say raw deal, though, what you mean by that is it really was unfortunate.
We do hate it
because the injury was not something that anybody really could control.
This is true. I do understand that, and I am not necessarily.
Sorry, Ashley, you got buzzard right when you needed
well,
therapy. Sorry about that.
The thing about this, it's going to work itself out in the future, and it's been long overdue. It should have already have happened. There is some irony to this, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't the ACC one of the teams that voted to put it off till this year,
yes.
as opposed to last year?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yesterday.
And so. We used to vote on it. It was horrible. We did the BCS, and we had to, argue with who is 2 and 3. Now we're arguing who's 4 and 5. Next year, we'll be arguing about who's 12, 13, 14 in that area, which is a much better argument than anything we've had. It's just a shame that every other sport in college has had a playoff for many, many years.
Yep.
Every other division of football has had a playoff.
Yep.
And we've kept this archaic system around that finally – the fans have said enough is enough, and we're having a real playoff. And it's it's sad that it hasn't happened sooner.
Matt in Munford. Matt, go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
We're good.
Hey, I missed the show yesterday, so I apologize if you talked about it. But did you hear the comments that I believe Liz Cheney made about voting for Trump, and that may be the last election if you vote him in again?
Who said that? Who said that?
I believe Liz Cheney, I believe.
Oh, well, Liz Cheney's nuts anyway.
Yeah.
There's a couple of basic things in life Liz Cheney hadn't figured out yet. I'm really not going to listen to her for the more complicated ones.
Right. Wow, that's funny. Joey in Georgia. Joey, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, yeah, my family, my kids, they love the show, and this week is their birthdays. I got one turning 7 and one turning 12.
Oh, great. So,
congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate you calling, and I hope the family that listens together stays together. Joe in Meridian, 97.9. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, so the CFP, like I was told yesterday that when the 12 team was supposed to be this year, but the ACC commissioner didn't vote on it in time enough because they had to meet back, and then they pushed it back to 2025. And so happily, the ACC is left out. I find that ironic. By the way, the drums are great.
They were not the only ones that did not vote to move it up.
They were one of them. Yeah,
there were several other committee conferences. Now the SEC was ready to go, I believe.
Sure.
On it. Yeah.
That's the guy from Meridian I sold the drums to.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that's working out, buddy. I'm glad.
I know we've hashed this out, but if you look at what we could have had as a playoff this year versus what we're not going to get to see.
Oh, yeah.
I also think the committee messed up by putting Florida State at number 5.
Yeah, they should have been lower.
They should have put them at 7, 6, or 7 to make the point even stronger that there were other teams, rightly so, Georgia. I think Ohio State was better. I think Oregon was better. And that would have, I think, lessened the blow because it would have really showed the rest of the world that we think not only between Alabama and Texas you're at 5, but all these other teams are better than you as well, and they didn't do that. And I think they were lying when they didn't because I think in their heart of hearts, if they did what they did, they truly don't think they're a number 5 team.
Well,
does that make sense?
What they should have
especially
done,
when you see Georgia at 6. Does anybody think Georgia is 6?
What they should have done was move them down sooner.
Yeah.
Once
You're
the
right.
injury happened.
No, that's
but here's the problem, and we've got to guard against this, okay? We all think this, we say that, they look better, we know this is that. You can't have it as a beauty contest. I hate beauty contests because it's subjective, you know. I like you to win it on the field. All you can do is win your games. The Alabama-Florida State thing is really close and really subjective, and you know, we all have argued the point, but, you know, you still got to win games on the field. And I think when we take that away, we're going back to just what the AP voters used to do. And I don't want to go back to that either.
Well, the games you win matter, too.
Yep.
Because Liberty's not in.
Well, you want to talk about what it would be?
Yeah, well, I saw that, and we talked about that before. I think we listed it before, but we could again if you want to. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's funny that I used LSU as an example, and it's on the TV up there, but let's take them, okay? I can think of 4 guys on their team that stand out to me. Quarterback Burrow, Jefferson the receiver, Delpit the guy on defense, and then Fournette's brother that's there tearing it up. So you got 4 names there. Outside of that, can anyone in the room name me another player that plays on any other sport at LSU?
I bet you those listening to us in Louisiana can.
Oh, I'm sure they can, but that's in Louisiana. And when we're talking about likeness and paying guys for a national platform, there's 4 guys.
Right.
And there may be 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not the point.
But it's still the problem. It's still an issue.
Okay, now do you pay those 4 guys something, or do you pay everybody based off those 4 guys? And then what happens to the rest of the other sports?
Right.
Baseball. This is an issue in basketball and football. This is not an issue in any other sport, not even baseball. So I don't mind California pushing the NCAA on this, but at some point you can't just do a law and say I'm going to take my ball and go home. You need a plan, and nobody has a plan for this.
Right. Yeah, I would just like baseball to offer scholarships, and so a coach doesn't have to feel like a used car salesman when he's having to split up. Okay, you get this percent,
you get books,
that percent,
and then you get tuition.
I got over here.
Well, and what's going to happen?
Gracious.
What Helmsley's talking about, and you having baseball players, you've seen it firsthand. The thing that Bubba and Helmsley are talking about is going to make that situation even worse.
Yeah.
Because now the
and
football
that's
team's
already there now because of Title IX stuff.
The football team's going to be going, hey, we got to have more money. We got to, and like you said, football's in a very expensive sport.
Yeah.
So like you said, all those that don't make a profit, but they see it brings students in or whatever. So now you're going to go, here's how much football cost you already. Oh, it's about to cost you even more. And does scout team get paid? The practice squads get paid in the NFL. They don't get paid as much, but they get paid. So does that person get paid?
That's the whole point of this.
Right.
Well, if you're going to implement that, you've got to have the plan.
Very difficult.
You can't say we're going to pay them and then try to figure it out. I think you're right. The devil's in the details. You got to have that planned ahead of time. Now, one thing I do think they ought to let them do is be able to have an agent, because if you're a responsible adult, you need an accountant, you need an attorney, and if you're in that line of business, you need an agent, and the agents can help to tell them if they need to stay in school or they have marketability, no matter if they pay them or not. I think they ought to let them be able to get that professional advice.
Yeah, I don't, and I think you're going to see some adjustments, and I hope that's what California
basketball. You can already do that.
Is trying to do, but if this governor
and then come back if you don't go pro,
if you don't have an agent, you can do that.
It's 72 to nothing on the vote. If the governor does not step in, this is going to pass in 30 days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So and it's going
to be a mess. And then the NCAA will have to sue California, and California will sue the NCAA to let their schools be in. And we're going to get to this. It's a voluntary membership argument that we see with the high school athletic associations all over the country, and it's going to be a big mess.
We need to go back to the way things used to be. Unlimited scholarships, and people who loved the program paid the best players to come there and paid them while they were there and gave them jobs.
Just let the capitalistic society take care of it, Rick. If you want to give a player money, you give them money.
Because the boosters, for all the negativity about boosters, they knew which players needed to be paid.
Yeah, and how about this?
And they didn't pay the bad players. Hey, they only paid the good ones.
And they came up with the money, and the school didn't have to come up with it.
Right. Yeah. See there, that's not even extra cost.
No. Look, I'm not going to be the guy.
Is that a win-win?
And I used to be this guy, by the way. Hey, getting an education. What more do they need? I'm not going to be that guy anymore. Okay?
I like that guy.
Because things have changed. Right. Technology, videos, Instagram, social media, all that has changed. There's way more money in it now than there used to be.
Yeah.
And so I agree with the NCAA and California that there is an issue.
Right.
But I don't know where you start on this thing.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. There ain't nothing free about that education they get.
No.
I mean, they work their tails off.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Lee in Tuscaloosa. Lee, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing today?
Great.
Well, see, y'all looking at it wrong. California don't give a rip about them athletes getting paid. What they see is 24,000 more people they can tax in the park.
Yeah, there's some truth to that too.
Yeah.
You're right.
Better phone would even make it great.
But listen, how about this? If they start taking money out of the football money to pay the athletes who play football, that's going to hurt their budgets for the non-generating sports, especially female, that they're under Title IX to supply. So you're going to have federal lawsuits working against each other.
Well, here's where you don't have to worry about Title IX. Declaring no gender is going to destroy Title IX.
Right,
that's going to be over anyway.
Yeah.
Good point.
They hadn't thought that through either.
They have not.
No, they haven't.
Hey, let me tell you, all you penguin people, y'all ain't thought that through. Okay.
Refer back to early in the show.
When gender goes away, we don't need Title IX.
That's right.
It doesn't exist anymore.
No, y'all going to destroy Title IX.
Yep.
With all you know gender. We continue. Let's go to Bo in Tuscumbia. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins. I was just checking. You were talking about paying players, and one school, there was a report not too long ago about them spending $4 million in recruiting this year. And I want to know how you spend $4 million recruiting. My understanding, you go to visit a kid, that's a plane ride or a car drive, and you keep up with him during the year. Now, where does that $4 million come from? Also, you're talking about money. You know, now in most in the SEC with a big
$4 million is actually cheap expense for recruiting. It's usually a lot more than that.
Mailers, you got all
You're forgetting about how much they've spent on print, and most of the time, the big time athletes, to get a coach to them is private planes, which are very expensive.
Yeah. And look, you have an army of people who are filling out spreadsheets behind the scenes, telling them we need to look at this guy, look at that guy. I mean, the personnel alone behind this and the services. See, some of them don't have them in-house. They use a service.
Oh, you get to $4 million quick.
Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm. Quick. If you're going to do it right.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. Merry Christmas. We start a brand new hour. Gift number 4. Could have it at any time on the program. 629. We be big as the numbers. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And you hear the song Merry Christmas, Bubba. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So we had a Florida State fan that needed to be consoled, and
we got Florida State swag in the office.
We do.
Too. We got a lot of friends there.
We all of that.
So the guy that gave it to us is sad.
Certainly would have loved to have seen them in there. Wish the quarterback had not got hurt and all that happened. And again next year, the 12-team playoff, which I think a lot of us this year just kind of like going, all right, let's get through this and let's get to the deal next year. So if your teams are in it, that's great, and it'll still be enjoyable. But most of us in college football fans, once we knew this was coming, I was ready to get this season over with, and let's just get to that.
Yeah, because we knew that the promised land was out there.
Yeah, I could see it.
Something was going to be better. So it's been done ad nauseum, but let's just one more time look at this.
Did you say ad nauseum? I hope so. Mark Norman's listening. No, I think you said it right. I just want to be sure. It's ad nauseum, right? You don't want Mark Norman to show up with his barbecue grill and get on.
So teams with first-round byes would be Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama. Okay? First-round matchups. 12-1 Florida State would take on 13-0 Liberty.
Well, Florida State's 13-0, aren't they?
No, 12. What? They are 13-0.
Yeah.
This is 12-1. I wonder why.
Get that.
That's a typo.
Did they give him a loss?
They did. They did. It would be 13-0 and 13-0.
Right.
They have argument.
Your next game would be 12-1 Georgia at 10-2 Ole Miss. They would be playing each other. Then you would have 11-1 Ohio State and 10-2 Penn State playing each other. Then you would have Oregon at 11-2 playing Missouri at 10-2. So those are all good matchups.
Absolutely.
So, and in this scenario, I guess we're leaving Oklahoma out, LSU out. Is that the ones we leave out? Those are the ones we're arguing about at this point, and Oklahoma really is the only one with a decent argument because they're 10-2, like Ole Miss and Penn State
and beat
Missouri.
Texas.
Yeah, and beat Texas.
Yeah.
So it'd be tough for me to leave them out.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know who their other loss was to.
And you have the smaller Conference USA in this situation, Liberty getting in. And, the difference between the Conference USA and the Power 5 is less than it has been in the past.
Everybody's got players.
New Mexico State showed you that. But, can they win week after week? I don't know that you'll see a TCU situation. I think if you're really that good, you'll be able to get through. If not, you're going to have to prove it multiple weeks, and that'll end up showing itself.
And the one thing I love the most about it, and you kind of touched on it there, and I'll put just a little bit of an accent on it, is it will finally also be the end of all of this. We could have been giant killers. Well, if you're one of those teams and you win your conference that qualifies and you go undefeated like a Liberty, perfect example. Hey, man, we could beat some of those other teams. We need to get our chance. Well, hey, you got your chance.
Yep.
And if you get in there and you're a world beater, we'll go, well, you were absolutely right. If you get run out of the stadium, we'll go, still pretty big gap there. Still pretty big gap.
Yep.
So we'll see. And I like it because it does give some of the smaller schools hope that they can find their way in there.
Absolutely. And like you said, I'd much rather be arguing about Oklahoma and Missouri and LSU and some of these teams as compared to who is number 4, Alabama or Florida State.
I would tell Oklahoma, none of us want to see y'all give up 60 points.
And I'm going to go ahead and make another prediction. And people are going to laugh at this, and that's fine. But I'm in the middle of this, okay? What you're going to see in less than 15 years is you're going to have the Power 4 playing their own playoff, and everybody else is going to be playing their own.
Well,
the mid-majors are going to realize in 10 to 15 years, probably sooner, probably in year 3 of this, that there's no shot at us ever winning anything,
right?
And you're going to go back to an FCS format for them.
Right.
That's coming.
That's what we said.
In all sports.
What's funny is you really go back to why we had it up in three divisions anyway.
Yeah, and why the big push for everybody to go up to 1.
Yeah,
I know.
That's
so
like high school has classifications. You'll say the same thing.
Yeah, you will.
Exactly what's going to happen.
Now, let me tell you this in this format, which I couldn't care less about. The bowls that are meaningless, at least there's only 4 teams that aren't in them. Now, when 12 teams are not in meaningless bowls, well, they become real meaningless now.
Yeah.
Do they even?
Well, will they use the bowls?
They'll use them. I'm talking about these bowls that don't get used.
Okay.
How many bowls? Some bowls won't get used, right?
Have they decided some of the first round played at home?
Yeah, it's.
I think so.
Yeah, Missouri is at Oregon. Liberty would be at Florida State. Ole Miss would be at Georgia, and Penn State would be at Ohio State this year.
Greg and I were talking.
If it was
this impacts the way high school does their championships, because a lot of them in the states do them at these big colleges. Yeah. In our state, they rotate Alabama, UAB, and Auburn, and so Alabama, Auburn's sitting out there going, "Well, we can't schedule a championship because we may be hosting."
Right. Yeah. Speaking of other things going on, the Heisman Trophy, did we give that out this weekend?
That is this weekend.
Greg, who'd you vote for? I know you got a vote.
I voted for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Helmsy, who'd you vote for?
I would have voted for. It would have came down to. I don't have a vote like Greg, but I would have had. It would have come down to Marvin Harrison or. I like the Penix kid from Washington.
Yeah, I think that would have been where my vote would have been.
I've never seen the Penix guy play, so I would never vote for him because I wouldn't have any.
Good.
I bet he is, but I've never seen him play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Jalen Daniel though. I mean, wow,
boy, he's good.
What a phenomenal.
He is.
Bo had a great year.
Yeah, all 3 of these guys. I think Bo hurt himself last week a little bit, and that's why he's not in the top of the conversation.
Well, he went on the betting odds from the top down to the bottom of the group now.
And Marvin Harrison, I just don't think Ohio State is the same team. None of these teams are the same without these guys, but I think impact Marvin Harrison and Penix Jr.
I probably saw, of all these players, Jaden Daniels and Marvin Harrison Jr. play the most. Well, I know I did. And I will tell you that Marvin Harrison Jr., what was so incredible about him, as you said, he was an impact maker on what traditionally is a really good football team. Yeah. If you throw it anywhere near him,
he's
crazy.
I mean,
he's unstoppable.
You have to account for him or you're in trouble.
Yeah. So I just know more about him, and so I would probably vote for him. But that doesn't mean that.
I think it's going to be very close, however it comes out.
Yeah.
Because I think you're going to. You hate to say this, that there's regional bias in this, but I think there is. I think you're going to see the Southeast will be behind LSU. I think absolutely. Yeah. And not that he's not deserving, but I think you'll see a lot of votes. Will the Bo Nix and Penix split up the West Coast?
They probably.
Vote? So you got to look at that.
Both of them had really good years.
The Northeast is going to be Harrison. They usually go pretty strong for that. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it comes out. But I think it'll be a fairly close vote.
Something else that happened yesterday or the day before in regards to Ohio State, and I find it weird, is their quarterback who played all year and did a good job, took the team to a close loss against Michigan. I mean, just a couple points from being in the playoff. He's in the portal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you have that kind of season, you have that kind of coach and cast around you, and you go, I tell you what, I want to do something different.
Yeah, when I saw
Makes
it,
no sense.
What about Alabama's backup quarterback?
Well,
he might be a lacrosse
story.
player.
He's going to play lacrosse.
Well,
but the timing seems odd.
Well, the Ohio State thing,
I don't understand that.
It so shocked me, and it's since I don't know as much about college football as I once did, I don't follow it that much. I doubted my knowledge when I saw it. I went, well, that must not be the starter. I thought that guy was the starter, but I may be wrong about that. And then the more that I started looking, I'm like, no, that's the starter.
Mm-hmm.
And he's leaving?
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something more. I just don't know. But
I don't know. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. The new Speaker of the House still angering the left. We'll come back and listen to the left when they get angry and emotional, make, as usual, an outlandish statement that is highly uneducated right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
See how you could fly through that pretty quick.
Season they interview a bunch of different people, and so they were interviewing Ringo Starr, and it was just so funny that I just saw this Tuesday night, and now you're talking about this, and he was talking about the fact.
Now, who was it on this?
Ringo Starr, the big interview with Dan Rather on Access TV.
Yeah.
And so he was, and it is funny to think about, and everybody needs to think about this too when you think about your life. It's very similar to what any of these people that are entertainers of any kind, that they have a lot of success when they're young, but if they have their health and something tragic doesn't happen, unfortunately, like John Lennon, you got a lot of life left. And when Ringo Starr was saying, my life, even though certainly the Beatles is the most well-known period of my life, it was only 8 years.
Yeah.
And he said, I've actually been out doing Ringo Starr's All-Star Band and all this stuff for 30 years.
Yeah.
And he said, think about that. Something about that just hit me. So he's really done something else other than the Beatles 3 times longer than he did the Beatles.
How about that?
So anyway, and he made a funny story. He goes, look, those 8 years, he said, we came up with some pretty good tracks. and they started
got a pinball machine.
Well, and he also told the story. We have the Beatles pinball machine here in the studio. He also told the story, and I know something about this hits Bubba. I don't know why.
Yeah.
About Pete Best. Yeah, Bubba's obsessed with Pete Best.
Well, he's the guy that got left behind. He was the first drummer and bailed out of his own choice, right?
I think he got fired, didn't he?
Well, this is how
I can't remember. But anyway, he should have been in that group, and he wasn't.
Well, Ringo.
So to me, that's almost as interesting as the people who made it, the ones who almost made it.
I remember years ago there was a TV movie, and nobody knows if it's accurate, but it was like that he was really popular and the others were jealous of him, and they probably did that just for the movie.
Yeah, I'm sure that's his story.
Yeah.
Didn't they say wasn't he kind of better looking than the other ones?
Yeah, they kind of went,
and
down
they were a
that
little
line.
jealous of him because all the girls.
So they went and got
him.
Ringo, who was ugly.
Ringo did not tell it that way. But anyway, so what happened? What he was saying, he didn't really deal with why Pete Best was.
But they said there was some jealousy.
Yeah, then again, that was in the movie. I don't know.
Right, I don't know if it's true.
But what Ringo Starr said, and you never think about this, he was with some other band, and he said Liverpool, first of all, was an uphill climb. You know what it really reminded me of, and some of y'all just forgive me for this, especially what John Lennon said one time, and the reason why we just talked about it in Wednesday's Bible study, when Nathaniel was told that, by Philip that we have found Messiah, and he says it's Jesus, Joseph's son, the carpenter from Nazareth, and he's like,
nothing good.
Can anything good come out of Nazareth?
Yeah.
And so he said Liverpool had the same reputation, that nothing good comes out of Liverpool. These are low working class families, and nothing big had ever come out of that. And he said, but we had a little, a band together, and he said I was playing with a band that was really more popular than the Beatles in Liverpool. He said, but this band that I was in was only going to be big in Liverpool and the surrounding regions, and we certainly could make a living. And as far as our region of the country and our region of the world, this band was more popular than the Beatles. He said, but I would watch the Beatles and those 3 front guys. It was interesting that he said that. The 3 front guys, John, Paul, and George, I just was very impressed with. I thought they were very impressive as musicians, and they were coming up with songs, and I just felt like he said I just felt like that was more mod. I was almost in a band that was safer and more popular at the time, but didn't really have the potential to be anything other than that. Yeah. And he said, so a lot of people thought I was crazy because I was leaving a good paying gig to go to these guys when they got rid of Pete Best, and asked me. He said, I got a call from their manager saying, do I want to be the drummer with him? And he said, I didn't take any time. I was like, yes. And so he said,
yes,
well, yeah.
I will.
And so
he
said I had no idea that that's what it was going to be, but he said I knew. I just felt like that was something that was more interesting than what I was in, and so the rest, as they say, is history. But he said some things that were interesting to me. He said, number one, none of the Beatles had ever been. They were not musical as far as had no musical training. They didn't know how to read music or write music. That they would just come up with riffs and do lyrics and all of that. So they weren't like schooled musicians and had a great
That
education.
may have been one reason they
Right.
were so popular.
But but he said, and if you want to know why you have the catalog of the Beatles, which Bubba's about to get into, the number of songs you have, you can thank directly Paul McCartney. He said the rest of us did not have that work ethic. He said John and I we goofed off, and no one ever had to tell us to take a day off or go goof off a little bit. We were cutting up, goofing off, and playing. And he said it was Paul that would say everybody needs to get to the studio, and we got these songs and.
21 minutes now past. Come on. Everybody go. When we were gone astray, tidings of comfort and joy. All right, so we work our way back. We'll take a look-see at one of our favorite topics. Sometimes it can be a Debbie Downer. You're American. Well, we've dealt with it in the past, and it's one of the outlandish statements that the all-emotional, all-caring, all-loving left, unless you disagree with them, then they can be quite vicious, hateful, and even call for your death or for your ability to make a living to be taken from you and your face removed from society. But other than that, they're very open-minded. They're very open-minded. Sometimes so open-minded their brain falls out. But so we've got James Carville, everybody's favorite LSU fan.
Oh, cutie.
Yeah, and as we were talking earlier,
women's pet, man's regret.
Yes, there is and Greg was asking. He was. Is he still married to the conservative woman from?
I don't know that he's not. Let me put it that way.
Gollum.
But he's been a Democratic strategist for many high-level Democrats, including Bill Clinton and others.
Right.
And he's made an outlandish claim. We're going to hear the quote here, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. He says that conservative Christians are a bigger threat to America than al-Qaeda.
Oh, my gosh.
He claimed that Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson does not believe in the Constitution. He said conservative Christians have been doing it forever, he said. They're a fundamental threat to the United States. In saying this, he failed to cite specific examples of conservative Christians, including Mike Johnson, of anything they've done to hurt the country.
They always make these emotional statements. They never walk out their narrative. They never give specific examples. And we'll tell you after you hear him say it himself, what's at the heart of this. You know it, Bubba. I know it. But, you know...
he's an idiot?
You're right. Well, and Bill Maher has been making some great comments lately on things that are just illogical, including the left. But now in this one... He's as crazy as any of the leftists by claiming that Mike Johnson's dangerous. And they're saying this because he's devoted to his faith, which happens to be the faith of Christianity. Now, if he was devoted to, except for Bill Maher. Bill Maher hates all people of any faith. So he is consistent.
He did a whole documentary about it.
Yeah, and Bill Maher did point out that the coddling of fundamental Muslims and terrorists is ridiculous. Yeah. He does equally hate them, but he hates anybody with religious convictions, and we'll get into that. But James Carville saying that conservative Christians are more dangerous than al-Qaeda, that's now you're out there. But here we go.
First of all, I don't think he can hold this party together. Second of all, you're exactly right. Mike Johnson and what he believes is one of the greatest threats we have today to the United States. I promise you, I know these people.
Well, you're talking about Christian nationalism.
Absolutely.
Talking about this
is a bigger threat than al-Qaeda to this country. And let me tell you something. The Speaker of the House, they got probably at least 2 Supreme Court justices, maybe more. Right? Don't kid yourself. And people in the press have no idea who this guy is, how he was formed, what the threat is, and this is a fundamental threat to the United States. It is a fundamental. They don't believe in the Constitution.
What?
You're my precious.
You're
my precious.
You know, Carville is he's such an oddball. He's almost funny to me.
Where are the examples?
In some way. Yeah, well, there is no examples. There is no example. Now,
He's scary, man.
Speaker Mike Johnson responded to this, and he said on X, he said, it's twisted and shameful that a leading Democrat strategist says millions of Christians in America are a greater threat than foreign terrorists who have murdered more than 3,000 Americans.
Unbelievable.
The Democratic Party should condemn this, but they won't.
Nope.
Rick,
please look at that picture. Oh my goodness! Look, it is Gollum.
He really does look like Gollum.
Yeah,
Just in all fairness.
And you know, for some reason, I'm bothered by the fact that he's got on marine hoodie that's pink too. I don't like that either. I think a lot of those experiments in the military have gone really south. Of course, he was all for them.
Yeah, more confusion.
When you hear this from the left, first of all, a leftist, a modern day leftist, coddling the Constitution at all is outlandish.
Right.
Okay, they're the biggest abusers of the Constitution, and they love a giant central government, and they hate the limits of the Constitution, and they're not shy about that. So that's outrageous. So a fundamental follower of Jesus Christ in a position of leadership is a threat to the Constitution. How? What he means is that when people get into places of power who are followers of Jesus, they're going to adhere to the authority of Jesus first in their lives. And what he's saying is, now many times that will go right along with the Constitution because it was founded by people, even some of them were deists and some were not believers. They did base the Constitution and the country on Judeo-Christian principles. Much of it came from the Bible. Much of it came from some of them that were very strong in their faith as Christians. But what he tries to claim is that radical Christians will come in and they'll establish a theocracy and they'll make all of us follow Jesus and adhere to the authority of Jesus.
No proof of that
and that's,
at all.
It's outrageous.
Not one example. Not one example.
And you claim, now this is what's the most outrageous. Now that is the reason he's saying this.
Yeah.
But here's what's so outrageous. No, that's exactly what those that love Sharia law would do.
Yeah.
So he claims that there's no call to a follower of Christ. Jesus even said, when it comes to the government, pay your taxes and be a good citizen. Now, if they ask you to reject me, then you can't follow that.
Right.
Okay, you can't.
But everything else,
everything
you're supposed to
else.
stay with them.
And if you want to get involved in it, try to make a difference. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not sinful. But that's not our call. That's not our number one call. Our call is to go out and to be disciples and to make disciples and teach all that Jesus commanded. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And so, but there never are we called. And if they won't obey me, kill them. If they won't obey me, put them in jail. That's never there. As a matter of fact, it was the followers of Jesus that were being martyred and put in jail.
Yeah.
They weren't going out putting people in jail. And now, if you let al-Qaeda that he claims is less dangerous than a fundamental Christian in a position in our government of authority, he either is ignorant to Sharia law and
he's not ignorant.
A devout Muslim wants every country under a theocracy. A guy just gave a speech in England saying that he was calling for the Muslims to take over all of Europe and place all of it under Sharia law.
Rick, a guy made the same speech in Times Square.
You're correct.
Sure did.
You're correct. And so Carville, he's hoping that you'll be ignorant and you don't understand that what he just said is asinine.
Trying to shock you.
I mean, it's completely outrageous and has no standing whatsoever. None. And there's a reason he couldn't walk it out is because it's impossible to walk out. But it makes headlines, and
he is still married. They're still married.
Yep. Greg, so I guess she
bet she's a looker.
Greg.
Well, I mean, look at him, Rick.
But that doesn't mean anything.
Well, maybe she likes Gollum. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe she's got one of them weird things for Gollum.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
And,
How'd you do that?
I don't know.
Kicked it in, right?
Yeah. But anyway,
He said serious.
So he said that Paul McCartney had the work ethic for us to have the songs that we have. He said, now certainly all the guys in the band.
That's why Paul's worth as much money as he is now because his name's on every one of them.
Right. He said, so Paul McCartney.
Well, he doesn't have as much as he used to have.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
But he still
didn't get that back. So anyway, so that kind of leads to this story, and that is that there undoubtedly there was talk of one last final hurrah that never came to be.
Well, they're saying there's a newly unearthed recording of the Beatles, and it indicates they wanted to record one final album and go out on a high, which would question the rumor if Yoko Ono actually broke up the Fab Four. Now, the tape, which they date back to September the 8th, 1969, features a conversation between John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison at Apple's headquarters, and we're talking about Apple Music at the time. And it was just 2 weeks after they finished the Abbey Road album, and Ringo was not there. He was actually in the hospital undergoing tests for intestinal problems, and apparently that's why they made the recording to send it to him, so he could be in on it.
That's Yoko.
Y'all remember that?
Yes. Unbelievable.
Now, the new audio suggests that far from being at each other's throats in 1969, which has previously been suggested, the band was planning on a new album and wanted to release a single in time for Christmas that year. And they go on to talk about the things that were going on at the time, and several Beatle historians have chimed in on it and all that kind of stuff. But I think it would be interesting to listen to. They're kind of hacking on each other a little bit. McCartney is heard questioning the song that Harrison wrote for the recently recorded Abbey Road. He says, "I thought until this album that George's songs were not that good." Harrison, who wrote Something and Here Comes the Sun, quickly retorts, "It's all a matter of taste. All down the line, people have liked my songs." Lennon intervenes with a quip that no one in the band was a fan of McCartney's Maxwell Silver Hammer, also on Abbey Road. But McCartney insists, "I recorded it because I liked it."
So is this saying things seem to be so good, so Yoko must have been the issue? Or is it saying they're all getting along, so she wasn't the issue?
It says that, I'm still kind of plowing through this. I'd have to listen to it, but it seems like they're much closer than other reports had indicated that the band was about to fly apart at this point anyway. So I think they're implying that she may have had more to do with it than we know. But I don't know. The story doesn't say that per se.
How much of a bip is she in that picture right there?
Listen, that's right. Don't you stop that. Don't you?
The guys are trying to have a promo shot. He's got to bring his wife.
That's the thing. Why is she in the picture?
Lennon became a WB. He was a wife bringer. He was the guy that would have brought his wife to the hunting camp.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
Oh, no. She's still doing it. That's art, y'all.
And people stood around and listened to that.
Yeah.
It's the emperor has no clothes. I think she's making fun of everybody. I think she says, because I'm tied to John Lennon, I can do anything, and people have to act like that it was a cool thing. Look, we all know Yoko broke. We all know that Yoko broke the band up.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
Well,
look, she's showing up at all the pictures.
Well, here's the thing, too. You hear the camaraderie between the three that's there. Ringo's in the hospital. Mm-hmm. They appear to be getting along pretty well. So you add her to that mix, and that had to create some tension.
Well, it's funny you said that in the interview the other night. The one thing that really was consistent in the interview was every time Dan Rather, would try, it's almost like trying to watch Joe Biden do an interview, but when Dan Rather would try to suggest that, well, y'all got tired of each other and everybody gets where they can, and he kept coming back. No. He said, we were very close and all got along. And how about this? We all liked each other very much. And he kept coming back to that. So that kind of supports,
So why did it end so abruptly?
Right. Ringo Starr was, from what I think I saw like 3/4 of the interview. From what I saw, he had remained kind of classy throughout the interview of he didn't throw anybody on the bus or anything like that, and he acted like just things run their course. They have a lifespan. Of course you do. Also found out, and Greg been telling me this. There was discussion. Ringo Starr's brother-in-law is Joe Walsh.
Now that is I bet that's a strange Thanksgiving get together.
Picture that.
35 minutes past the hour. Hey. Gift number 4 coming up at some point today. Our number is 629 We Be Big. Be paying attention for that. So we got a lot going on. We're making our way to the big year ender, and then we'll
take a couple of weeks off. You'll have some best of shows. We'll come back and get ready for our anniversary in 2024, Lord willing. So looking ahead to some things going on in 2024, take you to themanchurch.com. Right now, on January the 7th, Liberty Hill Church, Clanton, Alabama, Lance Ingram, you hear him on the show quite a bit. Matter of fact, he's on our podcast coming up this weekend, a new resource that he has been working on, and we'll tell you about that. Lance Ingram speaking on the 7th of January, Clanton, Alabama. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. I'll be going to year 2 to kick it off at Ridgecrest Baptist Church. That is happening down in Dothan, Alabama, the land of News Talk 103.9. So looking forward to being with all of you on the 11th of January there in Dothan at Ridgecrest. Coming up on the 11th also, Kevin Derryberry in Hope Hull, Alabama at Hope Hull Community Church. That also on January the 11th. February the 8th, Todd Jones, Man Church, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. They're in year 4 of the men's discipleship strategy, and he'll be getting them cranked up. And, of course, Birmingham, Alabama on February 16th and 17th, the Man Church Conference, as we'll have a full load of our speakers, plus our guest, Robbie Gallaty. I'll be speaking on Friday night. I'll be speaking. Wingo will be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship, and we do our 2024 resources, show you some new stuff we got coming out to continue to disciple the men of your church and your community. If you don't have tickets to that, it is going to sell out. Grab those before the price increase, which is coming December the 18th. So go ahead and grab those for Birmingham. And then, of course, the other one is in Starkville in March. Granger Smith there, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I will be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship. That's March 8th and 9th. Again, price increase on tickets to the conferences coming up on December the 18th. So go ahead and grab those tickets now at themanchurch.com and look ahead at all the things going on in 2024. So, Bubba, we have one of our favorite. We just love a montage of all those things in one of our global warming updates. Don't you just love this? Bubba, did you know we've had a climate summit that all these Earth worshipers actually travel to? Burning emissions.
We thought they have them a lot.
We couldn't even get John Kerry and Kamala Harris to ride together. We couldn't get them to ride together. They went separately. So they can't really believe what they're telling us because they certainly aren't practicing it in their own life. Let's go. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, John Kerry, 7B first, Adler. Let's skip A and go to B first because we'll hear Hillary, and I want to do something that makes me, at least laugh before I have to hear her talk.
Yeah.
Bubba, your favorite, John Kerry. I want to clear up something, you little peon. Okay, don't you question John Kerry and his private airplane because you don't understand how important he is. He's going around the world traveling, burning emissions to tell others to stop burning emissions.
I know. That's right.
And I want you I want you to know that his job is important, and don't you question what he does because what he's doing is more important than you are. Okay? Do you understand that?
No, not really.
Don't question the ruling class, Bubba.
It's just all that emission he's putting out, no matter what the cost.
He cares more than you, Bubba. He's more important than you.
He's got to buy a lot of carbon credits.
Right. You think he'd be more joyful considering what he's doing to save the world?
Yeah.
Don't forget
he doesn't look happy. That's for sure.
The emissions he put out when he moved his boat. Don't forget about it.
Oh yeah,
to move it down the state.
Well,
line.
somebody is going to.
Well, that was the big thing back in his home state where he helped to pass an extra tax, a luxury tax on people who had these big yachts. Got to get the rich.
Yep.
And this is before he cared about the environment. He was just out to get the rich, and then moved his boat to the next state, like 200 yards away, so he wouldn't have to pay the fee that he helped to pass.
You know what though? At least he's being consistent in that particular example that y'all gave that really happened. He went after rich people with yachts while he himself being a rich person with a yacht. Mm-hmm. Now he's going after people who burn emissions while burning emissions.
But again, Rick, he's so important. It's okay. The rules don't apply.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to question the ruling class.
He ain't that important.
And like Bubba said, he's looking a little sad.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Speaking
Has he ever worked a day in his life?
No.
Like really worked? And the government stuff is not work. I mean, that's public
It's
trial.
hard for us to make that argument, though, Bubba, if you really think about it.
Well, we have to show up.
Right.
You know.
Well, he showed up at the climate summit after flying flying in a plane.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Talking about emissions. Now, please don't forget we're talking about emissions, okay? All men
He just emissioned all the way there.
All men like breaking wind humor. We all do.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why we
They don't like it.
And on behalf of all of us, when my wife asks me why we think that's funny, I say, no, the bigger question is why don't you think it's funny?
Yeah, that's right.
Because it is funny.
It is.
So
Rick, I've seen grown men shut a safety meeting down with it.
I know.
I mean,
So-
acting like they're 12 years old.
John Kerry is going to talk about cutting down greenhouse gases, and it sounds like somebody breaks wind.
Right.
All right, so I want y'all to please hear this.
Somebody had that in.
Now, who dealt it?
More coal-fired power plants permitted anywhere in the world. I find myself getting more and more militant because I do not understand how adults who are in position of responsibility can be avoiding responsibility for taking away those things that are killing people on a daily basis. And the reality is that
Okay.
I don't hear it.
I heard it. I heard it.
I
Right
don't know
there
if
at the end.
Is this chair moving? I can't tell.
it sounds like responsibility for taking away those things that are killing people on a daily basis. And the reality.
Oh, that wasn't much.
It's right after daily
that
basis.
Don't count.
Yeah.
I wanted
thought it was going to be better than that.
I wanted to hear it.
That could have been
Y'all
anything.
Yeah.
I heard
Y'all
it,
can't
but-
hear that? It's
Yeah,
clear. He's
That's
clearly
clear.
just
That
ripping
concerns
one.
me about
I had
your
such
hearing.
high
away
expectations for
those
this.
things that are killing people on a daily basis.
There it was. I heard it that time.
See, I wanted it to be like, you know,
Craig,
I don't want to.
Craig, that's awful.
I don't want to have to go.
I got it that time. There you go. I didn't want to have to work that
That is
hard
killing
for it.
people.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? I didn't want to have to work that hard for it, but it was finally there. Yeah.
Always has.
All right, here, let's everybody just be real quiet. That's you.
Responsibility for taking away those things that are killing people on a daily basis.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was a cheek sneak.
Yeah, I don't know. That one had a little pressure behind it. I'm thinking the only anybody was sneaking that one.
Yeah.
You know,
That was my heart. That was my heart rate's up a little bit. Oh,
How can you sit there and say that those things are killing people after you flew your private jet?
No, you can't.
That's just
talking
ridiculous.
about fossil fuels.
And those who have studied that, what you would call that one right there, that was what it was.
Looks
that
like
was,
he's had a little filler too, by the way.
Yeah, that was a misfire. When somebody says, you know what I mean? That got away from me.
Listen. If cows farting is dangerous, you can't be in there doing that. Either.
No. How about, I'll tell you what's dangerous. If you really believe, Bubba said it, we've said it, there's nowhere else to go. If you really believe that people flying private planes is going to destroy the earth, you shouldn't be in one.
That's it.
Period. And at least if Kamala Harris is going with you, y'all share a ride, share a plane.
Right. I get it. I'd hate to go on a long trip and have to listen to her talk the whole time. That's not nothing pleasant about that.
All right, back to 7A.
I'm sorry, real quick. What's also very scary about his comments is that he says there should not be coal-fired power plants anywhere. And he also says,
killing people.
I find myself getting more militant.
Oh, he did say
because
that.
of this
Yeah,
stuff.
you're going to blow one up?
That's very scary language.
Yep. Thank you for being the adult in the room. All Greg and I cared about was trying to hear him breaking wind.
Yeah,
And then his
I ignored what he said.
His final point was, which is scary.
And he backed it up with a.
Yes.
Oh,
Here we go.
Trust me, nobody takes him serious. He's a joke.
And he don't care about it. He just wants to keep that job and keep flying around. He's getting militant.
Apparently, living with an heiress is not all that exciting because he's on the road all
That's
day.
true.
That's a good one. Here's Hillary Clinton. She says now we're starting to count and record the deaths that are related to the climate. Here we go.
We're seeing and beginning to pay attention and to count and record the deaths that are related to climate, and by far the biggest killer is extreme heat. I mean, even in Europe last summer, which has the ability to count and figure out what happened, they recorded 61,000 deaths because of the heat in Europe. We don't have that kind of number yet from Africa, Asia, Latin America, but we know and estimate that we probably could measure about 500,000 deaths. And the majority of those are women and girls, and particularly pregnant women.
When did y'all start caring about pregnant women?
Right.
All right. So
Really? What is a woman?
listen to this.
Hillary, just drive them to get them an abortion. What do you care?
Yeah, this is where Hillary and the left always does, and Adler pointed out things like no one should have, and I'm becoming more militant, She throws out, remember, kind of like the time Elizabeth Warren said, we need a new fuel that we don't know what it is yet, but we will figure it out and we will manufacture it right here and create jobs.
Millions
we don't
of
even know
jobs.
what she's coming up
Millions
with.
of jobs.
So she's throwing out 500,000 people have died from heat. And keep in mind, she said in Europe where they have the ability to track this kind of thing. Can you walk that out? How do they track it? How did they determine a death that was related to extreme heat that was caused by man-made emissions?
I've got news for you. People died from heat before there was ever a plant anywhere.
Yeah, they act like nobody was ever dying from heat.
And more people die from cold on the planet every year. It's like really, if global warming happens a little bit, it'll actually save lives.
I think it'll make more farming land.
There it is. There's alt-right Adler.
And 20% of the U.S. power comes from coal. So if you want your power to go up 20%, your power bill.
Yeah, they always leave that part out. And by the way,
it ain't just going up. You got to do without it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Both of them are married to the Bach sisters.
Yep.
Now, the one that was the Bond girl is Ringo's wife, and I don't know about the sister.
Yeah, they were both actresses.
Both, but can you imagine that family get together? so that was part of it too. All right, we have an update.
And he actually played on some of the Beatles cuts and the studio musician.
Yeah,
Billy Preston.
Yeah, not Joe Walsh. Billy Preston.
Billy Preston.
Sure. How about we have an update on a story that we brought you not long ago?
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Everybody,
news update.
Have you talked to Joe Walsh on ham radio lately?
I have never talked to him on ham radio, but I'd love to.
What?
Yeah.
How can you call yourself a ham?
What about Skunk Baxter?
Have you talked to Skunk?
No, he's doing missile defense.
That's a whole other deal.
All right, speaking of missile defense, you remember we had the Chinese businesswoman that was wandering around, is it Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago.
One of Trump's properties.
You're on the water.
And you remember when
the waterman's back.
You know when they found her, she said, "Oh, I just wandered around tourists. I just lost." You know what I mean?
I don't know if it was like that.
It was something like that. I don't know where Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
And you know, and so she claimed that she was just a bumbling tourist, and then we tended to think she might be more like an agent of Beijing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I thought she was there to do somebody's nails.
We have. It looks like we are.
Greg, I don't even know if
Greg,
you can say that.
That's Vietnamese. That's Vietnamese.
Was she not Vietnamese?
Do not lump Asian people all into one big lump.
I think Asian when I think nails.
Yeah, but that's Vietnamese. It's not Chinese. That's a whole different game.
Just think it. Don't say it.
That's close.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like I wish you could text us what you're thinking before you say it.
Did you take your medicine today?
Right.
We can tell the days you skip.
We can.
Yeah.
We can. Really, the days that you're the safest are the days you're so sleepy you fall asleep during the show.
That's
right.
Does that medicine make you sleepy? Is that a side effect
That's
of
it.
it?
Yes, is it? All right, here's what we know about her. We're ruling out bumbling tourists. We're ruling out bumbling tourists. Bubba, she's in jail.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had her there since March the 30th. She's facing up to 1 year in prison on the trespassing charge and 5 years on the false statement by saying that she was just a tourist.
Yeah.
You got 5 for that?
Yeah.
And
you
so don't lie to the federal agents, guys.
They take it serious, don't they?
They're serious business.
So we got some lying going on. So no one has been able to say that you're 100%, some rogue agent from Red China, but it doesn't look good. You're not a bumbling tourist. We know that.
No, that's 5 for that. You hear me? That'll be 5.
How about that? That'll be a 5. Yeah. Don't tell people you're a bumbling tourist and not be one. But that seems kind of severe for.
It kind of does.
I wondered on the Mar-a-Lago. What are these names?
Well,
guys, I'm so uncomfortable with talking about truck.
To Mar-a-Lago.
Look,
I
imagine they get that charge on her and then go, look, we'll knock that thing down with a little, information here who you're reporting to.
Thank you.
Well, they didn't like her shooting videos with her cell phone. One of the receptionists there thought she looked suspicious, and they went out to. Can you imagine? It was one thing to work at a Trump property before he was the leader of the free world. Can you imagine now?
Oh my gosh!
Watch it.
The nut jobs that you get there.
No.
Good night. So anyway, Greg, this is one for you. Type 2 diabetes may have been on the decline.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good to hear that.
Sugar down.
Number of new cases has dropped by a third in parts of the Western world.
You can thank Trulicity for that.
Is that what you're on? Trulicity?
Yeah, something like that.
No, is that the one that's diet driven? Can you?
Type 2 is the one,
have
Well,
some control over.
Can be. But sometimes, like some of us with cholesterol, it can be genetic as well.
Exactly.
And you try to do everything you want to do, and then your number don't ever move.
Yeah.
Now, I was asked an uncomfortable question from Mom about your type 2.
What's Mom? I mean,
well, she asked me how you're eating here. And she said, "Is Greg taking care of himself?" She said, "Is he?" She asked me, Greg, what do you want
Did you tattle on your brother?
No, I didn't say anything.
I know how you like to make him look bad to your mom.
I told her that I said if birthday cake is a contributor to type 2, we got issues.
If it is.
If and I
corner piece. My voice is going again.
I don't know what that is.
Go ahead and take your swig.
Greg, I said if. I don't know whether they're tied together or not. and I told her, I said, if you and I were parents and Greg was our son, I said, we got to get him away from that Bill Bubba bus.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. Free shipping has been extended through December the 12th. That means you can get all your shopping done and save big with discounts plus free shipping at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Take advantage of that right now. I'm talking about deals everywhere. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you're looking for the new 2.0 My Pillows, by the way, you got those right now at 50% off. So that's huge. Plus, you'll get a free Go Anywhere pillow, too, if you get the Arabica My Coffee. It's 100% Arabica grade. It's 50% off, too, and they throw in a bonus gift for you there. Over 250 different items at MyPillow.com/Bubba and over at the My Store as well. And all of it is happening right now at MyPillow.com. Don't miss using MyPillow.com/Bubba or just look at the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Here we go. Here we go, Bubs. Here we go, Bubsy. It is gift number 4. In the 12 working days of Christmas, our number 629, We Be Big. Bubba, tell us what we're playing for today, my friend.
Rick, we have the Amazon Echo Studio. It is a smart speaker with high-frequency, high-quality audio, Alexa, Bluetooth, far-field voice control, and it has the built-in smart hub, of course, that goes with all the Alexa products. And, Rick, this thing is really, really heavy. I mean, it has got a great quality speaker on that.
Yeah.
And it will talk to you and do everything you need it to do. And it interfaces with all these other automatic and automation systems.
Oh, love it, baby.
You know, it'll just about do it all. I kind of like that.
All right, so Matt Drigger's got gift number 1, Brian Graham, gift number 2, Frank Williams, gift number 3, and today, gift number 4 is ready to go. And, of course, we've got that one available to you, even though it's listed as gift number 5 on here. It is 4, right?
Yeah, remember? Just ignore all that because we went to days because we've given multiple things
No,
away.
you're right. I got you.
We started adding them together.
I got you. Nobody panic. So we did Adler's birthday yesterday. We'll do Speedy's tomorrow. So, and Speedy's 55. So tomorrow it's caller 55. We did 38, right, with you, Adler, something like that. So any numbers that jump at you today? Any particular caller number you want to go with?
What is Speedy's tomorrow?
Speedy's 55 tomorrow.
Huh.
Didn't know it was Speedy's birthday till today.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know.
Happy birthday,
yeah,
buddy.
So
55.
You go see. So Greg, of course, you're 57, but you're
I'm older than you.
And then Helmsley's 44. Something like that.
Won't we just go with
back 60?
Rick,
remember.
won't we just go with 50 for the great
all right, let's
states?
go with 50. All right, we'll do caller 50 for the great states.
The great states of America.
Yeah,
55 of them.
Hey, let me tell you to the big 50 right now. Hey, we looking good.
Yeah,
we look good right now.
Yeah. Yes.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. They're all popping today. Here we go. 11,
Which
12,
may not be good.
13, 14,
Last time
15,
we had
16,
pops, she went down.
17, 18, 19, 20. Here's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And then there's 31, 2, 3, 4,
this thing has a
5,
5-inch woofer in it.
7,
Bumping.
8, 9, 10. So there's 40. And then 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, Britton Sanford, Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, buddy, caller 40.
Britton, you're one short.
Caller 49.
Oh, Britton.
49. Greg, what did he
It's
win?
not all lost. though.
Greg, what did he win? What did he
It's
win?
not all lost, Britton. Now, yesterday you saw what happened, but unfortunately you get nothing.
Oh, Greg.
Yesterday we had a winner on that.
Watch that. The heart's going back cold again.
It has.
Somebody give him a picture of his grandkids. Quick.
Rick, you know what he gets?
Yeah, right. Greg, I mean, Thompson's playing tomorrow night.
I gotta give him a game face.
All right, there we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Shep from Abbeville.
Oh,
Abbeville, Shep. Guess what? You're caller 50! Shep! Shep did it! Let's go, Shep! Tell him what he won, Bubba.
Rick, it's the Amazon Echo Studio smart speaker, and Rick, it has all kind of things in it. It's got 3 2-inch mid-range speakers, a tweeter. It has a 5 1/4-inch woofer. It is completely Bluetooth controllable. It is a home smart hub that works with the Zigbee format. It's just packed with goodies. I mean, if you have anything automatic at your house, this baby will control it.
Bubba, does that have the Zigbee?
It does.
Hey, but I want to know, does it have the far field? Because if it doesn't have the far field,
It has far field voice control.
What does that mean?
That means you can yell at it across the room.
It's a long way away?
Yeah.
What about the Zigbee smart home?
Zigbee is a format for wireless control.
Well,
So,
all righty.
Shep, how long you been listening to the show, watching the show? How long?
Oh, I grew up listening to the show. I'm a lifer.
And your phone is so fantastic today. And where did you say you were calling from?
Abbeville.
Abbeville. Thank you,
Wonderful.
brother. Putting you on hold,
Yes, sir.
and we'll ship this right to you, okay?
All right, thank y'all.
And Greg is shipping it, so you get it 6-8 months.
Yeah, you'll get it before this time next year.
All right, put you on. Hey, thank you for listening, Shep.
Be expensive.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Do you have one of those, Bubba?
I don't, but I want one.
I could tell.
Yeah, but
I
likes that.
try
You know
to
what
pick
got
out-
him, Rick? The
I pick
Zigbee.
out things that I like.
Okay, all
Kinda
right.
likes the Zigbee.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Cole from Wetumpka.
Cole, caller 51. You missed it by one.
Oh, yeah,
night,
Cole, but Cole, it ain't all
Good
lost. You ain't
gracious.
getting jack.
You can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even be caller 50.
Craig. So I'm looking at this Echo Studio, and guess where it's not going?
Where?
To that caller.
Greg, don't be
It
like
ain't-
that.
it's not
Well, now
going
you're
there.
getting mean. You don't have to be mean about it. I mean, it's one thing to have a little fun with it. Now you're getting mean.
Not going there.
Now-
That there it ain't going.
Now
This
you-
thing is heavy.
Now you're trying to
It
hurt.
really is heavy.
Now you're trying to hurt people. Your eyes even look like Adler's did in that Christmas picture.
Boy, I tell you, that was weird.
But for real, I was moving that box yesterday, and it is heavy. You're like, okay, the subwoofer in that thing has to be
But
serious.
I mean, y'all are already talking about it. It must be really.
Oh, I guarantee you it's got good sound.
Is it weighty?
You pair that up with the Zigbee. Woo!
Watch
Hey, baby brother, you want Big Brother to care for you?
Would you?
Is it too heavy for
I don't
little
know,
baby
you may be a
brother?
little too skinny. It might thump you over.
We'll carry it to your office, buddy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just saying, it's heavy.
Okay. I hadn't seen you struggle like that since the turkey and dressing bowl.
That was bad.
Hey,
You're right.
it was
What
brought
do you
up
think
again.
shipping on this mug's going to be?
The good news is the Democrats, because they love poor people, make it more expensive.
Yeah.
All right, so wrapping up the hour, if you're leaving us gift number 5 tomorrow, in the 12 working days of Christmas, another big day of giving. We've had a match moultrie. We've given away a Christmas gift. My goodness. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way for some of you. If you're wrapping up our time together, don't forget the daily archives. You never have to miss any of the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So good. He's a bad influence.
Look, he was eating two sleeves of chips.
Greg, I don't like this mushy kid. This mushy kid's a bad influence.
You talking about the Cookie Monster over there?
Good.
Right.
Them Chips Ahoy.
That's one of my favorites.
Well, that's obvious.
I'll tell you one thing.
I hope so.
You know what I say to you, friend? Ahoy.
Yeah. Chips. Ahoy.
Look. Some of y'all think y'all being nice, but y'all killing the show. Y'all killing people on the show.
Oh yeah. Helmsy was leaning in front of the cookies up against the counter, the countertop, because that's where the cookies
you better
were.
not get in the way.
And he came over there, and I thought he was gonna. I thought he was gonna push it.
Here's what I want to ask: has he taken 2 Chips Ahoy yet? I'm back on Bubba now, not top 2 over here.
Oh yeah, you talk about.
I've had a few Chips Ahoys too. Has he done the thing where you put peanut butter between them yet?
Not today.
Not today. You just remind me. You just remind me.
And I hope one of those good knives are in there that I can really get it on there and spread it good.
And this is what I want to tell the audience.
Bubba.
I want to tell the audience. Some of y'all can hear me now. If there's something that a show member likes, just bring a little bit of it.
Yeah.
You know, if you bring 6 bags of Chips Ahoy, then
Rick, let's not tell the audience what they need to do. They can run their own affairs.
I know, but you know, I just don't
run their own affairs.
but you know how sometimes you love something and you can love it right to death.
Yeah,
you can. You know how the kid played too rough with the puppy.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure.
You can love it right to death.
Yeah.
And I will pet him and call him.
So I told Mom that I got my own.
Okay, buddy. I appreciate it.
You're probably gonna get a call.
I'm gonna tell her you lied.
You know, we had this thing with Casio Kid Cortez, but it just seems I know that people have it out there now, but this guy that's with ICE, I've seen him screaming at this committee several times over the last several weeks. Are we just now still showing highlights from that and people put it out? Or they keep bringing him back and dogging him again? I
no,
mean,
it looks like Rashida Tlaib was calling out the former ICE director, and
every time you say that name, I think you're talking about the safety for the Titans from a few years ago.
That is funny.
And then I have her comments, and then he goes to respond at the end, and AOC tries to cut him off because
watch the person next to her, Bubba, show her the gavel, and she grabs it. And she slams that gavel down like she's gonna call order.
Do you want Tlaib first in the comments or just his response? Because she tries to light into him and
let's hear it all.
Let me hear it all.
Thank you, Mr. Homan. As a fellow American, I just want you to know your contribution as acting director of ICE under this administration will always be remembered as one that was very ruthless and inhumane treatment of asylum seekers. As the author of the separation policy and now of this preventing people, sick children before this committee, seeking life-saving medical treatment. I will continue always, this is probably the 3rd time I think you before this chamber, that I'm deeply troubled by your opening statement and continued assault on innocent lives. And I ask that this administration please stop playing politics with the lives of the children before this committee, but also with the lives of many Americans that are directly impacted by the continued broken immigration system in our country. Thank you so much.
So she finishes, and it goes on and on and on, and I'm going to try to find it here because it's just buried in the story.
DACA and DACA.
Hold on, let me find it here. And this is his response coming up.
First of all, I served my country for 34 years. I saved many lives, and I ran an agency. Let's be frank in what ICE does. ICE last year took a season of opioids off the streets of this country that could have killed every man, woman, and child in the United States twice. They've arrested thousands of sexual predators that preyed on children. They rescued thousands of children who were victims of predators. They arrested hundreds of women who were victims of sex trafficking. I am proud of the agency in ICE. And what we don't want to talk about is nearly 90% of everybody ICE arrests for immigration violations either have a criminal history or are pending criminal charges when they were found. I mean, they were found in a county jail, which most likely means they weren't a choir boy. So to mismeasure what the work the men and women of ICE do is, I find appalling that a member of Congress would throw that out there like that. In my 34 years, I've never seen such hate toward a law enforcement agency in my life that you want to abolish them rather than doing your job and legislate. If they don't like it, legislate. You can't.
Mr. Homan, according to the rules of this committee,
of enacting laws.
Mr. Homan, your time is expired. The chair now recognizes Ms. Hill.
Gosh, she's in charge.
Yeah. There's another angle.
There
that
must
you
have
can
been
see.
everybody left. Everybody was on break
to
or
her,
something.
yeah.
And he starts pointing to her, and she gets a gavel up there.
Right.
And it's like a child trying to pretend that she's doing something. It looks like she's in like, hey, today I'm gonna pretend to be something.
Right.
Hey, let's play judge. I'll be the judge. Give me the gavel, and then we'll play with Barbies. I mean, it looks ridiculous. I know. And this guy see what this guy was saying is, I love the fantasy portrayal you have here. Now let's talk about what really happens.
Mm-hmm.
We have opioids that came in here that were so dangerous they could have killed the entire population of the country twice. Okay, twice. We pulled off, a big number. we pulled off the children you forgetting that y'all love so much that were really being trafficked across the border. We rescued them. We rescued women that have been caught in the sex trade. You're leaving that out. And 90% of everybody who's trying to come in here illegally have some sort of criminal situation we have to deal with. Now, you're leaving all that out. And I like what he says, do your job.
But his time expired.
Yeah, how about this? Your job is to legislate.
Yeah.
And why don't you stop all the propaganda and actually do what you're here to do?
Rick and Bubba.
7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Another hour of Rick and Bubba from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Merry Christmas from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. The gang all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, for the folks out there that are waiting your chance, another gift is now gone. We have Shep Waits, Abbeville, Alabama, has joined Brandon Harper, Frank Williams, Brian Graham, and Matt Driggers, all winning gifts from the Rick and Bubba 12 Working Days of Christmas. He picks up the Amazon Echo Studio smart speaker with all the bells and whistles that went with that. And we'll have another gift coming your way on tomorrow's show. But, Bubba, you're ready to kind of pull back the curtain a little bit and show everybody the grand prize.
Yeah, we're very glad to have Bromberg's as our special grand prize gift this year, and they have given us a David Yurman piece of jewelry, and it alone, Rick, is $2,200 retail value. And there it is.
I don't want to ship that one. I hope somebody local wins. They can come get it.
Oh, look at that right there.
Pretty.
Oh, baby.
Look at that puppy.
Boy. Bubba,
Speedy,
nice.
put it on.
That's a nice setup you have
You like
over there.
that?
Where'd you get that black T-shirt?
Out of my office.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
I
I put it over my computer and hung the jewelry.
You know how they lay it across the black?
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
That's
good. Really good.
That's good stuff.
That's good.
Speaking of Bromberg,
we appreciate them being our major sponsor in this year, and that is going to be a super nice gift for somebody.
It is. Yeah, and they. What are you doing over there?
I'm having Adler try to chime in.
Speaking of Bromberg, did y'all
so professional?
All right, go ahead.
Did y'all see what happened to the Bromberg's Birmingham store?
No, buddy.
Look, here it is, right here. Somebody drove a truck into the store.
What?
That happened this weekend.
Oh, that's not good.
Where was that? The Mountain Brook location or the Summit?
Yeah, you can't just throw
Mountain Brook Village, Bromberg.
you can't just throw a little plywood up and fix that.
Dude, the truck was
temporarily
running. The truck was running from police and crashed into that store. Luckily, none of the people were hurt, and they actually didn't lose any merchandise. So they were open the next day.
Well, yeah, I mean, if your jewelry store gets knocked open in Mountain Brook, ain't nobody gonna steal anything. They already got it.
That's a good point. They probably just left it open.
Everybody walked by and said, "Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I hope it doesn't get cold in there."
Where was it at?
This was the Mountain Brook Village, Bromberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but they're still selling Rolexes, and go get you something if you want.
Hey, speaking of Bert.
So, Rick, so far we have given away a little over $700 in Christmas cheer.
Come on with it.
What we have left to go.
Here he goes.
Watch it, Rick.
$7,274.
That's what's left.
Yeah. Gracious.
Still to give away.
Gracious.
Still to give away.
Yeah, and so we know the one you're showing right now that's going to be on the big year ender. We know that.
Yes.
That's the final one.
That is the big one.
Okay.
The big finale.
That's your big boy.
Thank you,
This is what shuts
Bromberg.
phone lines down.
Thank you.
There it is.
Yep, there it is. Anybody think our new phone number can survive the $7,000 worth of gifts left?
We'll see.
Do you think
it's hanging in there?
I know we killed the line and destroyed it with just under 90,000 calls.
Yeah, all at one time.
Right. And of course, I like little things like that sometimes because sometimes you go, well, it's not like there's not an audience there.
Yeah.
So if y'all are struggling, it's not for lack of audience.
Yep.
But anyway, so thank y'all for blessing us with that. But anyway, so do you think it was the combination of the will of canned meat and that on the same day that is just too much?
I don't know. I can't comment.
I think
don't
it may
know,
have been a combo.
I don't know what the failure was.
I'm just trying to be careful going forward. But I mean, we got another one coming Friday.
What do you got?
Oh, no, I was just feeding to you while he was talking. That number is the real number.
For all of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, over $8,000.
Over
$8,100.
Okay, well, how about that? I love that. So it's even bigger. So how
that's my number was what's yet to come.
Yet to come.
Yeah. So
Were you doing the entire whole 12?
The 12 working days of Christmas so far, that's purchased and ready to give away or has been given away is over $8,100.
Oh, well, that wasn't what Bubba said. Yeah. But what Bubba was saying is, here's what's left.
Yeah, I was trying to feed him the total number.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I
got you. We should have let Adler give us that because he was ready to chime.
Speaking of
Speaking of that. Well, he's in some spot too over there because he's in a booth and it's hard.
Got a few things going on.
It's hard enough to get in.
And he barely can see over
but
the
if nobody can see that you want to talk, we don't look up. That's even tougher. You know it.
I do have to stand up to see over the TV
Oh, it's
thing
fine.
here. Let's just
We get you one of them little stools.
I was about to tell you to stand up, but you are.
I am.
So he's got a lot of monitors
currently.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is
Y'all are really something. Y'all are really something.
with friends like this, right?
That's right.
Who needs enemies? But this new line, I tend to think the true test will be Friday because it'll be back to the will of meat and a gift all in the same day. I don't think we know until we compare a Friday to a Friday.
You're right. Can it hang in there?
Friday to a Friday.
Can she hang in there?
Well, you would see because it's taking 2 hits on that day.
Right.
And they're two pretty strong hits.
I think that number was just for the working days of Christmas. I think it's going to be 2 different numbers.
I think whoever gets wins the working day of Christmas also gets to spin the wheel Friday. You won this, and you get a spin and get to win whatever's on it.
Well, great. My
You're
goodness,
out of
you're
control
out of control.
right now.
Maybe we could do that on one of the callers on each side of it.
That's a good point.
But anyway,
then they wouldn't be getting nothing.
Well, right. Well, when you look honestly, Bubba, and I think you'll agree, because of inflation, really this number's huge. I mean, it's everything right now is.
And we'll have some extras in there. I mean, it'll be sneaking up on $10,000.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, because everything else out there costs so much more now. For you to get something free right now is even bigger than ever.
Oh yeah,
Guys,
that fills a bigger hole than it used to.
Yeah.
And I know this doesn't count, but it does count to our end. Add the shipping to that.
You said that and looked around.
Shipping. Trust me, I went yesterday.
They probably don't really think
it's
of
pretty
it as a gift,
significant.
but it's
no, I'm just saying the investment that we're making.
If you look back over
guys?
here and let's see, all I can say is thank goodness for the line of credit.
It's a lot. I dropped a couple items yesterday. I was like, wow.
Yeah, so there you go.
Hey, now.
All right, we'll be back.
Not to worry about me. My card's been cut off. So
Right.
don't worry
Did
about
you ever get your card working again?
No.
Bubba, mine's working. Company card.
I ain't fooled with
Did
it.
yours work?
Yes. I was cringing waiting as they swapped it.
Okay.
came
Part of
out
me
on
wishes
time.
it didn't, and
I
you'd
know
have
it.
like lugged all that in
Keep
there.
in mind, the people who have our company card,
not paid the power bill.
they have ruled that Greg is not a threat, but you are.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you?
There it is. There it is. Go ahead.
What's up?
We're looking at, you said, I really did, and we'll unpack it here in a minute. I think we have a 4-minute edited nugget.
Gosh, how funny is that?
That will give you the all the high points, if you want to call them high points, of the. Every time the Democrats all get together and start talking, it's almost like it's like you've been given the ability to look into a place where you're not welcome and to see what they're doing. Sometimes I want to shout, "We hear you," which can only mean they think there's a lot of people that agree with what they're saying. And here's the sad part: there are.
Yeah,
that is the sad part. But we'll unpack that coming up. I tried to watch it. Really, I knew it was on early in the day, and I mentioned it in passing on the show. Forgot about it, and then listeners and viewers of the program began to reach out to me, saying, "Please tell me you're watching this." And there's so much here, and so I then I tried to find it, and of course I could only find it on not all the networks were carrying it. I found it on ABC, and I honestly could only watch, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to make it funny. I just couldn't watch more than about 10 minutes, and I was just like, why would I do this to myself? I mean, it's because
Rick, it was ugly. It was almost as ugly as the way the Panthers played last night. But both were ugly, and both were very upsetting, and both were hard to go to sleep after.
Right. By the way, I want to say, of all the things that have been said about Cam Newton and these bizarre outfits he keeps putting on at press conferences, the best one I've heard today, because it covers the gamut, is that Cam Newton has decided to dress as Steven Tyler's microphone stand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think last night it kind of hit me that he was trying to look like Prince.
Right. Well, that's what I said. But see, that would include it because you've seen a bandana hanging around Steven Tyler's microphone stand. If you'll just take Steven Tyler's microphone stand and anything that could be hanging on it, Cam will wear it.
I think one or two things are going to have to happen. If Cam is going to light it up, I think he can wear weird outfits.
That's right.
But if they're going to keep losing, he's going to have to tone down the outfits because it just looks ridiculous. Now he's becoming kind of a Dennis Rodman version of football a slow way.
And that's not the way to go.
And I'm a Cam Newton fan, but it's you can't play and lose and then look like that.
Yeah, I'm not anti-Cam, but I'm really now trying to be an accountability brother.
Yeah. I want to
like,
pull him aside and say, "Hey, come on."
Yeah. Especially
you're losing touch with the rest of us. That's why everybody liked you, because you were in touch with the rest of us.
Well, it goes back to what we said about even the hype video for our beloved university. There's a line between being edgy, innovative, and then weird, and you got to make that line work. It's okay to say I'm young and wealthy and I'm an entertainer, so I get away with looking a certain way. It's fine to say, look, my culture calls to a certain amount of being flamboyant in dress. All that's fine. But this stuff's starting to get weird. I mean, when you walk out there,
that's what Liberace said.
Right. I would say when you walk out there and it looks like my grandmother says I got to go out to the garden, and so she pulls her hair
on a windy March
day,
and
she pulls her hair in the same arrangement you have. I mean, that's not good. Now we're off the look at me, I'm stylish. Now we're just being weird. Yeah. And it's a fine line. Yeah. But you got to have people that you allow to say to you. Now, see, last night you went weird.
Yeah.
And look, I like a little fun, and certainly I know I'm no fashionista. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we don't get accused of that much.
Right, but there's a like I know because my job's not a real job, I can get away with certain things. But then there's weird.
Yeah.
So there you go. So we'll unpack the debate. We'll talk about other stories that happened while we were away. Your phone calls will churn a lot today too. We certainly will prepare for another weekend of football a little bit, and we'll find out what game Beth Mowens is calling.
Yeah,
we'll give you that.
I need a fun zone Friday, Rick.
Well,
I really do.
Let me tell you what is.
I'm going to have to look at the Democratic debate as comedy.
Oh, well,
as
no issue there.
Yeah, not as our society has lost it and we have no hope for the future.
Yeah, we've covered that.
Merry Christmas. The Rick and Bubba Show, 30 years, baby. Got our anniversary coming up in January, Lord willing. Don't forget, if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store, some new items, and I know you see them too, Bubba. We're both getting them. Love the emails from those of you that still like hard copy CDs, and you've got the new CD rough patch. You've been out listening to it. Send us pictures of that. That's so cool. Glad you're enjoying it. It's getting good feedback. Appreciate that. That CD is available. When will it come to the streaming services? I don't know. But when it does, you'll see it. We'll let you know. But we're in the process of trying to get it there now. But there are hard copies still available. We did sell out of our collectible sweet tea glasses, the holiday edition. It's got us in the Christmas theme on the front. But we were able to find a vendor that could get us some more in time. So they're available again until they sell out a second time. But check that at the store, and the new Rick and Bubba hunting hat. Those are new items, but there's also all sorts of other items shopping for the Rick and Bubba fan on your Christmas list.
Who do they think they are, a spatula?
A spatula. Right. I don't want to never could overcome that, did we? But
no, I couldn't give up.
I don't want to get too political here, but I will say that I'm a little bit confused. And you know how we like the whole team Glenn Beck bunch anyway, that we may not agree on everything, but the way they approach things,
they have a good
and the
time.
way they hack on each other, and they seem to be genuinely confused the way we are, and we get along with them pretty well. And I heard one of them, because yesterday I had to make a meeting at 11, so I was running out of here pretty quick. Got another one at 11 today. Those 11 ones hurt, but anyway, so they were saying the same thing I'd been thinking. And I think I'm as confused right now on what we're doing as far as the two political parties. We had a debate with only one person that said they were even running against another person that says he's not even running.
Right.
The Republicans are going to be in Tuscaloosa, tomorrow night? Is it?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
You're going to compete with that.
Yeah, they got some of the roads blocked off. Yeah.
Oh no, and we're going to have a state championship game in the middle of all that.
Oh yeah. I don't think, are they not having a crowd at the debate?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I think that, of course, it's for security to block everything off. But yeah, that's great.
But my point is, Donald Trump. So first of all, we've got DeSantis and Newsom having a debate for some reason.
Yeah, that was who came up with that? Sean. Sean.
Yeah, and then because Sean believes what Bubba does, and I agree with both of you. But then you look over in the Republican side, and these Republicans keep getting together, but Trump doesn't go, but yet Trump has 50% of the vote.
Yeah. So what are we doing?
So what is all this about? I mean, it just seems like...
Is this, if Trump goes to jail, then we are into play?
I guess. Here's what it looks like.
The Republicans had committed, like they do many times,
right,
that we're going to have this many debates. And that was set, that was decided, and then Trump has decided not to go.
But isn't it weird to watch how it has no impact?
Right.
I mean, watching this, here's what it looks like to me. Yeah. Here's what it looks like to me. We have both parties that have a real world over here and a fake world over here. And the Democrats are pretending, that Joe Biden is going to represent them, and the Republicans are pretending Trump's not.
Yeah.
Well,
you're right. We're going on business as usual.
Right. There was a story yesterday. I didn't walk it all the way out and didn't listen that close to it, but basically the Democrats have canceled the Florida primary, meaning they're awarding it to Joe Biden without any competition.
Really? Wow.
And 2 or 3 of the people running against him that are, they're not really moving the needle have said, well, this is not fair because you're awarding enough delegates for 8 other states in this one primary and you're just shutting it down.
Right.
So the Democrats are doing less The Republicans are doing more, but their candidate's not participating in it. It's kind of
That's
fun.
what I mean. You just laid out why it's kind of a bizarre thing to watch.
Rick, this election cycle, every year we say that, or every 4 years, that this is going to be the most bizarre election ever. This one really is. And we still don't know. I think in the back of everybody's mind, there is concern, will Trump even be able to run?
Right.
Some of these lawsuits he's involved in could take away his ability to run. And there's about 5 of them ongoing right now. Mm-hmm. And on the Democrat side, I think a lot of Democrats think Biden will never make it. He's not going to make it to that point. He's going to physically just come unraveled.
Well, over here, to your point, it looks like the Republicans are all continuing on as if Trump's not going to represent them, and they'll be ready if that happens. On the other side, no one believes Joe Biden can represent the Democrats, but they're pretending that he can. Yeah. And then you think, well, they need to do the same thing the Republicans are doing and go ahead and have another bunch ready, but they don't seem to be doing that. Like Newsom is not even saying he's running. He's not even participating in any Democratic debates, but yet he debated DeSantis. So I can't follow any of this. This just is a weird ride to the next election.
You saw 2 people running for president in that debate. Hannity knew that. He knew it would be good to get them on stage,
right?
And it's good for ratings for him,
right?
And I think he has probably a better relationship with Newsom than he's had with any Democrat in a long time because of their age,
right?
Because they're close in age. So, it was good. Fox got that out of it. The debate's going on. Look, Newsom is running a shadow campaign. He's been raising money. He went to visit Xi in China. And then he hosted Xi and other world leaders in California for a summit. He's trying to show he has international credibility. He is waiting on someone to beg him to step in and run. And the Democrats have been not excited to do that yet. Right. But again, look, you see Joe Biden, you see his health. At some point, he's not going to be able to make it. I don't know. Maybe he can run. Maybe he can do another 4 years. I just don't think so, based on the decline we've seen during this term.
Yep.
Which has been astronomical.
Oh, it's crazy. And so that's what I mean. It's just a weird environment. And so anyway, video 3, Adler, and then this other story we had yesterday, this thing where we're canceling people and people are getting fired, and Tucker Carlson and his world of having all these people that listen to him, but yet the major networks act like he doesn't have it. It's just weird. But here goes Greg Gutfeld, and he's he's going to just do what we do sometimes and mumble something that he probably, I don't know if he meant to say it on the air or doesn't care, but you can see that
he doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
You see his guest getting very, very uncomfortable that he calls out advertisers and his own employer for firing Tucker Carlson. So here we go.
Musk may be the last man standing between real freedom of speech and the suffocating block of the censorship industrial complex, which is made up of government, media, and tech forces. He realizes that advertisers have no spine and can be easily cowed by special interest groups in cahoots with political allies. If you don't believe me, I got 2 words for you. Tucker Carlson.
They don't know what to do.
Wow. Look at that, huh?
Everybody was like, hey, I didn't think we were supposed to talk about that. Hey.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you hear they didn't know whether they should think that was funny?
Yeah.
They didn't know whether to chime in.
Gutfeld is funny, and he doesn't care, Rick. Me and Speedy agree on that. He's kind of the host of The Five on Fox, and I catch it from time to time. He will say anything at any time, and he went on a rant. I guess it was
sniffing. Who's the sniffer? Okay.
He went on a rant yesterday about how the left, who a lot of them are backing Hamas, is just turning a blind eye to the rape that's going on and was going on to the Israeli prisoners.
Oh, yeah.
And he made some crazy comparisons to point out the absurdity of their position. But he really doesn't care, and he'll just say anything, anytime, which is always enjoyable for a lot of us.
Is he doing The Five and his own show? Or
yes.
Just, yeah, because I know he's got his own show now, too. So he's doing them both.
Yes.
Wow. So is Jesse.
Yeah, Waters. Is his daily show, or is it on the streaming thing?
Did you see, on that note, did you see Babylon B's Bill Cosby post? Bill Cosby now comes out joining Hamas so people won't care that he raped people.
Right.
Oh, Babylon B. Babylon B. Wow.
Cutting.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic. 10 lines are available. 629-WE-BE-BIG. We talk to you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That angle. Today we're just going to laugh at it.
Bubba, what are you talking about?
All right, somebody said.
This was substances.
Have y'all seen the thing that was sent to me last night, speaking of Beth Mowins, and we'll talk Beth Mowins as we do every football Friday and Monday. Change.org. Undoubtedly, this is a group that is calling for Beth Mowins to be removed from calling any football game. So hey, we're not alone on this. This is not just some quirk with us. It's bothering a lot of people.
Can I ask you something about the debate last night? I did not get, is it Yang? Is that his name? Yeah. I didn't get his 10,000, what was it, 10,000 people or 110 people going to get $1,000? Or
there you go, for a year.
What was that all about?
Get $1,000 a month for a year.
For only 10 people?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Democratic debate. And today we're just going. Presentation, and then we'll come back and comment after it. So here's last night's debate in 4 minutes. Here we go.
Now, I may not be the loudest person up here, but I think we've already got that in the White House. Houston, we have a problem.
My campaign will now give a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for an entire year to 10 American families. Someone watching this at home right now. It's original, I'll give you that.
So President Trump, you've spent the last 2.5 years full-time trying to sow hate and division among us. And I plan on focusing on our common issues, our common hopes and desires, and in that way unifying our country, winning this election, and turning the page for America. And now, President Trump, you can go back to watching Fox News.
I, who wrote the damn bill, if I may say so.
And while Bernie wrote the bill, I read the bill. And on page 8 of the bill, it says that we will no longer have private insurance as we know it.
They're going to give back that money to the employee?
Matter of fact, they will.
Well, let me tell you something. For a socialist, you got a lot more confidence in corporate America than I do.
You got to defend the fact that 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt. You know why they're going bankrupt? Because they suffered a terrible disease, cancer or heart disease.
I know a lot about cancer. Let me tell you something. It's personal to me.
Barack Obama's vision was not to leave 10 million people uncovered.
They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
I'm fulfilling the legacy of Barack Obama, and you're not.
I'll be surprised to him.
This reminds everybody of what they cannot stand about Washington. Scoring points against each other, poking at each other, and telling each other that you're my plan, your plan. Look, we all
that's called a Democratic primary election. That's called an election. That's an election. You know, this is what we're here for. It's an election.
Are you proposing taking away their guns, and how would this work?
I am. If it's a weapon that was designed to kill people on a battlefield, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Are you prepared to say tonight that you and President Obama made a mistake about deportations? Why should Latinos trust you?
What Latinos should look at is comparing this president to the president we have is outrageous. Number one, we didn't lock people up in cages. We didn't separate families.
Every time something good about Barack Obama comes up, he says, oh, I was there. That's me too. And then every time somebody questions part of the administration that we were both part of, he says, well, that was the president. I mean, he wants to take credit for Obama's work, but not have to answer to any questions.
Donald Trump in office on trade policy, you know, he reminds me of that guy in The Wizard of Oz, you know, when you pull back the curtain, it's a really small dude.
Okay. I'm not even going to take the bait.
My biggest professional setback is embarrassing because a lot of folks know about it. I, with a bunch of tenant leaders in Newark, New Jersey in 2002, took on the political machine, and boy, did they fight back. I had tires on my car slashed, our campaign offices were broken into. And here's a bit of advice to everybody. If you're going to have a spectacular failure, have a documentary team there to capture it, because it made for an Oscar-nominated documentary called Street Fight. But then, unfortunately, another setback, it lost in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins, for crying.
Keep in mind, the gift for today has already been given away. So there's no need to call thinking you're going to win a gift. No need to call. Only reason you're calling right now is to participate in the show. Got a comment, got a question, bring them in at 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. Your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program goes away. There's no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is just content, comments, questions, whatever's on your mind. Helmsy is ready. Carshield.com/Bubba says, do not go into your holiday travel and have a car that doesn't have warranty, and because if something goes wrong with that automobile, A, it's going to be a hassle of hassles, and B, you're going to have to write a check. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. We're going to let you know that car repairs, like everything else, they have increased. Do you realize car repairs and parts right now, Bubba, are 20% higher?
Oh, yeah.
They've gone up by 20%. So right now, we've got plans that are protection plans. They start as low as $100 per month. If it's a covered repair, CarShield will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. 24/7 roadside assistance is available. Courtesy towing is available. Rental car options, so you're never out of automobile, they're available. Find all of it by going to carshield.com/Bubba. We'll save you 20% on your plan, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Drive with peace of mind that you are protected with a protection plan from CarShield. Bubba, Megyn Kelly weighing in on tomorrow night's debate in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, the eyes of the nation will be on Tuscaloosa tomorrow, where the Republican debate will be. And Megyn Kelly, who is one of the hosts of this event, is asking and urging Donald Trump to return to the debate stage.
Yep.
She says he's TV gold, and their dynamic works.
Unfortunately, as Speedy pointed out and others have, he remains at 50% whether he goes to a debate or not, so why should he worry with it?
Right.
And I promise you, he's got no issues in Alabama.
Yeah.
So there you go. Let's go to Scott. Slap out Alabama. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to talk about the Heisman candidates.
Yes.
I agree with the three quarterbacks, but Marvin Harrison, can y'all make a case for him? Because
yes, I can.
He's not even the best at his position.
I disagree with that.
Have you watched him play any?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I have, but
he dominates the game.
If you look at his stats and his numbers, he's not even the best.
No, I didisagree.
Yeah, I disagree with
you. He dominates that game much like
plays.
Travis Kelce does sometimes for the Chiefs, or who's the wide receiver they traded to Miami? I can't think of it. Tyreek Hill. When he gets involved and they start getting the ball to him, it's incredible. He can turn the game around.
Yeah, I was obviously a Bama fan.
Yeah, I just disagree with you. When you're looking at stats, there's so many things.
And look, I'm no Ohio State fan. Okay, I'm probably way down the list on that.
Oh, me too.
But he is a tremendous player.
Yeah, and he's one of those, like the guys are trying to tell you. It's one thing to say I play on a team that runs up a lot of passing yardage or throws the ball deep or whatever. There's a lot of Ohio State games where there's no need to throw to him anymore because the game's in hand.
Probably get him out of the game.
You can't just look at that. You got to watch him play and see the kind of player he is, and he is a game changer, which the Heisman Trophy is designed for players who are game changers.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he'll be one of the first few picks in the draft, whether he wins the Heisman or not.
Yeah, he's an elite football player, and like Bubba said, we don't even like Ohio State, but we're not delusional.
Yeah, he's good.
Let's go to Andre, or I think Montgomery, Alabama, I-92 WLWI. Go ahead.
You got it right. It's Andre.
I just wanted to ask, what's y'all's standpoint on? I'm just trying to make it make sense for why Georgia. I'm not even a Georgia fan, but God bless me, I'm an Auburn fan. Why after a 29-game win streak, you get knocked out like the way they did?
Okay, well, first off, they haven't had 29 wins this year. That's a reflection of the program where it is.
Yep,
They've had, how many wins this year before Saturday? 12.
12.
They have had some struggles winning at Auburn. At Georgia Tech was not pretty. They were behind big at South Carolina, I believe it was, early in the year. So they're a great team. I really think they're one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the country. But you can't lose on that last weekend and get into a 14 playoff.
They didn't win the conference, and really that was a playoff game, and they lost a playoff game. Yeah. That's really what that was. Yeah. Now, are they the 6th team? I don't agree with that. I think they're probably the 5th. And probably could beat any of the 4 teams on any given game.
Yeah.
But it was a playoff game. The SEC championship was a playoff game between Alabama and Georgia, and Alabama won it. And Georgia got put out.
That's the bottom line. Yeah. That's the bottom line. They're a great team, and like I say, they would probably beat everybody they played 90% of the time.
And I agree with Bubba. The streak from last year or whenever it started, the year before that, I don't know. It's a good thing to have. But as far as this year's,
shows where your program is.
As far as this year's national championship,
and for whatever reason, we don't know why. Apparently, God will not allow a team to win 3 championships in a row.
Yeah, just won't happen.
Well, you know what? It's hard.
That's a difficult.
It's hard to do.
Very hard.
Paul in Athens. Paul, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I want to make my gripe about the college football playoff and the selection committee. My opinion, Florida State got wronged. I'm looking at the undefeated conference champions.
Yeah, we got it.
Texas shouldn't be in there. They lost to Oklahoma. They didn't go undefeated in their conference. The other,
but they did win
4 teams.
They did win the conference.
Yeah. Well, they did win their conference, but they didn't go undefeated in their conference.
Yeah, Alabama didn't either.
So no, Alabama went undefeated in the SEC conference.
Yeah, but they didn't have an undefeated record though. But I see what you're saying.
No. But neither did Texas.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Sir, let me put it this way: if you were dependent on a football game to keep your house,
right?
Say your house was on the line, you had to play Michigan, and if your team didn't win, you're going to live under a bridge. Would you have more confidence in the current Florida State team without their star quarterback, or the team that you saw play Georgia Saturday in the SEC championship game in Alabama?
Well, I actually base it on the team. I don't base it on one player. Granted, they lost a great quarterback.
Just
that's not the question. Just answer Bubba's question.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, then that's how the college football committee felt.
It wasn't who deserved it, like I said. It's not the team that deserved it.
Not
who
they
thought was the best team.
It's a shame, and I'm sorry for them, and I feel like they've been wronged, and it's terrible that you go undefeated and don't get in. But when you have 5 Power 5 conferences and 4 spots, we're going to have a conference champ left out every year.
Yeah. Did you? Who do you pull for?
Alabama.
All right,
Roll Tide.
So you're telling me that Alabama should be in it and Texas beat them and Texas shouldn't be there? What if you were a Texas fan?
Well, that was an out-of-conference game.
That doesn't matter. It's head-to-head. It's head-to-head.
Conference ain't got nothing to do with it.
And you know what you're going to tell me?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me our Alabama team, which I agree with, you're going to say our Alabama team wasn't as good then as it is now, and I would tell you Florida State's not as good as they were earlier in the season.
And Texas is better now than they were when they beat Alabama.
Yeah.
Well, Alabama, in my honest opinion, I don't really think they deserve to be there because they struggled.
And your name is Paul, too, named after Paul Bear Bryant.
Okay,
My goodness.
You're an imposter. You're not really an Alabama fan.
Yeah, Paul,
because nobody's saying.
Do you just play one?
He's a Florida State fan.
Do you pretend to be an Alabama fan?
No.
Where are you calling from, sir?
We just outed you.
Yeah.
Are you in the Panhandle?
I'm calling from Athens, Alabama. I'm from Birmingham. So
When you say Roll Tide, I'll see how you say it, and I'll make my decision. Go ahead.
Roll Tide.
You are a Bama fan. I was wrong. Thanks, man. Let's go to.
That's funny.
Let's go.
Bubba, that was a great analogy.
It really was.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's the point. That's what the college committee did. You can like it or not like it. What Bubba just said is what they did, and we all know they're right.
Yeah,
that's the
and
true
they said
gut.
that's what they were going to do.
Yeah. Anonymous in Tennessee.
I don't like a champ undefeated.
Yeah,
being
Bubba
left
doesn't
out.
even
I don't
like
it.
this, but he can't. He knows why
Everybody
they did
get
it.
past it. We got next year, and it'll be all answered.
Just
Everybody
because
be
you
happy.
don't like something doesn't mean what they did wasn't still correct.
Yeah.
You might not like
and
it.
it doesn't sound fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Listen, there's
Well,
a
Greg,
long
life's not
list.
fair. I got a bad
not.
news for everybody.
I know.
In the college football area of trying to get to number one, going all the way back to the voting days.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
BCS, 4 teams, whatever. There's a long list of people who got the short end of the stick.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it cleaned it
Especially
up,
back in the days
Yeah,
when
I
they
started
voted.
to say something else.
I
I
remember
thought
when
after
the
last week, I'm not going to say it.
when the BCS came out, we were like ecstatic.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
at
yeah.
least 1 and 2 would play each other.
Oh, yeah.
In the past, it wasn't like that.
I don't
And then
even-
when they went to the 14, that's better.
I'm not
now
sure.
we're going to 12, and it's better.
I think all championships before we had some sort of playoff are flawed anyway.
I do too.
You talk about people's opinion.
Oh, yeah.
We saw some outlandish things. But that's the system you run under, so they count. But I don't look at them the same way. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you to all of our candidates. It was a great debate. I think we learned a lot tonight. Thanks to you.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we learned a lot.
We've learned a lot. Didn't we?
We've learned a lot now.
I learned a lot.
All right, so I know we have a couple of individual clips to expand. Is the one of the 10 people getting $1,000?
How you like that?
I didn't understand that. Somebody helped me with that.
Is that what you had?
You have to write a letter explaining how you'll change them or something.
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah. We listened to it earlier. That's what
And
it
they're
is.
going to pick 10.
Right. It's
a lottery.
Well, a lottery's just a blind draw. I think they're going to pick by what you supposedly.
Okay. So
know.
it's fixed mama's mouth.
That's exactly what it is.
There you go. You're all over.
Rick Burgess.
Well,
That's so
but it's
funny.
fixed the country's mouth.
Well, fix your finances.
Yeah.
And
No, that's
10
exactly
people.
exactly what it is.
Yeah. Now this one here is getting a lot of attention where they say Biden's teeth about fell out.
Yeah, did you? That I really doubt.
Speaking of fixing mouth,
the small amount of time that I saw it, I actually saw this.
Did you
Fix
really?
Joe's- what if we fix Joe's
eighth
mouth?
grade today. At the time, there was a
Watch it
groundswell
when
in
he's
this
about to
country to
talk.
get something done. President Obama asked you to lead the push for gun control. You have often pointed to your
He's having
ability
trouble
to
now.
reach
You see, he's
across
kinda
the
messing
aisle to get things done. But 4 months after Sandy Hook, a measure to require expanded background checks died on the Senate floor. If you couldn't get it done after Sandy Hook, why should voters give you another chance?
Because it got done before.
Right,
I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA.
goodness, that's worse than I
Only
thought.
one
Did
ever
you
beat
say
the
that?
NRA.
I was
Did he have?
I
did
think
he
his
have
upper
gum?
his
Done
uppers came
before.
loose.
I'm the only one up here.
So you had
Why
to
should
punch
voters
here
give
to
you another
put them back
chance?
up.
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up
All
here
right,
who's
let me ask you a
ever beat
question.
the
It looks like his teeth. Does he have a cert in his mouth? And he's trying to.
I'm with Bubba. It looks like the
I think
upper
the
fell.
upper. I think the uppers fell, and
If
he
you
had to.
couldn't get it
Look
done
how he
after
had to
Sandy
push him
Hook,
back
why
up.
should voters give you
With
another
his
chance?
left.
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA.
I don't know. He's kind of. I don't.
Looks
it's
like he
either
put
that-
something in his jaw.
Yeah,
Something's going
What's
on.
Yeah, it's like he's
what do
got-
they call that stuff you glue him in? Polygrip.
Yeah.
Is that it?
He has some of that.
Might need to touch that up in the break.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, something weird. I was only watching it for 10 minutes and I saw that for some reason.
Why don't we ask Dr. Dudney and see if we can have a special contest fix Joe's mouth?
Yes.
And also, we played a little bit of it in the kickoff hour. O.J. Simpson weighed in to let everybody know what to be looking for.
Now, a guy who can't vote, by the way.
Surprisingly, he made a little bit of sense in it, but he'll do this before the Democratic debates, and
This
so
is his
we have
thing.
that for you, and then we can
let's
break
hear
down Yang too, if you need to, and what he meant.
And then of course we had Beto just saying, "Hey, I'm coming to get your gun."
Damn right.
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm coming to get him.
Yep.
And the only problem
we had one Texas lawmaker that disagreed, and now he's being accused of threatening him.
Death threat. Yeah.
Have you seen that guy's picture? He looks like he's 15 years old.
All right, so we have we're going to unpack. What was the first one we were going to play?
Wait,
from
do you want? This sounds crazy. Do you want O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
or Yang? First?
Yeah, we want O.J.
All right,
O.J. or Yang.
Yeah.
Look, at this point, why doesn't O.J. just run?
I mean, here's O.J. weighing in on what to do.
Completely oblivious.
Hey, Twitter world, yours truly. Well, tonight we got a couple of things going on. We got Thursday night football, and we have the Democratic debates, and they're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I'm going to be watching football, I got to tell you, but I will be taping the debates to watch them when the football game is over. And I encourage all of you to try to find some way to watch these debates, because we got to know who these people are and really what they're talking about. I mean, I am confused. I hear them talk about free medical. Well, hell, my family and friends and myself with all my ailments, we would love that, but sometimes it doesn't seem that they're focusing on us, Also, I kind of wish these people would tell us why we should vote for them and not focus so much on why we shouldn't vote on the people standing next to them. And finally, I would encourage you that if you watch the debates, when it's over, do not listen to these pundits and these alleged experts tell you who won the debate. You have the vote. You're the expert. I'm just saying. Take care.
Okay, so now, OJ, in that frame, you don't have a vote.
Right. Yeah. What is this that OJ weighs in? Is this before every debate? And
he wants to tell everybody what to do.
Yeah, he's done.
How many
that.
followers does he have on Twitter?
There's no telling.
Let's see.
You talk about a guy just walks through.
Never seen anybody.
He has got 903,000
and nearly 1 million followers.
Pass the 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Gifts everywhere. Gifts, and we're giving a bunch of them away. We're giving you ideas on how you can shop. If we told you from the manchurch.com, we got 2 new 31-day devotionals that have come out this year. The latest just came out, written by Brian Gill, Jesus Is. I wrote one that we released back in February, Transformed. Went to sign a bunch of those yesterday because we are offering an opportunity if you get a signed copy of both of those or either one of those you want. And that link's in show notes at rickandbubba.com, and that ends on the 15th. So you won't be able to do that past that. That'll be into that, and hopefully if you want those, you can get those and get them in time. So check that out, and the big year ender coming up 1 week from this Friday, and Lord willing, we'll spend time together and just have a blast. Bubba, we some of the video that we don't have, Adler 5, A and B. Tell me what's going on here.
So we have a house that's in Arlington, Virginia. This is very close to the Capitol. It's within 4 miles of the White House. And a SWAT team had been assembled to serve a search warrant at a house. Now, we don't know the details of what they were looking for, or who they thought this was, or I don't in the story I have.
Yeah.
But as they prepared to serve the search warrant, there was a flare that was shot, and the entire house blows up. Now, it's clear to me, it looks like this thing was booby-trapped.
Okay.
So I don't know if you're looking at a spy here that they were about to close in on, or some kind of...
People have done some research, and they think it might be just like a schizophrenic person.
Yeah, but obviously he had the house booby-trapped because he knew they would come for him at some point.
That's what they want you to believe. It's this is Linus all over again.
That's
it. Really?
Right.
Oh, sure, Rick. Everybody knows that.
I think it's a spy they were about to catch.
Well, he thought if this is
Linus.
the right person. He thought his neighbors were spying on him. He had posts on the internet. Hey, this is my neighbor James and his daughter and his wife. He's got a 14-year-old, and the kids are spying on me. The mom and dad are spying on me.
So, which is classic schizophrenia.
Yes. But man, this house, it goes up. I'll mute it after the explosion because the people that are watching it are shocked. But y'all,
oh my goodness,
good night.
Yeah.
I mean, sky high.
See, that's not an accidental explosion.
All right, so he's barricaded himself in there. He's the one firing the flare gun dozens of times. Did he then, at that point, just turn the gas on or something and light another one and it explode?
Let me ask you this, because when I first looked at this story, it was 5 o'clock this morning. I'm sure it's been updated. Y'all tell me where we're wrong on this. Was he in the house for sure? Or had he escaped and shot that flare back to ignite it?
After the barricaded suspect fired flare guns dozens of times and a firearm inside the residence. That's what it says in the story we have.
See, it's almost like he was trying to ignite it. He knew something was going on.
No, he's definitely trying to ignite it.
I agree with that. There was an eyewitness that reported what he saw. Now, eyewitnesses are bad, right? We all know that. But this aired on the news last night, if you guys want to check it out.
We don't want to hurt you. And then they ended up driving the SWAT truck through the front door with like a pile driving arm. And at that point, he started firing a weapon back. I mean, I believe it was like an AR. It was a high caliber weapon. It's not a flare. They shot flares at the beginning. He was not shooting flares near the end. They started returning fire with non-lethal weapon, with a non-lethal. They kept saying non-lethal. They're shooting a shotgun back into the windows, blasting out the windows a little bit. And then at that point, they reversed the truck back. They kept trying to yell to him. He sounded like he was trying to say something back, but they were like, look, we can't hear you. You know, please come out. We won't get hurt. And at that point, they reversed back and they changed the angle of the truck, and they were going to try to take out the window, the front window there, tell them to back up from the window. And at that point, they were driving forward to the window, and that's when the whole place went up.
Wow. Why do I feel like that guy's the life of the party?
Mm-hmm. Well, he looks like he'd be fun.
Yeah, he does. Like, I'd like to hang out with him.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this guy, like, consider what's happening, and that's still his attitude.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
But
he talks with like a slight grin.
He does.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
So back to this, though.
Yeah.
This search warrant that they were trying to serve on this guy, they already knew enough that he was going to be a handle. They had the SWAT team. I mean, it wasn't two officers going up knocking on the door saying you've been served.
Yep.
They had the SWAT team, and they're driving basically a tank through his front door.
Right.
So there was a lot more to this story we're not familiar with about who he was and what they thought kind of threat he was.
Yeah, the number here is when he was doing the flare gun, he shot it 30 to 40 times from inside his home to the surrounding neighborhood, just shooting them.
Yeah. So you heard him clarify. It wasn't just flare gun.
No, then he turned into some type of firearm.
The explosion out towards the vehicles and up is amazing.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there.
I mean, blown to smithereens. Crazy.
Wow. Also,
they said the percussion from this was felt at the White House, and it's 4 miles away.
Wow.
Now, in a movie, he would have had a crawl space, and he actually went down, and he came out on the other side of the neighborhood, so everybody thinks he's dead.
Yeah.
Well,
they can't find a body after that.
I was going to say.
That's back to
Linus.
Yeah, what was that again? The gas explosion in the neighborhood that we watched like a couple years ago? Is that what y'all talking about?
Yeah, and then in a movie, a Paramount Plus movie called
It's
Linus.
a series.
Series, not a movie. It has to do with some of this stuff that goes on that no one knows about.
Morgan Freeman's actually in it.
How about
nice.
that?
Nice. I bet he played president or God.
He didn't, but similar role.
Adler,
for sure.
Let's go to one. We got, because I know, Speedy, you were hoping we'd get through the show without you having to watch President Biden stumble around. But I'm just sorry. I'm drawn to he's attempting to honor Barry Gibb of the Bee Gees. I mean, I don't think I can leave the show and not watch watch Joe Biden.
And he calls him Billy?
Yeah, try to give Barry Gibb. Let me say that name again. Bubba, say it again. Barry Gibb, not Billy Gibb. We have Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top. But anyway, so here's the president.
Well, I know when you think of the Bee Gees, it's an infectious beat that you hear in your own mind, but I think it's universal. It's simple human truths that their lyrics contain. So often capture and grip our hearts. Lyrics like, there's a certain kind of light that never shone on me from those hopelessly in love. Or I've kicked around since I was born about the Bay Bridge 19-year-old struck by a dead-end job, was trying to stay alive. The list goes on. The brothers bound made it all seem effortless and almost magical. They described it as, quote, we'll be walking down the street together and we'll simultaneously begin to sing the same song in the same key. God love you, Billy. I tell you, that's incredible.
I tell you.
Anytime he says God love you, he's going to mispronounce somebody or think they can walk.
He got about four things wrong.
Wow.
God love you, Billy.
That is running for president.
Yep. All right, guys, I've got this. We got to go to pre-recorded intros or videos voiced over, and then he comes out and goes, "That's right."
Just wave and walk across the stage.
God love you, Billy Gibb.
He's using a teleprompter. He has a teleprompter in this situation.
Well, he doesn't want to be there. He wants to be back in Delaware.
Right.
Well, you know what he did, though, Adler? He decided he would acknowledge him once without the teleprompter and couldn't get the name right. I love you, Billy.
That is
Billy Gibb.
Incredible.
I love that song y'all did, LaGrange. That's Billy Gibbons. I'm sorry. Thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us today, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. Never miss a minute of the show and grab it on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.